Chapter 309. It was merely because Lin Yuan had slightly manipulated the force of space. "This is the place," he said. Near the permanent spatial rift on the battlefield of different races. Lin Yuan ceased any further approach. Through constant trial just now, he had found this spot, which could significantly increase the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force. Any further and the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force would not increase. And being too close to the spatial rift, the surging spatial force would affect his own comprehension. Now the accumulation speed of the door to the myriad realms is... Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt it deeply for a moment. Approximately 298 days to accumulate a strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's eyes shone. Compared to the initial 333 days. 298 days for a strand of world-breaking origin force had already improved the accumulation speed by 10 to 20%. In the short term, this extra speed might not be of great use. But if you look at it over an extended period, it would be a considerable amount of world-breaking origin force income. With Lin Yuan's strength, living tens of thousands to millions of years was easy, and over such a lengthy timeline, the increased accumulation speed would form a substantial advantage like a snowball effect. Moreover, this increase in the accumulation speed of the door to the myriad realms world-breaking origin force. The biggest impact on Lin Yuan was not the 10 to 20% increase in speed. But it allowed Lin Yuan to see a second method of obtaining world-breaking origin force. Before coming to the battlefield of different races, Lin Yuan had thought that world-breaking origin force could only be accumulated slowly at a pace of one strand every 333 days. But now, Lin Yuan knew that this permanent spatial rift could enhance the accumulation speed of world-breaking origin force. From this he deduced a conclusion. If Lin Yuan went to a larger permanent spatial rift, would the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force continue to increase? The current rift was merely 10 meters long, but those medium and large alien battlefields had permanent spatial rifts that might span thousands of miles, even millions of miles. Near such spatial rifts, could the speed at which the door to the myriad realms accumulated world-breaking origin force surge dramatically? "No rush for now," he said. "Let's wait until stepping into the 7th rank." Lin Yuan steadied his body, and accompanying his proximity to the permanent spatial rift, his comprehension of space rules was increasing at a terrifying speed. Almost every half-day or so, he could fully comprehend one kind of basic spatial model. Based on the current rate of comprehending space rules, in 5 to 6 days at most, he would have fully comprehended 965 kinds of basic spatial models. Then, Lin Yuan would be able to step into the 7th rank. This 7th rank was not the ordinary sense of 7th rank. If it were just an ordinary 7th rank, Lin Yuan would already have been at that rank back in the Immortal Tao world. But Lin Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied with that kind of 7th rank, so he had been dragging it out until now. The 7th rank Lin Yuan wanted to step into was one that perfectly matched martial Tao, the perfect 7th rank. Time passed. Free novel. Calm before long 7 days had gone by. On Chikuan Main Star in the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Silently, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Strands of spatial force emerged. They quickly converged into a kind of inverted pyramid spatial model. As this spatial model formed, Lin Yuan's understanding of space suddenly took on a certain completeness. 965 kinds of spatial models. Lin Yuan's eyes lowered, he muttered to himself, all thoroughly comprehended. At this moment, his surroundings in Lin Yuan's eyes almost had a translucent feel. Having comprehended all the basic spatial models, Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules had reached new heights, and his perception of space had developed its own uniqueness. That's how it should be. My 7th-stage martial Tao should be like this. My path is complete. Lin Yuan was vibrant, with sufficient comprehension of space. The derivation of the 7th-stage martial Tao chapter was almost natural. Just an hour later, Lin Yuan had derived the initial part of the 7th rank chapter. Let's break through now, he said. Lin Yuan did not hesitate much. He had already experienced advancing to the 7th rank, and with such a high understanding of space and the aid of his Against Heaven's understanding, breaking through to the 7th rank was almost guaranteed to succeed. Begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. The breath within his body suddenly began to gather slowly. Chikuan Main Star. Above, 10 million kilometers away, a space slightly twisted. Chikuan Star Lord, dressed in a crimson robe and with his hands clasped behind his back, stood there quietly. Not far away, 12 figures stood in succession, it was the 12 peak masters of Qikuan Star Lord. Aside from the junior disciple Lin Yuan, all 12 peak masters had appeared here, standing respectfully. Everyone is here. Qikuan Star Lord glanced over the 12 disciples. Now, let me demonstrate for you just many applications of space rules, Qikuan Star Lord said indifferently. Although the virtual world can almost perfectly replicate everything from the outside world, it still cannot perfectly replicate space rules. Thus, every once in a while Qikuan Star Lord would gather all his disciples under the outer space, personally demonstrating the use of the power of space. Your next read is at MVLMPY, our teacher, the junior disciple has not yet arrived. At this moment, the fourth peak master's Wugu couldn't help but speak. He had looked around for a long time and noticed that only the 12 of them were present. The junior disciple Lin Yuan was not there. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5th, 6th, and 7th peak masters also looked towards Qikuan Star Lord. They had also noticed this issue, but they didn't dare to ask since Qikuan Star Lord had not mentioned it. The junior disciple? Qikuan Star Lord glanced at the 4th peak master's Wugu and the other peak masters who were still at the 6th rank. The teachings they now received, Lin Yuan had essentially already comprehended. The last time he demonstrated the space model, Qikuan Star Lord noticed Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules. Therefore he did not specifically call Lin Yuan this time, mainly wanting to save some face for 9th peak masters like the 4th peak master. The thought of being surpassed by the youngest disciple after so many years of being a disciple. Qikuan Star Lord thought about it and found it to be quite normal. After all, given the talents displayed by Lin Yuan, surpassing from the 4th peak master to the 12th wasn't the issue, it was just a matter of time. All right. Enough talk. Qikuan Star Lord didn't bother to explain. Next, I will try to materialize the space rules as much as possible. You all try your best to break through them. Having said this, Qikuan Star Lord's figure disappeared from the spot. This scene made the 12 peak masters on the scene tense. Even the great peak masters, who had long entered the 7th rank, had serious expressions. The materialization of space rules mentioned by Qikuan Star Lord was definitely not a trivial matter. The next moment, the 12 peak masters found that the space around them began to twist. Their own figures became smaller and smaller, almost turning into mesons. Above everyone's heads, a massive entity appeared. It was a starry sky wanderer Kuan, whose size was tens to hundreds of times that of a normal life planet. Under the condition that the 12 peak masters' figures were turned into mesons, the starry sky wanderer Kuan seemed even more like a splendid starry river, towering above and looking down at everyone. We can't go on like this. The 12 peak masters trembled in spirit, realizing that if they didn't resist, their mental states would be destroyed, and then they would definitely be scolded by the teacher again. Thus, the 12 exerted their fullest strength in an explosion, seeking to resist the starry sky wanderer Kuan that seemed to crush down like the heavens. But the next moment, there was no longer a starry sky wanderer Kuan that resembled a splendid starry river between heaven and earth. The 12 peak masters' figures also returned to normal, and the twisted space quickly calmed down. However, the 12 peak masters did not dare to relax. Because, unknown to them, their teacher Qikuan Star Lord had already come by their side, standing behind everyone, looking down at the Qikuan main star below. As if observing someone. The great peak master, also at the 7th rank peak, likewise noticed something. Is this the aura of breaking through to the 7th rank? Junior disciple, is junior disciple breaking through to the 7th rank? The great peak master muttered to himself, yet his voice rang in every peak master's ear. Breaking through to the 7th rank? 4th peak master's Wugu stared, dumbfounded and incredulous. Qikuan Star Lord glanced at the 4th peak master's Wugu and then at the other peak masters. As if to say, see? Now do you understand why I didn't call your junior disciple over? The 12 peak masters were utterly bewildered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 310, is the junior disciple about to break through to the 7th rank? This was the first thought that surfaced in the minds of the 12 peak masters. An evolver breaking through a great realm is like a pebble falling into water, creating ripples. Ordinary people or weaker evolvers might not notice. But it can't be hidden from 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers. When Lin Yuan first stepped into the 6th rank on Kanglan Star, the noise of his breakthrough was captured by the great senior brother and the demon rat clan monarch. Thus, the 12 peak masters instantly felt the aura of a breakthrough to the 7th rank emanating from Qikuan main star. and they confirmed that the aura of the breakthrough originated from the 13 peaks. From this, they concluded that the junior disciple was breaking through. How much time has passed? This was the second thought that emerged in the minds of the 12 peak masters. Advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank is no easy matter. This is a major threshold, a major constraint. Peak masters 4 through 12 are still trapped at the peak of the 6th rank. One can see the difficulty in this. In the minds of these 9 6th rank peak masters, Lin Yuan had terrifying potential and indeed had a better chance than them of entering the 7th rank in the future. But that would require time, right? How long has it been since Lin Yuan broke through the 6th rank? This is simply unreasonable. Junior disciple? The great peak master blinked his eyes. Not long ago, one of his avatars personally guarded Kanglin's star and witnessed the entire process of Lin Yuan's advancement to the 6th rank. Your journey continues. At what the great peak master did not expect, however, was that he would witness his junior disciple advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank today. Teacher, did you already know the junior disciple was about to break through? 4th peak master's Wuxia swallowed nervously and asked cautiously. This time, the Qikuan Star Lord specifically called them out, not disturbing Lin Yuan, which now seemed quite prescient. Perhaps he already knew something. Naturally. The Qikuan Star Lord glanced at his several disciples. Previously, Lin Yuan had consulted him about the basic space models, and the Qikuan Star Lord realized that Lin Yuan's understanding of space rules was terrifyingly high, not at all like an evolver who had just entered the 6th rank. Such high comprehension of space meant that Lin Yuan's realm far exceeded the 6th rank. Plus, as a peak master of the Red Kuan lineage with an unlimited supply of Scarlet Spirit liquid, there was no need to slowly accumulate energy. Under many factors, the Qikuan Star Lord felt that Lin Yuan advancing to the 7th rank was completely to be expected. Only, even the Qikuan Star Lord did not expect that Lin Yuan would choose to break through so quickly, not continue to accumulate, or consult him about the details of advancing to the 7th rank. Of course, although the Qikuan Star Lord hadn't interacted much with Lin Yuan, based on his understanding of Lin Yuan, he knew his junior disciple was steady-minded and would not act without assurance. Even when suppressed by the Heiyu family in the past, he hadn't revealed his identity. Now that he has chosen to break through to the 7th rank, he surely has ample confidence. What is this cultivation speed of the junior disciple? I'm still rotating in the 6th rank, and the junior disciple has reached the 7th rank? Isn't the junior disciple still under 30? A 7th rank at 30? When I was 30, I was still playing around in the 4th and 5th ranks. After regaining their composure, the 12 peak masters spoke in astonished tones and quickly started discussing. The stronger the strength, the more they could understand how terrifying Lin Yuan's cultivation speed truly was. In the long history of the Qikuan Star domain and even the entire Anan Star Alliance, there had been 7th rank evolvers under 30. But most of these evolvers had many opportunities and had entered the 6th rank very early, spending 10 to nearly 20 years before breaking through to the 7th rank. To advance like Lin Yuan, entering the 6th rank less than 2 years ago and then advancing to the 7th rank, there probably aren't many such instances in the entire history of human civilization, are there? Currently, in the overt records of the Human Civilization Alliance, among evolvers who reached the 7th rank before 30, 10% remain at the 7th rank, 20% die in various accidents, and 70% reach the 8th rank, which means as long as the junior disciple doesn't die, reaching the 8th rank is almost inevitable. Second senior brother muttered to himself, still somewhat in disbelief. Setting aside other factors, just this terrifying cultivation speed alone will ensure Lin Yuan a prominent place in the annals of human civilization. V1. Calm in the future, even millions or tens of millions of years later, when evolvers mention a 7th rank under the age of 30, Lin Yuan will undoubtedly be cited. Such a brilliant and outstanding evolver, and he's actually their junior disciple? Alright. Enough talking. Just watch carefully and feel this chance doesn't come often. The Qikuan Star Lord glanced again at the various peak masters and spoke. Yes. The 12 peak masters immediately stopped discussing. Especially the 4th to 12th peak masters, they observed even more intently. Advancing from the 6th rank to the 7th rank begins to impact the cosmic starry sky. This subtle change has a slight stimulating effect on those evolvers at the peak of the 6th rank. Qikuan Main Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. At this moment, his internal energy was boiling to the extreme. With just a single thought, he could step into the 7th rank. Next, I need to integrate the way of Taiyin and Taiyang with the Tao of Space to evolve a Taiji microcosm. Lin Yuan sat there, the power of Taiyin and Taiyang within his Qi-Si Dantian continuously colliding, emitting an indescribable aura. If Lin Yuan hadn't mastered 965 basic space models, at this moment inside his Qi-Si Dantian, he would stop progressing. In terms of the sheer depth and suppressive power of the pure domain, he might be much stronger than other 7th rank evolvers, but he would still be on the same level, nowhere comparable to an 8th rank evolver. But now, space. Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. Streams of space power emerged from within his Qi-Si Dantian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 311, continuously condensing all sorts of spatial models. Over 900 basic spatial models came together like pillars, thoroughly supporting an entirely independent space within Lin Yuan's Dantian Qi-Si. A world. Lin Yuan observed the changes within the Qi-Si of his Dantian. Creating a small space isn't a difficult task for a 6th rank evolver. As long as they comprehend 1 or 2 basic spatial models, they can achieve it. In the immortal Tao world, a Mahayana phase Heaven Lord could use the heaven-grade technique, Cosmos in the sleeve, to temporarily create a sleeve space. But to create a small world is incredibly difficult. Unlike the rigid space, a world can continuously absorb external energy to grow. The most powerful aspect of an 8th layer evolver is that with every move, they can harness the power of their inner world, a terrifying force far surpassing the individual's own. And with the support of an inner world, an 8th layer evolver is very hard to kill, able to recover from even the most grievous injuries. Of course, here the injuries referred to are those of the physical body. As for injuries to the soul, it depends on the specific circumstances. The soul is extremely mysterious. Over 1,000,000 years ago, the 8th layer evolutionist Oyin died under a soul attack, unable to send out any message before death. The embryonic form of a world has already taken shape. Lin Yuan's attention was mostly focused on that separate space deep within the Qi-Si of his Dantian. With the addition of 965 basic spatial models, the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang, which formed the power of Taiji, seemed to have gone through some type of qualitative change. The aura shifted, quickly becoming perfected. The embryonic form of a small world faintly appeared. Lin Yuan's expression suddenly changed. With the appearance of the embryonic form of the small world, Lin Yuan suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of hunger. Hungry. 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 I'm starving to death. The small world's embryonic form began to crazily absorb the energy inside Lin Yuan's body. In fact, with Lin Yuan's control, he could completely cut off this absorption. But if he did that, it might affect the foundation of the Taiji small world. Thankfully, I came prepared. With a thought from Lin Yuan, bottle after bottle appeared before him. They were filled with vast amounts of scarlet spirit liquid. Before his breakthrough, Lin Yuan had prepared everything he might need. To open up an inner world, a tremendous amount of energy is inevitably consumed, and relying solely on one's own absorption, who knows how long that would take. Therefore, Lin Yuan had, in advance, applied for enough scarlet spirit liquid. Scarlet spirit liquid can replenish the energy consumed within the body, and has many uses. The Red Kuan lineage has a stable channel for acquiring scarlet spirit liquid. Actually, in terms of replenishing oneself, the effect of cosmic crystal stones should far surpass that of scarlet spirit liquid, a resource needed by 8th layer evolvers and even stronger beings. But Lin Yuan was reluctant to use them. Despite obtaining 1,000 cubic cosmic crystals from Oyin's legacy, these were hard currency among various cosmic races, and using any would mean having less. While the effect of scarlet spirit liquid was somewhat inferior, it was free and cost nothing. Eat. Lin Yuan drank the scarlet spirit liquid in big gulps, and the gentle power flowed swiftly into the Qi-Si of his Dantian through his limbs and bones. The embryonic form of the Taiji small world started to fill up at a visible rate. Above the Qikuan main star, the Qikuan Star Lord and the 12 Peak Masters were carefully observing the fluctuations in Lin Yuan's aura during his breakthrough. Little junior brother has a very stable foundation. Seems like he has made ample preparations. The breakthrough hasn't encountered any hitches, but why is he lingering at the 6th rank peak? The third senior brother was also observing carefully, although he had already stepped into the 7th rank, watching and feeling more can't do him any harm. Not sure. Perhaps he's sensing the subtle changes from 6th rank to 7th rank? Maybe little junior brother really is. Other evolvers, even us, when breaking through from 6th to 7th rank, can't wait to step right into it, Yet little junior brother is leisurely, geez, comparing people, the second senior brother sighed. For a 6th rank evolver, stepping into the 7th rank is undoubtedly the most coveted thing. No 6th rank evolver could stay at the door to the 7th rank and shake it without immediately entering. Judging by the changes in aura, little junior brother's entry into the 7th rank should be a sure thing, the eldest senior brother declared decisively, having taken less than 2 years to complete the entire journey from 6th rank to the peak of the 7th rank, and the breakthrough was so smooth. The eldest senior brother simply thought Lin Yuan was abnormal. When he recalled the many setbacks and trials he faced when breaking through to the 7th rank, compared with his little junior brother. Compared to the 12 peak masters who were overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, despite the calm appearance of the Chikuan Star Lord, there was a look of surprise and uncertainty in his heart. How do I feel the opening of a space? The Chikuan Star Lord was keenly sensing the changes in the aura coming from the 13 peaks below. Worried about affecting Lin Yuan's breakthrough, the Chikuan Star Lord dared not extend his perception into the 13 peaks. He could only rely on his own experience and the fluctuations of the power of space to speculate on some matters. Could it be? The Chikuan Star Lord himself, a starry sky wanderer Kuan, was a special space life form and was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of space. At this moment, he faintly perceived that the spatial fluctuations produced by Lin Yuan's breakthrough were somewhat different from the normal transition from 6th rank to 7th. Could it be some special space treasure, or? The Chikuan Star Lord thought for a moment and couldn't help but speculate. He was just curious and had no other thoughts. After all, which evolver who managed to cultivate to the 6th or 7th rank didn't have some sort of special opportunity? The Chikuan Star Lord had his own, as did the 12 peak masters, so it was only natural for Lin Yuan to have a special space treasure. Time passed. Another half day went by. It should be stable now. Let's go wait outside the 13 peaks. Feeling that Lin Yuan's aura had fully stepped into the 7th rank, the Chikuan Star Lord led the 12 peak masters towards the outside of the 13 peaks. Little junior brother, you've really kept us in the dark. Indeed, this time we must find out exactly how he has been cultivating. What do you say when we meet him? Should I call him senior brother or junior brother? The 12 peak masters talked amongst themselves, while the 4th to 12th masters were somewhat conflicted. In the human civilization of the universe, unless it's a direct blood relative, strength takes precedence. That is to say, even if a 7th rank evolver is younger, a 6th rank evolver must treat them as an elder upon meeting. The 4th peak master and the others weren't reluctant to call Lin Yuan senior brother, but having called him junior brother so many times before, the sudden change of status was a bit unfamiliar to them. Chikuan Main Star. As the most prosperous planet in a star domain. The Chikuan Main Star is filled with many powerful evolvers, with 4th and 5th ranks seen everywhere, and there were also numerous 6th rank fallen star warriors, and even 7th rank evolvers. Under the perception of so many powerful beings, the breakthrough aura emanating from the heart of the main star was naturally noticed by many 6th rank evolvers. Someone in the Red Kuan lineage has broken through to the 7th rank? The Chikuan Star Lord's level of mentoring disciples is really impressive. True, it's a pity the Chikuan Star Lord doesn't take many disciples. In 10,000 years he has only taken the 13 peak masters. The 6th rank evolvers on the main star chatted with each other, praising the Chikuan Star Lord's teaching methods. Right? Who do you think is the peak master that broke through to the 7th rank this time? A 6th rank evolver asked out of curiosity. They were unaware that at this moment, all 12 peak masters were not on Chikuan Main Star. It should be the 4th peak master, right? The 4th peak master has been at the 6th rank the longest, has the deepest accumulation, and is closest to the 7th rank. I think that's not right. The 6th peak master has the best talent and a special physique. Among the Chikuan Star Lord's disciples, I think he's the most likely to step into the 7th rank. The 6th peak master is indeed very likely, but in earlier years the 6th peak master was injured in a battle with a different species, which might affect his breakthrough to the 7th rank. I think the 8th peak master is the most likely. The 8th peak master? I think it's the 5th peak master. The multitude of 6th rank evolvers guessed all the 9 peak masters, from the 4th to the 12th, one by one. Each of these 9 masters was at the peak of the 6th rank, and being a disciple of a Star Lord, they all had the potential to step into the 7th rank. Though opinions among the 6th rank evolvers differed, there was a unified understanding or perhaps an assumption. That was, the peak master who was breaking through definitely could not be the 13th peak master. Read exclusive chapters at, if you find any errors, Ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3:12 Exhale. Inhale. Deep within the Great Hall of the 13 Peaks, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, experiencing a significant transformation of both body and soul after entering the 7th rank. Now, Lin Yuan, merely his foundational destructive power had surged dozens of times, and if the amplification from his understanding of the rules and the support of the Taiji inner world in his body were added, probably only 7th rank kings as evolvers could match Lin Yuan. Taiji inner world. Lin Yuan's mind plunged into the Dantian Qi Sea. A small world had already been formed there. Whoosh. Lin Yuan's mind descended into the small world. This was a small world swirling in black and white, where everything looked desolate at a glance. Yet Lin Yuan did not find it strange. The small world had just been created, everything was yet to be developed. Normally, the inner worlds of 8th rank evolvers are often about 100 miles in radius. But this small world of mine is merely 10 miles in radius? Lin Yuan looked around, thinking to himself. As the creator of this small world, Lin Yuan was like a god of creation, knowing everything inside the small world with just a thought. True. The inner worlds created by 8th rank evolvers have a strong physical body as their foundation, hence they can bear a world of 100 miles. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolver who can cultivate to the 8th rank at least follow the 8th rank evolutionary path. Such evolutionary paths are almost as strong as the current martial path evolutionary path, especially since they only try to create an inner world after reaching the peak of 7th rank. A 7th rank peak body and soul are naturally a bit stronger than Lin Yuan's 6th rank peak body and soul. The initial size of the inner worlds they create naturally has an advantage. Of course, your journey continues at the initial size of the inner world is irrelevant. Because the inner world has the attribute of growth, it can slowly expand. Currently, Lin Yuan's inner world is only 10 miles in size, but as Lin Yuan's realm ascends and his strength increases, the inner world will grow to hundreds or even thousands of miles. The power of the world. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and observed it carefully. After the Taiji inner world formed, it began to emit the power of the world, slowly transforming Lin Yuan's body and soul. The power of the world, almost omnipotent, could enhance Lin Yuan's attacks, guard his body and soul, and also slowly improve various aspects. Although I've just entered the 7th rank with the boost from the power of the world, my actual combat power may have already reached the peak of 7th rank, Lin Yuan silently thought. The power of the world, that is an exclusive force of 8th rank evolvers. The inner world Lin Yuan had just opened, even if it was weaker than the inner worlds of 8th rank evolvers, still gave birth to the power of the world. Among the 7th rank evolvers, it was almost like cheating. Most importantly, most of those at the peak of the 7th rank, their upper limits were set in stone, and the only way to advance was to attempt to break through to the 8th rank. But Lin Yuan, his inner world had just been opened, possessing almost unlimited potential for growth, which might enable him someday to compete with 8th rank evolvers while still at the peak of the 7th rank. Inner world. Lin Yuan once again carefully felt the inner world inside his Dantian Qi Sea. Although it was only 10 miles in radius, it was a complete world, its aura circulating perfectly. As long as Lin Yuan wished, outsiders couldn't detect the existence of the inner world. Myin God. Lin Yuan slightly raised his head, looking in the direction of battlefield C24763. With the breakthrough of his real body, even the Taiyin primordial spirit began to transform, its primordial spirit power becoming more and more pure, instantly reaching the 7th rank. It's a pity, the primordial spirit doesn't have a physical body and cannot give birth to an inner world. Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. However, if the Yin spirit and Yang spirit are combined, evolved Taiji, and are combined with an understanding of space rules, perhaps it could give birth to a phantom spiritual world? Lin Yuan speculated in his mind. A single Taiyin and Taiyang, even with the integration of space rules, couldn't form a complete world, but combined it's different. Have the teachers arrived? Lin Yuan glanced outside, immediately got up and walked out of the hall. Teacher. Fellow apprentice brothers. Lin Yuan came out and smiled. He didn't intend to conceal his breakthrough to the 7th rank, and it couldn't be concealed either. In human civilization, as long as Lin Yuan was part of the human race, the more terrifying his talent, the greater the resource tilt he would receive. Good disciple, Chikuan Star Lord smiled and looked at Lin Yuan. In less than 2 years, you've stepped into the 7th rank. That is much stronger than your teacher back then. Chikuan Star Lord himself took thousands of years to step into the 7th rank. However, Chikuan Star-Lord's true form was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. Such special beings generally require a long time to break through. And here, a long time is relative to the human race. The lifespans of special beings are generally calculated in millions of years, and so-called thousands of years are just a few naps. Many special beings sleep for a few hundred or thousand years at a time, equivalent to half a lifetime for an ordinary human race evolver. Little junior brother, slow down your cultivation. Any faster and you'll surpass me, third senior brother jokingly said from the side. In the Red Kuan lineage, the Great Peak Master is a 7th-rank Peak King, while the 2nd and 3rd Peak Masters are 7th-rank Marquis level. Lin Yuan had just entered the 7th rank and, in the eyes of his 3rd senior brother, was at the Marquis level within the 7th rank. So, the 3rd senior brother believed Lin Yuan hadn't surpassed him yet. However, in terms of pure combat power, perhaps only Chikuan Star-Lord could suppress Lin Yuan. Otherwise, even the eldest senior brother might not be his match. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 313 There's no choice. The power of the world is too overpowered. Little Master, Zhugu and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. There's no need to change how we address each other, my fellow brothers. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke up. Ever since joining the Red Kuan lineage, his senior brothers, like Zhugu and the others, had taken great care of Lin Yuan, and their interactions were always pleasant. In such a situation, Lin Yuan didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him superior to others, therefore maintaining the previous form of address was fine by him. Haha, my good disciple, if you do this, won't they lack the motivation to cultivate hard? As Zhugu and the others' faces lit up with joy, Chikuan Star-Lord glared at the former. Teacher. The faces of Zhugu and the others immediately soured. This has nothing to do with whether one has the motivation or not, okay? Not everyone has the talent of our little brother here. For him, stepping into the 7th rank was as simple as eating and drinking. Alright, my good disciple, stepping into the 7th rank at your age is extremely rare in the entire history of the Anan Star Alliance. Chikuan Star-Lord's expression grew serious. But don't get arrogant. With your talent, reaching the 7th rank isn't much. The 8th layer is your target, or even surpassing the 8th layer. Let's not talk about surpassing the 8th layer for now, let's first discuss the 8th layer. Chikuan Star-Lord said, pausing for a moment before continuing. To break through to the 8th layer, there are 3 prerequisite conditions. First, one must open up an inner world. For a 7th rank evolver, an inner world is the foundation of their being, and manipulating the power of the world is the most powerful method for an evolver of the 8th layer. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded. He had also opened up his inner world and deeply understood this point. Second, one must have a sufficiently strong mental will. This can only rely on oneself. Without strong mental willpower, one might fall into a state of decline during the breakthrough to the 8th layer. By then, even if one has opened up an inner world, it would be in vain, akin to being a living dead. Chikuan Star-Lord said this, his tone slightly grave. To open up an inner world, one could employ certain methods to assist, such as the world fruit. Of course, the world fruit is too luxurious, but treasures just a notch below it could still offer substantial help. But mental willpower? That could only be accumulated by oneself. Many 7th rank evolvers in history have failed at this step. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. To put it simply, if using the terms of the immortal Tao world as an example, then breaking from the 7th to the 8th rank would require facing the heart demon tribulation. The heart demon tribulation emerges from within the heart. External objects are of no use, one can only rely on oneself. Chikuan Star-Lord emphasized this point precisely because Lin Yuan was very young, and perhaps not adept at dealing with inner demons. Normally speaking, the longer one lives, the more one experiences, the higher the chances of overcoming the heart demon tribulation. Third, when you reach the limit of the 7th rank, you will naturally understand. Chikuan Star-Lord did not elaborate further, feeling that it was unnecessary for Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 7th rank, to know too much. All right. It's time for us to go back. You've just stepped into the 7th rank, take some time to get familiar with your power. Chikuan Star-Lord glanced at the big senior brother and said, the news of your brother's breakthrough will be announced by you. Yes. The big senior brother nodded and smiled. Right now, everyone outside is speculating about which peak master has stepped into the 7th rank. Chikuan Main Star. Many forces were looking forward with great anticipation. waiting for the Red Kuan lineage to announce the news. According to the Red Kuan lineage's tradition, the advancement of each peak master into the 7th rank was always heavily publicized. After all, the addition of another 7th rank enhances the lineage's foundation. I'm certain it must be the 4th peak master. Don't talk nonsense. The 6th peak master is the strongest. I like to go against the flow. I think it's the 12th peak master. The many forces were in a heated debate, with 7th rank evolvers who were familiar with several peak masters discreetly making contacts, hoping to get insider information. Yet none received a response from the peak masters. Half a day later, the Red Kuan lineage finally made public which peak master had stepped into the 7th rank. The announcement is out. Which peak master is it exactly? Let me see, it's Peak Master Shursan stepping into the 7th rank. Huh? Peak Master Shursan? The many forces first fell into silence. They seemed to need a moment to figure out exactly who this Peak Master Shursan was. But shortly thereafter there was an uproar. Experience tales with Peak Master Shursan? Isn't Peak Master Shursan the new disciple of the Star Lord? Right, not long ago Peak Master Shursan had just stepped into the 6th rank. I remember that Peak Master Shursan came from some middle-grade life planet. Has Peak Master Shursan stepped into the 7th rank, or is there some mistake? Countless forces were buzzing with conversation, some in disbelief. Even if it had been the 12th Peak Master stepping into the 7th rank, it would be more acceptable than Peak Master Shursan making such advancement. But the announcements issued by the Red Kuan lineage are never wrong. If it says it's the 13th Peak Master, then it certainly is the 13th Peak Master. My heavens, just how terrifying is the talent of the 13th Peak Master. In less than 2 years he has spanned from 6th rank to 7th rank. Woo, in 2 years, I'm still stuck at the 4th stage 3rd class. I don't want to live. After the initial confusion on Chikuan main star, numerous powers immediately launched into even more frenetic discussions. Kanglan star. Compared to Chikuan main star, which detected right away that someone from the Red Kuan lineage had stepped into 7th rank, Kanglan star didn't receive any news at all, and even if they had, they probably wouldn't have given it much thought. After all, even the countless citizens of Kanglan star wouldn't believe that the peak master who entered 7th rank could be Lin Yuan, who had just become the 13th peak master 2 years prior. That was until the news released by the Red Kuan lineage spread. What? Lin Yuan has stepped into 7th rank? So fast. A few years ago during the arena competition wasn't Lin Yuan just at 5th rank? Now he's at 7th rank? The entire population of Kanglan star, hundreds of billions of citizens, was completely stirred up after receiving the news. In actuality, Lin Yuan becoming a peak master and stepping into 7th rank didn't bring much tangible benefit to the vast majority of Kanglan star's citizens. The so-called allocation of resources is something that would take hundreds of years to become noticeable. But Lin Yuan came from Kanglan star, and now that Kanglan star had produced such an important figure, all citizens of Kanglan star felt a genuine sense of honor welling up from the bottom of their hearts. 13 Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage. The high and mighty 7th rank evolver. An extraordinary figure that many high-grade life planets can't produce. And he hails from their Kanglan star? Wanyang Star Domain. Wanyang Holy Land. The Wanyang Holy Sun sat cross-legged on the surface of a sun, swallowing huge amounts of light and heat into his mouth. As a rare carrier of the 9 Yang Divine Meridian, the Wanyang Holy Sun was almost immune to scorching heat and had an extremely high affinity for the laws of the fire system. Now that he had stepped into 6th rank, he could even walk and cultivate on the surface of a sun. Keep in mind, even 6th rank peak evolvers wouldn't dare to approach a sun casually. 6th rank evolvers are said to be capable of striking down ordinary stars. But that's only talking about ordinary planets, whereas a sun. To be called a sun, its volume must be at least tens of millions of times that of an ordinary planet. The cultivation ended. The Wanyang Holy Sun connected to the virtual world. Rejected again? The Wanyang Holy Sun glanced at the challenge he had applied for. Ever since stepping into 6th rank he would challenge Lin Yuan every once in a while. After all, during the limit of 5th rank, Lin Yuan's last 3 slaps had made him spit blood and concede defeat voluntarily, a shame that the Wanyang Holy Sun couldn't wash away from his mind. Now having entered 6th rank with the 9 Yang Divine Meridian further developed, in addition to the many secret techniques of the Wanyang Holy Land, the Wanyang Holy Sun believed he could regain his honor. Could it be that he dares not? The Wanyang Holy Sun wore a puzzled expression. To him, Lin Yuan repeatedly rejecting his challenge could only mean one thing. Whoosh! Just then, A black-haired elder appeared. Your Highness. The black-haired elder bowed slightly to the Wanyang Holy Sun. What is it? The Wanyang Holy Sun was contemplating the matter with Lin Yuan and asked casually. Your Highness, you asked me to keep an eye on the news about the 13-peak master of the Red Kuan lineage. The black-haired elder inquired carefully. Oh. What news? The Wanyang Holy Sun suddenly showed interest. To him, Lin Yuan had special significance, so he had instructed his subordinates to pay more attention to news related to Lin Yuan. Your Highness, I have just received news that a peak master of the Red Kuan lineage has stepped into 7th rank. The black-haired elder paused, speaking with increased caution. Oh. Upon hearing this, the Wanyang Holy Sun's interest waned. He was only interested in the 13-peak master. As for other peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage stepping into 7th rank, what did that have to do with him? The rise of a 7th rank evolver is indeed a major event for a star domain. But looking at the Star Alliance and even other nearby star alliances, almost every so often an evolver steps into 7th rank. Your Highness, the peak master who has stepped into 7th rank, the black-haired elder persisted, is the 13-peak master. Frobno. The Wanyang Holy Sun was momentarily taken aback, then reacted with a start, standing up and staring at the black-haired elder. What did you say? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3:14 Wanyang Holy Sun was somewhat bewildered. He almost thought he had heard wrong. But at his level it was impossible to mishear. The black-haired elder had indeed said, it is the peak master of 13 peaks who has stepped into 7th rank. This was beyond doubt. So, Wanyang Holy Sun could only wonder, had the black-haired elder misspoken? For instance, had he mistakenly added the word 3, and it was actually the peak master of 10 who had advanced to 7th rank? Your Highness, when I first received this message I also found it absurd, but afterwards it was confirmed repeatedly over and over again, the result was the same. The black-haired elder spoke cautiously. He was well aware of how desperately Wanyang Holy Sun had wanted to battle the peak master of 13 peaks, and how deeply the challenge at the limit of 5th rank had impacted Wanyang Holy Sun. All along Wanyang Holy Sun had been on a smooth path, endowed with the 9-yang divine meridian, and further supported by Wanyang Star Lord's cultivation. This made Wanyang Holy Sun far ahead of his peers. However, on that stage the peak master of 13 peaks shattered Wanyang Holy Sun's confidence with 3 slaps. That overwhelming battle made Wanyang Holy Sun admit defeat and immediately begin closed-door cultivation, striving to reach 6th rank. Compared to other evolvers, Wanyang Holy Sun's 9-yang divine meridian, upon stepping into 6th rank, would undergo a transformation, something not found in other 6th rank evolvers. It was precisely because of this. Knowing Lin Yuan's formidable strength, which was displayed at the peak of 5th rank, and would only be more frightening after advancing to 6th rank, Wanyang Holy Sun still confidently initiated a challenge request. However, Lin Yuan declined several times, which puzzled Wanyang Holy Sun. And now, Wanyang Holy Sun fell silent. His consciousness began connecting to the virtual network. He quickly saw the announcement issued by Red Kuan lineage. Below the announcement, countless evolvers left comments, all shocked by the peak master of 13 peaks stepping into 7th rank. Wanyang Holy Sun carefully read through the announcement, and read it several times over before sitting down again. The peak master of 13 peaks. Wanyang Holy Sun's gaze was complex. He did not doubt the authenticity of the announcement. Such announcements released by Red Kuan lineage carry high authority, undergoing multiple verifications, and ultimately must be authorized by the Star Lord before their release. Since Red Kuan lineage dared to issue this announcement and so much time had passed without any changes, this meant the peak master who stepped into the 7th rank is indeed the peak master of 13 peaks. Given the status of Chikuan Star Lord, there was no need to lie about who had advanced to 7th rank, as it would soon become evident. How could it be this fast? Wanyang Holy Sun was somewhat lost. Stepping into 7th rank wasn't something one could just decide to achieve, it required sufficient accumulation and inherent foundation. Wanyang Holy Sun believed he had enough accumulated foundation, but even attempting to reach 7th rank would need at least 10 to several decades. This was despite the fact that Wanyang Holy Sun had been sealed in a Wanyang True Crystal and cast into a star to sleep for nearly 100 years upon birth. Effectively, during those 100 years Wanyang Holy Sun was always in a state of cultivation, but all that cultivation simply accumulated into his foundation, just awaiting his transition to 6th rank to gradually come to fruition. To think I still wanted to challenge him? Wanyang Holy Sun's smile was somewhat mocking. He had wondered why the Peak Master of 13 Peaks had repeatedly declined his requests. Could it be that he was scared? Now it seemed that the Peak Master probably felt that accepting the challenge would be bullying him. Your Highness, you're all right? The black-haired elder asked tentatively, worried that with Wanyang Holy Sun's pride, he might not recover from this blow. Don't worry about me. Wanyang Holy Sun shook his head. Looking at the black-haired elder, he said, go request a piece of Wanyang True Crystal from the teacher. I want to enter the star's interior for cultivation. The temperature inside a star is many times that of the surface. Wanyang Holy Sun, with his physical constitution, could manage to stay on the surface of a star for a while, but to dare enter the interior of a star would be suicidal. Yet, by relying on himself, unable to withstand the high temperatures inside the star, he could still use external objects like the Wanyang True Crystal, a fire system rarity, to help Wanyang Holy Sun delve deeper into the star. With the terrifying heat and flames inside the star, even with the buffering isolation of Wanyang True Crystal, Wanyang Holy Sun would endure endless pain, and a slight mishap could turn him to ash. When Wanyang Holy Sun was first born, he was sealed into a Wanyang True Crystal and thrown into a star's interior because Wanyang Star Lord used other methods. But that kind of method cannot be used a second time, so now, even with the protection of Wanyang True Crystal, Wanyang Holy Sun entering the interior of a star must still face a life risk. Your Highness, the black-haired elder hesitated. Just do as I say. Wanyang Holy Sun's gaze was determined. So what if the Peak Master of 13 Peaks entered 7th rank? Give him 5 or 10 years to cultivate painfully within the star, and he too could step into 7th rank. At that time he, Wanyang Holy Sun, would again challenge the Peak Master of 13 Peaks. Chiquan Main Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his consciousness connected to the virtual world. Personal space. The form of Lin Yuan appeared out of thin air. After synchronizing his power level, Lin Yuan's physical soul in the virtual world also reached the 7th rank tier. Experience more content on and with no difference from reality, deep within his Dantian Qi Si, a Taiji small world slowly revolved. Simulate a cosmic environment. With a slight thought from Lin Yuan, the surroundings began to change. A constellation appeared, a massive star emitting light and heat in the distance, while 12 planets revolved around it. Phew. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. For a 7th rank evolver, only under the cosmic starry skies could they fully unleash their capabilities, as ordinary planets rather serve as shackles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 315. Of course, battlefields of different races measured in light years can also withstand the expansion of 7th rank and even 8th rank evolvers. Boom boom boom. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the world and raised his right hand, striking a distant planet from afar. Boom boom boom. The immense power, traveling through the vacuum, propagated continuously, with space faintly warping. Soon, a planet millions of kilometers away exploded into countless fragments with a bang, shooting off in all directions. A casual strike can shatter a star. Continue reading on Freeweb novel. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although 6th rank evolvers, known as Fallen Star Warriors, could down stars, it would take their full strength and at least several strikes to penetrate a planet. As for turning a planet into countless fragments, it's estimated that only a 6th rank peak evolver could achieve that. Yet Lin Yuan did it with a casual strike, without even using an understanding of the rules, relying only on the enhancement of the world's power. The power of the world is too abnormal. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. The difference between having the power of the world's enhancement and not having it was stark. My inner world is currently only 10 li in size. The power of the world it has given rise to is this formidable. If it were to reach the standard of an 8th rank evolver, 100 li in size, wouldn't that be? Lin Yuan's expression was full of anticipation. Of course. Novel. Lin Yuan was also aware. Even if the inner world grew to 100 li wide, it would be hard to compete with a true 8th rank evolver. After all, 8th rank evolvers possess not just an inner world. The understanding of the rules by their physical soul and so on far surpasses that of 7th rank evolvers in every aspect. To step into the 8th rank, the first requirement is to open up an inner world, which I have already achieved, so there's no need to worry. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Opening up an inner world in advance was immensely beneficial to Lin Yuan. Combat power was secondary. More importantly, by observing the operation of the inner world, Lin Yuan could achieve a deeper understanding of the rules. Although the inner world was far from comparable to the main world universe Starry Sky, even less to the 5 worlds that Lin Yuan had previously traveled through. But it was, after all, a complete world. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still alive. As for the second point, I need a sufficiently resolute spiritual will to face the heart demon tribulation when breaking through to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Unlike strength, spiritual will is hard to measure. Maybe the spiritual will of some ordinary mortals is even stronger than that of 6th rank or 7th rank evolvers. Take it slow, there's no rush. Lin Yuan thought to himself. One method among many evolvers in the main world for strengthening their spiritual will was to live. Only by living through the long years, surviving thousands or even tens of thousands of years, experiencing various emotions, and witnessing the passing of close friends and loved ones right before one's eyes, etc. The spiritual will naturally grows slowly, finally reaching the level needed to withstand the heart demon tribulation. The time and years I've spent traveling through other worlds should also be tempering my spiritual will, right? Lin Yuan was in a good mood. At the frontier regions of human civilization, several terrifying wills penetrated through and descended. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Shirsan Peak Master's talents were just stronger than the other Peak Masters? How has he stepped into the 7th rank in just a few years? Is this what you call slightly stronger? The leading consciousness let out a huge mental fluctuation and roared. Just spending less than 2 years to progress from the initial 6th rank to stepping into the 7th rank, such talent, if allowed to grow for hundreds or thousands of years, then what? If they had known about Shirsan Peak Master's talent earlier, the several large clans would have tried to eliminate him at all costs, even if it required a great sacrifice. It's better to pay the price now. It's much better than paying the price on the battlefields against other races in the future. I'm not sure either. Who was it that determined Shirsan Peak Master's talent back then? They must be severely punished. The second consciousness immediately spoke with a stern tone, as if determined to get to the bottom of it. Actually, it's not even the fault of the subordinates. Shirsan Peak Master was too low profile. Except when he was about to break through the 6th rank, and began challenging the 5th rank evolvers of various star domains, who knew Shirsan Peak Master's details. The third consciousness couldn't help but interject. This was indeed the case. Brilliant evolvers like Wanyang Holy Sun had their information widely spread across many star domains. But what about Shirsan Peak Master? It's pointless to talk about this now. What should we do? The fourth consciousness sent out mental fluctuations. What should we do? What can we do now? The first will that roared out spoke somewhat helplessly. Now that Peak Master Shirsan had stepped into the 7th rank, trying to kill him with a curse was simply not realistic anymore. And even if they succeeded in cursing him to death, given the talent disclosed by Peak Master Shirsan, it was estimated that a supreme being would immediately take action to resurrect him, without even having to wait. Indeed, there's no chance anymore. Peak Master Shirsan is too cautious. After stepping into the 6th rank, he has always stayed on the Chiquan main star, never venturing out. Right? If he doesn't come out, what can we do? Several consciousnesses exchanged thoughts constantly, their tones filled with helplessness. Perhaps, thousands of years from now, in the battlefields we open up with the human race, a second Chiquan Star Lord might emerge. By then, who knows how many of our people will die? The first consciousness fell silent for a moment. A second Chiquan Star Lord? The rest of the consciousnesses shuddered at the thought. The Chiquan Star Lord, that was a nearly invincible existence among the 8th layer evolvers. Even in a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, the Chiquan Star Lord was formidable enough to run rampant. As the bodily incarnation Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, he was unbridled and had devoured countless other 8th layer evolvers of different species. Only the lofty 9th rank alien race could make the Chiquan Star Lord a little wary. On the Chiquan main star, Lin Yuan was about to continue his cultivation. Just then, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly rang out. Master, the Star Alliance Conference is about to convene. Do you wish to participate? The Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. Information about the Star Alliance Conference flashed quickly through his mind. The Star Alliance Conference, also known as the Anan Star Alliance Conference. It was a grand event of the Anan Star Alliance, held once every century. The Anan Star Alliance is a massive alliance made up of hundreds of star domains. With complex internal relationships, the division of interests among many star domains could not be resolved in a short time. Therefore, the Star Alliance Conference was established. The purpose of the Star Alliance Conference was to resolve the many internal conflicts within the Anan Star Alliance. As for why the three goddesses did not intervene, they were absolutely just, but there were some issues that could not be resolved by justice alone and could provoke greater hidden dangers instead. Additionally, the Star Alliance Conference also made changes to all policies within the alliance to better suit the customs of its citizens. The Chikuan Star Domain was one of the powerful star domains within the Anan Star Alliance. Therefore, the smart assistant asked Lin Yuan if he wished to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. Of course, not just anyone could participate in the Star Alliance Conference. At such a level that related to the decision-making for a star domain, one had to be at least a 6th-level citizen to have the qualification and right to intervene. Not long ago, before Lin Yuan undertook his 5th passage, he had accumulated enough merits to ascend to a 6th-level citizen and casually had his citizen level raised to the 6th level. Now he had the qualifications to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. A 6th-level citizen merely met the threshold to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. They had the right to vote, whereas 7th-level citizens would automatically become members of Parliament of the Anan Star Alliance, with real decision-making power. The Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He was not normally interested in such activities, but if it were not for the immense importance of the Star Alliance Conference, which could determine the situation and status of hundreds of star domains, and because Lin Yuan had reached the threshold for participation, the smart assistant probably wouldn't have reminded him specially. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded, dismissing the smart assistant. Should I attend or not? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No matter how important the Star Alliance Conference was, it held no meaning for him. He would be better off using that time to further understand the rules and perfect the 7th-ranked chapter of his martial path evolutionary path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316. No matter which world you're in, power is the foundation of everything. If the Star Alliance Conference can't bring Lin Yuan substantial help, then there's no need to waste energy on it. Verb novel. Should I still ask about it? Lin Yuan finished his training for the day and connected his consciousness to the virtual world. A personal space. A burly red-nosed old man sat leisurely at a dining table, occasionally lifting the wine jug in front of him to take a sip, his face full of enjoyment. Just then Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Haha, Shirsan, come over here. This wine is truly excellent, a rarity. Out there, I couldn't afford it, I can only enjoy it in the virtual world, the red-nosed elder immediately called out. Shifeng, old brother, every time I see you you're drinking. Lin Yuan walked over and sat opposite the red-nosed elder. The red-nosed elder, Shifeng, was a good friend Lin Yuan had made in the Founder's Circle, and he was also a founder of an evolution path. Since both were from the Anan Star Alliance, the red-nosed elder, Shifeng, would often pull Lin Yuan along to drink. Over time the two became familiar with each other. Compared to Lin Yuan, Shifeng was much older, having lived for tens of thousands of years, and his citizen level had also reached level 6. Wine is such a wonderful thing, that feeling of being tipsy, the red-nosed elder, Shifeng, remarked nostalgically. With his strength he could sober up with just a thought, but why should he? Wasn't it nice to indulge in the state of inebriation? Good wine. Lin Yuan picked up a cup and took a small taste before nodding slightly. In the virtual world, wine was a pure luxury. Many fine wines in reality had miraculous effects, such as improving the body, nourishing the soul, or healing injuries, among others. But in the virtual world, wine was left only with its taste. Precisely because of this, the wine in the virtual world was much cheaper than in reality. The wine Lin Yuan had just drunk, called dream wine, could purify one's soul. In the real world, a single cup would cost at least 1 billion civilization currency. But in the virtual world it was merely 10 million per cup, 100 times cheaper. Alright, Shirsan, you came to see me for something, didn't you? After some casual conversation, Shifeng took the initiative to ask. Shirsan. That was the name Lin Yuan had given himself in the Founder's world. I wanted to inquire about the Star Alliance Conference, Lin Yuan asked directly. Although Lin Yuan wasn't particularly interested in such conferences, he still wanted to hear what Shifeng thought. Your journey continues on as a fellow citizen of level 6. Shifeng, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had much better connections and insight than Lin Yuan. The Star Alliance Conference? Oh, it's time for the Star Alliance Conference again. The red-nosed Shifeng suddenly realized. Shifeng, old brother, do you think it's necessary to attend the Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan shared his doubts. Necessary to attend? The red-nosed Shifeng instantly perked up. Of course you should participate. Why pass up on a chance for free treasures? Free? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Could the Anan Star Alliance be so wealthy as to give treasures to every level 6 citizen that attended the conference? That's true. You're still young, Shirsan, only recently advanced to a level 6 citizen, and not familiar with the rules here. A smile appeared on the face of the red-nosed Shifeng. The purpose of the Star Alliance Conference is to resolve many interstellar conflicts within the Alliance, but how are they resolved? For instance, who should own a rare resource planet that appears on the border of 2 star domains? Or, when the resources allocated by human civilization are only sufficient for 3 star domains, how should we choose? The red-nosed Shifeng said, clicking his tongue. Right, to whom should they go? Lin Yuan also became interested. Such questions were difficult to delineate clearly. Even if the 3 goddesses intervened, siding with one party would surely offend the other. Could it be that they would split the resource planet in half, giving each party an equal share? That's where we come in. The red-nosed Shifeng smiled. At the Star Alliance Conference, the issues between star domains are brought to the table, and ultimately, we vote to decide. The side with more votes wins. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan realized. Of course, issues that made it to the Star Alliance Conference were usually those where both sides had equally valid arguments. Slightly clearer controversies would have already been adjudicated by the 3 goddesses. So, our voting rights as level 6 citizens are very precious, the red-nosed Shifeng hinted. Precious? Lin Yuan looked towards the red-nosed Shifeng. Because the 2 conflicting star domains will pay a huge price to curry favor with us, hoping we will cast our votes for them during the conference resolution, the red-nosed Shifeng said. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. In simple terms, when facing issues even the 3 goddesses could not decide upon, or rather no matter which side wins, it wouldn't affect the overall situation of human civilization, then it was left to the higher-level citizens to determine. The unsolvable conflicts between star domains are not many, and each Star Alliance conference has only about a dozen or so. Shirsan, as long as it doesn't involve your star domain, how we vote is up to us, isn't it? The red-nosed Shifeng said with a grin. Quite interesting. Lin Yuan laughed as well. In fact, this was also a reflection of the special status of high-level citizens. Being part of the decision-making powers for hundreds of star domains. Besides, after every Star Alliance conference, we higher-level citizens will hold a few swap meets while we're still around, to exchange for the resources and treasures we need. The red-nosed Shifeng continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317. Although the Human Civilization Alliance has a dedicated marketplace app for selling all kinds of treasures, some rare and precious treasures are often in short supply, and these exchange meetings exist for such rare and valuable items. This is actually pretty good. Lin Yuan thought of the weapons and treasures of several different species he had acquired on the battlefields of different races, as well as the inheritance from the 8th layer evolutionist Oin. Many of them were items he didn't need. Selling them directly to human civilization would be too much of a loss. Instead, it would be possible to dispose of them through these exchange meetings. Are you now participating or not? Shifeng asked. I'll participate, Lin Yuan nodded. The premise of his lack of interest in the Star Alliance conference was that it was unable to bring any benefit to himself. But now, after hearing Shifeng's description for 6th-level citizens like them, participating in the Star Alliance conference could be very profitable. Ha! Shifeng laughed heartily. By the way, Shirsan, do you need me to introduce you to those star domains that need votes? Continue your adventure at Shifeng inquired. If Lin Yuan had no star domains in mind to vote for, he could sell his vote at a high price to those star domains that needed it. Thanks a lot, brother Shifeng, Lin Yuan replied seriously upon hearing this. Arranging such connections was not something the ordinary evolver could accomplish. It required someone with extensive connections. No need to thank me, we are friends, Shifeng waved his hand and then said, just wait for me a moment, Shirsan. After Shifeng finished speaking, his figure disappeared from sight. He obviously went to make contact. Lin Yuan sat down and waited for a while. A moment later, Shifeng reappeared. Besides, a young man also appeared beside him. This is Shirsan, You can discuss your star domain's matters directly with him, said Shifeng casually. Mr. Shirsan, the young man gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and said, My name is Na Dan from the Wangyue Starfield. This time, the conflict between our Wangyue Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star domain will be brought up at the Star Alliance Conference. At that time, we hope that Mr. Shirsan will vote for our Wangyue Starfield. After speaking, the young man Na Dan respectfully placed a piece of white paper on the dining table. If Mr. Shirsan agrees, the resources of treasures listed above will be your reward. With a slight bow to Shifeng, the young man Na Dan then stepped out of the personal space. TSK Wangyue Starfield really has it tough. Less powerful than the Golden Dragon Star domain, they can only seek help like this, Shifeng remarked with a bit of emotion. Some powerful star domains have nurtured many 6th-level citizens who naturally vote for their homelands during the Star Alliance Conference. On the contrary, weaker star domains with few 6th-level citizens can only pay a huge price to seek help from 6th-level citizens of other star domains. The three goddesses are aware of this situation, yet they do not stop it, with the goal of motivating the various star domains to cultivate more high-level citizens. Becoming a high-level citizen doesn't require one to pioneer an evolution path or to engage in research and invention only. Heading to the battlefields of different races and fighting with different species could also earn a lot of merit points. Let's take a look at the terms given by the Wangyue Starfield. Shifeng glanced at the piece of white paper in front of Lin Yuan. Wangyue Starfield? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this should be the home star domain of the 8th-layer evolutionist Oin, shouldn't it? Let me take a look. Lin Yuan picked up the white paper, sharing the view with Shifeng. A 7th-rank soul defense treasure. Shifeng was somewhat astonished. The first treasure listed on the white paper already had him intrigued. This was a soul defense treasure, essential for guarding the soul, coveted by evolvers from all evolution paths. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. Although he owned an 8th-rank soul defense treasure, that one was damaged and the time required for repairing it was unknown. In the meantime, using a 7th-rank soul defense treasure as a substitute would not be a problem. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about what to do with the 7th-rank soul defense treasure after the 8th-rank soul defense treasure was repaired. Treasures like these, which guard the soul, were never hard to dispose of. Lin Yuan could sell it at a premium whenever he wished. Lin Yuan's gaze moved away from the first line on the white paper. He looked at the second line. Fragment of Jianghu, containing a great amount of life force, capable of remolding the flesh for a 7th-rank evolver once. Comparing to the 7th-rank soul defense treasure, the second item, the fragment of Jianghu, was somewhat less impressive, especially for Lin Yuan who possessed the blood rebirth divine skill. It's fairly superfluous. Yet just because Lin Yuan didn't need it didn't mean other evolvers wouldn't. It could be sold or traded for other items. Lin Yuan continued to look at the third line on the white paper. Aquamarine Vishuddha water, can purify bodily impurities and consolidate the origin source of the flesh. The Wangyue Starfield is quite sincere. After looking at the three treasures, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. These three treasures were all desirable by 7th-rank evolvers, especially the first one. I agree to their terms? Lin Yuan looked toward Shifeng with the red nose. Whether it was the Wangyue Starfield or the Golden Dragon Star domain, neither had much to do with Lin Yuan. Voting for either side wouldn't impact Lin Yuan much. Don't rush. Let's first see what the Golden Dragon Star domain's attitude is. Having said that, Shifeng disappeared once again. When Shifeng returned, a tall man dressed in a golden robe appeared beside him. Jin Tianzhao, that Wangyue Starfield offered a not insignificant price for Shirsan's agreement. You'd have to up your game. Shifeng reminded him. It was clear that the man in the golden robe, named Jin Tianzhao, came from the Golden Dragon Star domain. Mr. Shirsan? The man in the golden robe, Jin Tianzhao, scrutinized Lin Yuan carefully. Mr. Shirsan, is this your first time attending the Star Alliance conference? Jin Tianzhao inquired. Indeed it is. Lin Yuan nodded. The Star Alliance conference was held once every 100 years, and for a 6th-level citizen, a century wasn't that long. Even if some weren't well acquainted, they more or less knew each other. Since that's the case, Mr. Shirsan, do you know about the strength of my Golden Dragon Star domain? Jin Tianzhao continued to ask. Upon his inquiry, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. However, Shifeng frowned. Jin Tianzhao, what do you mean by that? If you want Shirsan to vote for the Golden Dragon Star domain, then just present your offer instead of beating around the bush with all that nonsense. Offer. Jin Tianzhao shook his head. I'm here only to meet Mr. Shirsan and exchange a few words with him. Mr. Shirsan, you have recently become a 6th-level citizen. You shouldn't make an enemy of my Golden Dragon Star domain. Before Jin Tianzhao could finish, get lost. Shi Feng, full of impatience, kicked the other person out of the personal space. This Jin Tianzhao is too arrogant. Who is he threatening? Shi Feng appeared somewhat agitated. I thought that the Wangyue Starfield would put some pressure on the Golden Dragon Star domain, but they came straight with threats? No matter. Lin Yuan wasn't bothered. If an agreement couldn't be reached, then there was no need to negotiate. They'll go have a word with that Jin Tianzhao, see where he gets the guts from. Shi Feng vanished once again. In another personal space, Shi Feng glared at the man in the golden robe. What do you mean, Jin Tianzhao? Shirsan is a friend of mine. Even if you don't need Shirsan's vote, there's no need to put it that way. Shi Feng's tone was dissatisfied. Shi Feng, you should know, with the strength of my Golden Dragon Star domain, even if the Wangyue Starfield went around seeking help everywhere, they can't beat us, Jin Tianzhao stated indifferently. This was the confidence of coming from a powerful star domain. The Golden Dragon Star domain, with the 6th-level citizens it cultivated on its own, was the sum of several or even 10 star domains. Brother Shi Feng, how long have you known Shirsan? You're this considerate of him already. You just like befriending those so-called friends? Jin Tianzhao shook his head as he spoke. So-called friends? Shi Feng's expression turned peculiar. Although Shirsan just became a 6th-level citizen, he's definitely not over 1,000 years old. His future potential is limitless. Why else do you think I'd befriend him? Shi Feng sighed. By treating Shirsan so disrespectfully, there's nothing I can do. But in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, when Shirsan has grown stronger, I hope you can still act like you do today. A 6th-level citizen under 1,000 years old? Jin Tianzhao's expression shifted slightly, then he calmed down. So what? Is he going to become a 7th-level citizen in the future? Even if he becomes a 7th-level citizen, he's no threat to my Golden Dragon Star domain. It's simply that, Jin Tianzhao said lightly, we stay out of each other's business, that's all. Stay out of each other's business? Shi Feng gave Jin Tianzhao a glance before turning and leaving. Stay out of each other's business? Who is the insignificant well water, and who is the boundless river water? Heaven knows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318 Personal Space. Lin Yuan raised the glass on the table and took a casual sip. This Golden Dragon Star domain is truly domineering, to actually threaten a 6th-level citizen? Lin Yuan put down the glass and shook his head slightly. But as 6th-level citizens there are distinctions. Some evolvers became 6th-level citizens by slaying different species, earning a large number of merit points in the process. Others advanced to 6th-level citizenship through invention and research, breaking new ground in technological achievements. And there were evolvers like Lin Yuan who opened up an evolution path, ultimately advancing to 6th-level citizenship. Without a doubt, those who open up evolution paths are the rarest among 6th-level citizens. Lin Yuan and Shi Feng belong to this category, or rather high-level citizens from the Founder's virtual world all fall into this group. But no matter how rare, they were still only 6th-level citizens. Within the Human Civilization Alliance, 6th-level citizens have a very high status, but unless they hold important positions they don't have much power. Ordinary evolvers and citizens dare not show any disrespect when they meet a 6th-level citizen, but the Golden Dragon Star domain is different. As one of the top 3 powerful star domains in the Anon Star Alliance, the Golden Dragon Star domain does not need to please other 6th-level citizens as much as the Wangyue Starfield strives to do. After all, the Golden Dragon Star domain itself has cultivated many 6th-level citizens and has numerous friends. Such is the confidence of a powerful star domain. That's also true. After all, I have not revealed my other identities. In the eyes of Jin Tianzhao, I am just a newly promoted 6th-level citizen, likely to remain so for the rest of my life, so there's no need to take me too seriously, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A 6th-level citizen who wishes to advance to 7th-level citizenship needs 2 million merit points. Such a vast amount of merit points gives even the Golden Dragon Star domain a headache, let alone a newly promoted 6th-level citizen. Nearly 99% of 6th-level citizens are unable to accumulate 2 million merit points in their lifetime. Shirsan. At this moment, Shi Feng returned and greeted Lin Yuan. That Jin Tianzhao, he's just like that, too proud, don't take it to heart, Shi Feng comforted. He only had a casual acquaintance with Jin Tianzhao, If it wasn't for the affair between the Wangyue Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star Domain, he wouldn't have invited Jin Tianzhao over. It's fine, Lin Yuan said with a smile. It didn't matter whether it was Jin Tianzhao or even the Golden Dragon Star Domain. At most they would make empty threats. As for going further, they wouldn't dare. The three goddesses of the human alliance were not for show. Prohibiting escalation of internal conflicts was a red line. Besides, even if Jin Tianzhao wanted to do something, he did not know Lin Yuan's true identity. The identity that Lin Yuan showed to the outside world was, at most, that of a 6th-level citizen of the Anan Star Alliance, with good relations with Shi Feng, a member of the Founder's World. More than that? Perhaps Shi Feng guessed that Lin Yuan was not very old, but that was all. But the Golden Dragon Star Domain is indeed powerful, having independently opened up 3 battlefields of different races, fighting against 3 species with the strength of a single domain, Shi Feng said in amazement. The Golden Dragon Star Master is indeed remarkable, Lin Yuan nodded. The might of the Golden Dragon Star Master was not inferior to that of Qikuan Star Lord, belonging to the level of invincible existence among 8th-layer evolvers. In the vast Anan Star Alliance with hundreds of star domains, there were more than 1,000 8th-layer evolvers, but only a few were on the same level as Qikuan Star Lord and Golden Dragon Star Master. With such a Star Master at its helm, the Golden Dragon Star Domain already possessed the strength to independently open up battlefields of different races. To the Golden Dragon Star Domain, these battlefields were a source of copious merit points as well as a training ground for their evolvers. Indeed, the Qikuan Star Domain had also independently opened up 4 battlefields of different races. However, the ones in the Qikuan Star Domain did not have permanent spatial rifts. Permanent spatial rifts can only be formed by the powers of a supreme being. The power of a supreme being referred to here does not require the supreme being to act personally. Supreme weapons can also achieve this, but the permanent spatial rifts they create are far smaller than those formed by a supreme being's direct intervention. Discover stories that even so, most battlefields of different races do not possess permanent spatial rifts. All right. Don't worry too much about Jin Tianzhao. With Shi San's talent, he'll have his comeuppance in the future, Shi Feng said, seemingly probing. Through his interactions with Lin Yuan, he felt that Lin Yuan must be quite young. He definitely would not exceed 1,000 years old. At such a young age to have advanced to 6th-level citizenship and to be a member of the Founder's World, clearly the evolution path he opened was no simple feat. You jest, Shi Feng. What means do I have to make the Golden Dragon Star Domain suffer? Lin Yuan said with a laugh. If Shi Feng had known Lin Yuan's real age in the main world was not yet 30, he would probably not probe but first make sure he wasn't dreaming. So now do I choose the Wangyue Starfield? Lin Yuan asked. Since the Golden Dragon Star Domain had no intention of compensating him, Lin Yuan's vote would naturally go to the Wangyue Starfield. After all, he was rather covetous of that 7th-rank soul defense treasure. It could be useful for a while. No rush, no rush. As 6th-level citizens, we only have 1 vote in each Star Alliance conference. Let's wait and see. As long as it doesn't concern our home star domain or any star domain with which we have a history, we'll support whoever offers the best price, Shi Feng said. Any issue brought up at the Star Alliance conference would be such that, regardless of which side triumphed, there would be no significant impact on the overall situation of human civilization. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319. It was because of this, that the 3 goddesses had entrusted decision-making power to higher-level citizens. It was also one of the hidden benefits belonging to higher-level citizens. Next, Shi Feng brought over 7 or 8 evolvers. They were representatives from various star domains of the Anan Star Alliance. These evolvers were quite courteous to Lin Yuan, as powerful star domains like the Golden Dragon Star Domain were rare. Furthermore, with proud individuals such as Jin Tianzhao, such people were even rarer. Generally speaking, everyone was quite polite to 6th-level citizens. Even if their negotiations did not succeed, there would be no threats. Because there was no point in it. How about it? Have you made your choice? Shi Feng looked at Lin Yuan with interest. He had already reached an agreement with a certain star domain. The offer from that star domain also satisfied Shi Feng. Now he was mainly curious about Lin Yuan's choice. Let's go with Wangyue Starfield. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then spoke. The representatives from the other 7 or 8 star domains had conditions that matched those of Wangyue Starfield. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan's choice of any one of them would have been similar. However, Lin Yuan did possess the legacy of 8th layer evolutionist Oin, and Wangyue Starfield was Oin's home star domain. In such a situation with conditions being equal, Lin Yuan naturally leaned towards Wangyue Starfield. Good. Shi Feng nodded. He immediately contacted the young man Na Dan from Wangyue Starfield. A moment later, the young man Na Dan appeared in the personal space. Thank you, Mr. Shirsan, for your assistance. I represent Wangyue Starfield and we are immensely grateful. The young man Na Dan spoke with a slightly respectful tone. His offer was no different from several others, and Lin Yuan choosing him naturally warranted thanks. We each take what we need. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said casually. He was not helping Wangyue Starfield for nothing. This is the password for Shuntong Group's safe box. Mr. Shirsan only needs to log onto the Shuntong Group website, enter the safe box service, and then he can access the reward. The young man Na Dan sent Lin Yuan a string of numbers. Shuntong Group, being the largest transport group in the Human Civilization Alliance, took privacy very seriously in their safe box service. The young man Na Dan placed the treasure in a safe box of the Shuntong Group and then handed over the password to Lin Yuan. With the password, Lin Yuan could claim ownership of the rewards in the safe box, and then just have Shuntong Group deliver it. The entire process was such that neither party knew the other's location, the delivery location, and so on. In this respect, with Human Civilization's assurance, it was absolutely trustworthy. Even Chikuan Star Lords like 8th layer invincible beings used the transport services of Shuntong Group. Good. Lin Yuan wrote down the password and nodded. Free Webble. Com Shirsan, about that soul defense treasure, if you ever decide not to keep it, you must tell me. I will buy it for the highest price, Shi Feng immediately said. He was also very eager to have that soul defense treasure, but alas, compared to another treasure, Shi Feng still chose the latter. Certainly. Lin Yuan nodded. The 7th rank soul defense treasure was only for transition. Once Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th rank or repaired that 8th rank soul defense treasure, he naturally wouldn't need this 7th rank soul defense treasure. Every time the Star Alliance Assembly convenes, we 6th level citizens have only voting rights. As for actual decision-making, it's still those counselors, Shi Feng said with a sigh. The prerequisite for being a counselor in the Anon Star Alliance is being a 7th level citizen. Although the difference is only one level between a 6th and 7th level citizen, in terms of status and privileges, it's a qualitative change. Not a single 6th level citizen does not yearn to become a 7th level citizen, but mere yearning is useless. It also requires a tremendous amount of merit points to meet the requirements for promotion to a 7th level citizen. 7th level citizen. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. For a 6th level citizen to be promoted to a 7th level citizen, 2 million merit points are needed, akin to killing 2 8th rank aliens on the battlefields of different species. The most crucial thing is, killing these 2 8th rank aliens must be done by the original body. Avatar kills wouldn't possibly yield 1 million merit points. That is, only by completely killing 2 8th rank aliens can one gain 2 million merit points. This is too difficult. Chikuan Star Lord had dominated the battlefields of different races, swallowing countless 8th rank aliens in the guise of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. However, most of those 8th rank aliens were merely avatars. As for their true forms, they had long been hiding somewhere unknown. Find exclusive stories on Chikuan Main Star. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Grand Hall. Shortly after, a spaceship landed. From inside, a fiercely gazing staff member exited. Here are the items for your shipment. Please sign for them. This staff member, possessing at least the power of the 7th rank, was a high-star employee of Shuntong Group, specifically responsible for the transport of valuable items. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. The payment from Na Dan, a young man from the Wangyue Starfield, was transported through Shuntong Group. With the service standard of the safe deposit box business, it was quickly delivered. Drip. Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and smoothly accepted it. Serving you is an honor for us at Shuntong. The fiercely gazing staff member gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and then returned to the spaceship. In the depths of the Grand Hall, Lin Yuan began to examine the treasures. The first was that 7th rank soul defense treasure. It was a palm-sized jade pendant, exhibiting a faint pink color. After Lin Yuan refined it, the jade pendant transformed into flowing light, entered his sea of consciousness and guarded his soul. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was deep in Chikuan Main Star, where he presumably wouldn't encounter any dangers, having such a treasure was better than none, especially since this soul defense treasure was not purchased by Lin Yuan himself. it was an unexpected gain. Jinmu fragment. Lin Yuan took out the second treasure. It was a piece of tree fragment, its surface subtly charred black. Merely by looking at it, Lin Yuan felt, deep in the cosmic starry skies, a colossal divine tree supporting the heavens and the earth was slightly swaying. Is that Jinmu? Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt slightly amazed in his heart. Jinmu was a Dominator-level powerhouse deep in the cosmos, belonging to plant life. Its mere size spanned beyond 10 light-years, indeed a colossal entity. Even the Qikuan Star Lord dared not approach the true form of Jinmu. As for this fragment of Jinmu, it came from a thunder tribulation that Jinmu underwent every 100,000 years, fragments that were shattered during the tribulation. Heavenly azure water. Lin Yuan turned to the third treasure. This water could purify impurities in the flesh and solidify the origin of the flesh, useful for any evolver. Let's try it. Lin Yuan absorbed a drop of heavenly azure water. Immediately he felt a special power begin to spread to his limbs. Truly marvelous. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he keenly felt its effects. Golden Dragon Star Domain. On a pure gold-colored planet. Jin Tianzhao, dressed in a golden robe, hesitated for a moment before deciding to see his teacher. Tianzhao, what is it? The Golden Dragon Star Master's eyes shone gold, his presence majestic, as if transcending the cosmic starry skies. Teacher. A few days ago, due to the matters of the Star Alliance conference, I threatened a 7th-level citizen who supported the Wangyue Starfield a few times. Jin Tianzhao spoke truthfully. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary 7th-level citizen he wouldn't care much. But that comment from Shi Feng about Lin Yuan's true age possibly being less than 1,000 years had unsettled Jin Tianzhao. A 7th-level citizen under 1,000 years old possessed not insignificant potential, and he must inform his teacher. The one known as Shi, that 7th-level citizen. The Golden Dragon Star Master looked down at Jin Tianzhao. Almost without needing to think, he could deduce that Shi was an alias. The true identity of that 7th-level citizen, apart from 3 goddesses, probably nobody knew. Don't worry. The Golden Dragon Star Master spoke calmly. Even if he can become an 8th-layer citizen, that will be a matter for the distant future. For now, focus on the current matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Battlefield C24763 Alien Battlefield. Not far from the permanent spatial rift. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, occasionally closing his eyes in deep thought, occasionally looking up at the more than 10-meter-long spatial rift. Space is everything. All things are nurtured, they need space. All things grow, they need space. All things wither, they also need space. Lin Yuan pondered this in his heart. Since the breakthrough in comprehending 965 basic spatial models, Lin Yuan had begun to sense the deeper essence of space rules. With his against heavens understanding, and the spatial fluctuations emanating from the nearby eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's perception of space rules was growing every day. 7,782 core spatial models. Lin Yuan frowned after having comprehended the basic spatial models. What he was contemplating next were the core spatial models. If the 965 basic spatial models are just the surface layer of space rules, belonging to the introductory level, then the 7,782 spatial models are the core of space rules. And each of these 7,782 spatial models has many aspects, like blind men touching an elephant. Different evolvers will have different insights. This was also why Qikuan Star Lord was unwilling to demonstrate the core spatial models to Lin Yuan. What Qikuan Star Lord demonstrated were only his understanding of the spatial models, and if Lin Yuan followed that, it would only hold him back. Of course, Qikuan Star Lord's considerations were based on Lin Yuan's terrifying talent and aptitude. Explore more at if it were one of the other 12 disciples, Qikuan Star Lord wouldn't mind demonstrating the core spatial models. From comprehending the basic spatial models until now, it's already been 1 or 2 months, and in all this time, I haven't even understood one core spatial model. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. If other evolvers knew that Lin Yuan planned to understand a core spatial model in 1 or 2 months, they would probably be so frustrated they'd cough up blood. Each of the 7,782 core spatial models is profound and broad, sufficient for an ordinary 7th-rank evolver to contemplate for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. You plan to understand one in 1 or 2 months. Even an 8th-layer evolver like Qikuan Star Lord, with an unimaginable talent in the field of space rules, would need to invest a considerable amount of effort to understand one core spatial model. Particularly as one approaches the later models, the core spatial models become more obscure and difficult to comprehend, and a single bottleneck could easily stall progress for hundreds or thousands of years. Take it slow. Am not in a hurry. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. What he had in abundance was time. With the door to the myriad realms' ability to travel through, his actual lifespan is far longer than that of other evolvers of the same rank. Although traversing worlds and comprehending the space rules was not as fast as observing the eternal spatial rift directly at this moment, with his against heaven's understanding, it was merely a matter of spending more time. I feel that, as I contemplate the core spatial models, is my inner world slowly expanding? Lin Yuan mused privately. The inner world was based entirely on Lin Yuan. The higher Lin Yuan's realm, the deeper his understanding of space, naturally allowing its scope to expand and extend continuously. If I could comprehend all 7,782 core spatial models, wouldn't the size of my inner world be incalculable? Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. The larger the inner world, the more world force it can mobilize. If Lin Yuan's inner world reached tens of thousands of miles in size, he would be able to overwhelm ordinary 8th rank evolvers just with the force of his world. Forget it. Comprehending the 7,782 core spatial models is too far off for me. Let's first thoroughly understand the first one. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and continued his contemplation. The Taiyin primordial spirit contemplating space rules could synchronize with the true self there, with shared consciousness and mutual enlightenment between the two primordial spirits and the true self. However, after contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan glanced around. Why are there fewer and fewer different species around? Lin Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. Near the permanent spatial rift, not only were human race evolvers stationed for contemplation, but strong members of the Heiyuan clan would also come. Both clans were eager to contemplate in front of the permanent spatial rift, as it truly could enhance the efficiency and speed of their insight. It was for this reason that the area near the permanent spatial rift had become a ceasefire zone for both clans. It was an unspoken rule not to engage in combat. Otherwise, if you strike once and I retaliate twice, would anyone still be able to contemplate? Could something major have happened? Lin Yuan had an uneasy premonition, but at this moment, what he had here was just one primordial spirit. Even if it perished, the loss for him would not be unacceptable. The main world is not like the traversing worlds. Losing one primordial spirit would require Lin Yuan to expend a lot of time or origin source to condense it anew. In the main world, many cosmic wonders and treasures can replace one's origin source, allowing him to condense two primordial spirits in a few breaths. On the other side of the battlefield, this place was teeming with strong members of the Heiyuan clan. What's the situation now? The leader was a man with a single horn on his forehead. His body was coursing with pitch-black thunder, and even a trace of his emitted aura was enough to make an ordinary 6th rank shiver. No change. Human civilization doesn't know the plans of our Heiyuan clan. Even if they guess some of it, they'll only think that we want to intensify the war effort. Little do they know that this time our Heiyuan clan will invest the strength of an entire clan. A stout Heiyuan clan strongman next to him said in a low voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321. My lord, if we are not careful in this decisive battle with human civilization, our clan will fall into an abyss. Another Heiyuan clan strong one spoke hesitantly, unable to refrain from speaking out. As one of the strongest peak clans in the cosmic starry sky, were it not for being restrained by a large alliance of several other peak clans, the Heiyuan clan would have been flattened countless times already. Even so, it was not that human civilization couldn't annihilate the Heiyuan clan, they simply didn't want to pay the price. So, now that the Heiyuan clan had recklessly initiated a decisive battle, even if they wiped out the human civilization's evolvers in this battlefield, what then? Could it be that the entirety of human civilization would be unable to recover from this? No. This would only provoke the madness of human civilization's retaliation. This is an order from the insect race. The unicorn man went silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. The insect race? The short and sturdy Heiyuan clan strong one was taken aback, his face turning very ugly. This was much more serious than the Heiyuan clan initiating a decisive battle on their own. Was the insect race ordering them to engage in a great decisive battle with human civilization at the level of peak clan civilizations? What about the other several peak clans? Would they also be involved in it? If it were a great decisive battle between several peak clans, there would inevitably be the presence of supreme beings taking action, and that would be a war that would shake the entire cosmic starry skies. Even a powerful clan like the Heiyuan clan might not be able to preserve itself under such intense war. At this point, our clan has no other choice. The unicorn man spoke with a detached tone. In the cosmic starry skies of 10,000 races, they are but puppets held by strings by those few peak clans. If his Heiyuan clan dared to defy the order of the insect race, they wouldn't need human civilization to make a move. The insect race would completely deal with them. Shueo, you've stepped into the 8th layer for many years, and this time you will hold your position outside the southeastern area of the battlefield. Any human evolvers who escape shall be killed without mercy, the unicorn man commanded. Yes. The short and sturdy Heiyuan clan strong one nodded. He really didn't want to engage in an excessively intense war with human civilization, because there was no benefit in doing so. As for those spoils of war and the like, compared to the retaliation of human civilization, what are they? But this was an order from the insect race. Furthermore, the unicorn man continued to make arrangements, making Heiyuan clan strong ones lie in ambush in the surroundings outside the battlefield, to prevent the human civilization evolvers from escaping. Finally, I will lead a large group of Heiyuan clan strong ones on the battlefield to cleanse the human civilization's evolvers. The unicorn man looked towards the many Heiyuan clan strong ones. You all go to your designated positions. Yes. 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 Soon, a small part of Heiyuan clan strong ones rapidly disappeared. Suspended mountain range. This place served as one of human civilization's bases on the battlefield. At this moment, a 7th-rank monarch evolver stood at the top of the mountain range, gazing afar towards the central battlefield. Alien numbers are changing, a large number of different species strong ones are returning. This 7th-rank monarch, the highest commander of human civilization in this battlefield of different races, frowned at this moment. What exactly does this group from the Heiyuan clan want to do? The 7th-rank monarch named Zhou Shi was somewhat undecided. Don't engage with the Heiyuan clan as much as possible in the near future. The 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, thought to himself, planning to respond to every change with constancy. Suddenly, the 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, seemed to sense something and quickly connected his consciousness to the virtual world. In most areas of the battlefield of different races, human evolvers were unable to connect to the 3 goddesses and the virtual world. However, in the bases of human civilization, there were no such restrictions, and connections could be made at any time. A moment later, Frobnov. Calm Zhou Shi disconnected from the virtual world, his expression extremely somber. These Heiyuan clan members dare to do this. Is the insect race intending to launch a decisive battle against our human race? Zhou Shi's thoughts surged, as the goddess of freedom had informed him that the Heiyuan clan might soon commit their entire clan's strength to cleanse the human civilization evolvers on the battlefield. As for the source of the message, it was the top fortune-telling master of human civilization who, through information derived from millions of battlefields of different races, drew this conclusion. The peak insect race would, for some unspeakable reason, order all clans under their command to launch a cleansing against human civilization's evolvers in the battlefields of different races at all costs. Commit their entire clan's strength. The 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi took a deep breath. Although the Heiyuan clan were but a powerful clan, they also had many strong ones in the 8th layer and even had quite a few beings exceeding the 8th layer. If the Heiyuan clan committed their entire clan's strength, the human civilization evolvers on this battlefield would have no capacity to resist. We can only flee. The 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi thought to himself quietly. This was also the advice given by the goddess of freedom. Before the Heiyuan clan could react, all human civilization evolvers should flee in different directions. Doing so would increase the survival rate greatly due to the wide area spread. According to the deductions of the goddess of freedom, 8 or 9 out of 10 human civilization evolvers would survive. Not far from the eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan had just started to comprehend for a short while when he heard the armored man's message transmission. Brother, come back quickly, there's something important to discuss. The armored man advised Lin Yuan to walk out as calmly as possible and try not to attract the attention of other alien races. Something important? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood up and left. Whoosh. Through the teleportation area, Lin Yuan returned to the suspended mountain range. Lin Yuan looked around and noticed that a large number of evolvers had already arrived. It must be something major, Lin Yuan realized in his heart. Everyone. The battlefield commander, Zhou Shi, suddenly appeared and looked towards the many evolvers, speaking, "The Heiyuan clan." Zhou Shi briefly recounted the Heiyuan clan's schemes, leaving the vast majority of evolvers on the field filled with anger and shock. What was this? To mobilize more than 10 8th-layer evolvers for a purge in a minor battlefield? But don't worry, everyone. Continued Zhou Shi, the battlefield commander, the schemes of the Heiyuan clan or the insect race have been foreseen in advance by the great diviners of our human civilization. With us having the upper hand against the unprepared, as long as we escape quickly, we should have an 80 to 90% chance of survival, Zhou Shi said. For secret cleansing acts like those of the Heiyuan clan, maintaining secrecy is the most crucial aspect. By taking advantage of the fact that human civilization had not yet reacted, they could mobilize a large number of strong ones and blockade the surroundings of the battlefield. At that time, all human evolvers would be like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. But now, it had been found out by human civilization in advance. What's more important, the Heiyuan clan was unaware that human civilization had already caught on. Caught off guard, the strong ones of the Heiyuan clan would not be able to seal off such a vast area around the battlefield. So, according to the calculations of the goddess of freedom, 80 to 90% of human civilization's evolvers would survive. In a moment, I will activate this mountain range and smash it towards the direction of the Heiyuan clan while you all take that opportunity to escape in any direction you choose. Remember, you must run with all your might, stated Zhou Shi, the 7th-rank monarch, seriously. His true body was elsewhere, so he was not afraid of falling and was willing to stay behind to buy time for the other evolvers. What kind of madness has the Heiyuan clan succumbed to? Lin Yuan listened for a while at the bottom and quickly thought to himself. Was the Heiyuan clan not afraid of human civilization seeking retribution afterward? Lin Yuan glanced around and noticed that most evolvers were engaged in discussions, seemingly believing that the Heiyuan clan had gone mad. I should escape too, Lin Yuan sighed. Even though the fall of the Taiyin primordial spirit wasn't an unbearable loss, it was still better to avoid falling if possible. Yuanin brother, at that moment the armored man approached. Do you want to stick together later? If you follow me you'll definitely be safe, the armored man patted his chest enthusiastically suggesting. No need, Lin Yuan shook his head. Being a primordial spirit body he was not limited by a physical body. When he exerted his full power, his speed might even reach the level of an 8th-layer evolver. Don't be shy, the armored man, thinking Lin Yuan was just being modest, spoke carelessly. Suddenly the suspended mountain range beneath them trembled violently. Everyone flee immediately, commanded the battlefield leader, Zhou Shi, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Experienced tails at all barriers of the suspended mountain range disappeared. Any evolver could freely enter and leave this place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without a second thought, numerous evolvers began to flee in every direction. The armored man turned to look for Lin Yuan, only to see Lin Yuan's figure turn into a meteor, instantly crossing 100 miles and vanishing from the armored man's sensory range. So fast. The armored man watched in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322. On the other side of the battlefield, a monocled man from the Heiyuan clan watched intently. He had already commanded many Heiyuan clan powerhouses to blockade every sector of the battlefields of different races. Once the blockade was complete, the entire battlefield would become a prison. By then, he would personally take action and cleanse all of human civilization's evolvers. Suddenly, in the distance, the suspended mountain range that served as the base for human civilization's evolvers quickly rose into the air. It charged toward the side of the Heiyuan clan. The monocled man's expression changed slightly. The suspended mountain range was the base of human civilization on this battlefield. It was also a weapon that could transform into a war fortress when necessary. But clearly now was not the time for that. What is that? The monocled man immediately noticed that with the collision of the suspended mountain range, explore more at countless evolvers of human civilization started fleeing frantically in all directions using various means. Damn. The pitch-black thunder that flowed over the monocled man's body suddenly began to boil. Clearly the plans of his Heiyuan clan or perhaps the insect race had been leaked. Otherwise, these human evolvers would not have started fleeing outright. Die. The monocled man took a step forward. All around him, within 1,000,000 miles, pitch-black thunder filled the space. Yes. The monocled man raised his right hand and pressed it toward the oncoming suspended mountain range. Merely ants. The monocled man's gaze was cold, and in an instant the suspended mountain range, which had become a war fortress, began to crumble rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Children of the Heiyuan clan, I hope you can struggle to survive beneath the wrath of my human civilization. Inside the suspended mountain range, 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi burst into mad laughter, then crumbled along with the suspended mountain range. The suspended mountain range was too large, and as a war fortress, its target was too apparent. It could only be left behind to attempt to cover the retreat, delaying the Heiyuan clan. But obviously, the monocled man's strength was too terrifying. Almost reaching the peak of the 8th layer, he crushed the suspended mountain range directly. They've all escaped? The monocled man looked toward the countless human evolvers fleeing in all directions. Being of high realm, the monocled man had long grasped the instantaneous movement spatial model in the core space model. But in the battlefields of different races, spatial fluctuations were significant. Whether it was wormhole shuttling or spatial teleportation, they both were likely to result in large errors or even getting lost in the depths of space. Therefore, the monocled man could only rely on flight to give chase, but the directions in which the numerous human evolvers fled were all different, every which way, up and down, left and right. Even if the monocled man truly pursued them, if he caught one and then returned, the other evolvers would have already run far away. Once the evolvers left the range of the battlefield, they could manipulate spaceships for wormhole shuttling. At that time, the Heiyuan clan would no longer have the ability to pursue and kill. This was precisely why the Goddess of Freedom made the decision to have the human evolvers escape. Because this could allow 8 or 9 out of 10 human evolvers to survive. As for the loss of many resources on the battlefield, it didn't count for much. Chikuan Main Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The Heiyuan clan. Lin Yuan looked distantly toward the direction of the battlefields of different races. Everything experienced by the Taiyin primordial spirit, he naturally felt in sync. The higher-ups of human civilization should be aware of this by now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the battlefields of different races' suspended mountain range, one could freely log into the virtual world and connect with the Goddess of Freedom. In such a circumstance, the moves of the Heiyuan clan must have been transmitted. The Heiyuan clan, the insect race? Lin Yuan didn't know the specifics. He only speculated that the actions of the Heiyuan clan must be related to the insect race, or perhaps they were directly instigated by them. If it really has to do with the insect race, then it's not just one battlefield where this has happened, Lin Yuan conjectured in his heart. Peak clans like the insect race wouldn't engage in meaningless actions. To merely seize one small-sized otherworldly battlefield? This would hardly have any effect on the overall battle situation. Battlefields of different races. Run, run, run. Run. Millions upon millions of human evolvers, among whom were not a few of the 7th rank, and even the 6th rank constituted a considerable number, were fleeing desperately. Faced with the command of the battlefield's leader, these evolvers had no doubts whatsoever. Especially after seeing the leader Zhou Shi driving the suspended mountain range as a war fortress, charging toward the Heiyuan clan only to directly crumble afterward, they became even more desperate in their escape. Among the fleeing evolvers, many were 6th rank and even 7th rank evolvers, some of whom had true bodies. But even if the true bodies were safe for the time being outside, if the avatars were to die, it would still require a significant amount of time and energy to be recondensed, and the many treasures and weapons they carried would be lost. So unless it was a moment of complete despair, no one would willingly give up. Without a complete blockade, at most only 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers can be stopped. The monocled man looked at the human evolvers fleeing in all directions and quickly came to a conclusion. The response speed of human civilization was just too fast. If only they waited a little longer until the blockade of the Heiyuan clan was fully formed, all evolvers of human civilization would have no escape. But for now, according to the blockade range of the Heiyuan clan powerhouses, they could probably hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 evolvers. Try to kill those 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers? The monocled man quickly made a decision in his mind. With only being able to hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers as the big premise, naturally, it was most cost-effective to leave behind those of the 6th and 7th rank. As for the 4th and 5th rank, let them flee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323, Shueyo. In the southeastern area you are in 10 minutes from now, at a 30-degree position to the lower left, there will be a 7th rank human evolver passing by. Kill him. The unicorn man's gaze was vast, his perception spreading as he began to lock onto those human evolvers with strong auras. The insect race's command to them was to kill as many human evolvers as possible. The more human evolvers of higher ranks they killed, the more rewards they would be bestowed. At the edge of the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. Didn't delay even for a moment? Lin Yuan glanced behind him, certainly expecting the suspended mountain range to collapse. Inside, the 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi likewise did not stir up the slightest ripple. If I tried to cover our retreat, it would probably be of no use, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The entire Heiyuan clan had deployed its full strength, which simply wasn't something a 7th-rank evolver could stop. Even an average 8th layer might not last long. This is the battlefield of different species. Full of crises, all sorts of situations can arise at any moment. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. This time entering the battlefield of different races, he had been extremely cautious and low profile, not engaging in battle with any different species. Yet even so, had still ended up in this escape situation. This was just a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. If it were a medium, let alone a large alien battlefield, the uncertainties would be even greater. Enjoy new stories from powerful beings like the Chiquan Star Lord had to be careful and cautious on a large alien battlefield. With my speed, if I were to go all out, I could completely approach a 8th-rank evolver or even surpass an average 8th-rank evolver. At the moment, Lin Yuan was showing a speed that only reached the 6th-rank peak, not even as fast as a 7th-rank evolver. The reason for this was fear, that showing too great a speed would attract the attention of the Heiyuan clan's strong ones. Like that unicorn man, if he saw Lin Yuan's speed reaching the 8th layer, would he come after him personally? So Lin Yuan's displayed speed was moderately above average among the countless fleeing evolvers. If the leader Zhou Shi was right that the scattered fleeing human evolvers had an 80 to 90% chance of survival, then Lin Yuan was very likely to escape. Too much speed makes one stick out and more likely to be targeted. In the southeastern region of the battlefield, the stocky man Zuyu's eyes were fierce, leading many of the Heiyuan clan's strong ones to guard the area. There's a group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers escaping this way, don't bother with them. The stocky man Zuyu's target was clear. Killing one 6th rank evolver could secure more bounty from the insect race than hundreds of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. If they went after that group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers and missed a 6th or 7th rank evolver, that would be a real loss. And with the foundation of human civilization, the death of a few 4th and 5th rank evolvers is practically negligible. Considering the current human population, more 4th and 5th rank evolvers naturally die of old age each day than on the battlefield. Oh? There's a 7th rank evolver escaping this way. The stocky man Zuyu's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Their area was subtly twisted in space, isolated from the outside, so that human evolver had no idea there were Heiyuan clan strong ones ambushed nearby. They'll go. You guys stay here. The stocky man Shueyo said. As an 8th layer strong one, he was a sure bet to deal with a 7th rank evolver. Sending their own 7th rank could result in being held up or counter-killed. 8th layer against 7th rank, the pressure of the great realm difference meant no surprises. Whoosh! The stocky man Shueyo disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the fleeing 7th rank evolver. Human, the stocky man Shueyo looked pitying. I don't want to kill you either, but this is the insect race's command. Before the fleeing 7th rank evolver even understood what was happening, he was dead at the stocky man's hands. It was too easy for 8th layer to handle a 7th rank. As more 6th and 7th rank evolvers were intercepted and killed, many 4th and 5th rank evolvers managed to escape. Because of the position of the suspended mountain range, which is not the very center of the battlefield, it led some evolvers to choose escape directions closer to the battlefield. Therefore their escape from the battlefield was naturally quicker. About to leave the battlefield, Lin Yuan, formed into a meteor, surveilled his surroundings, thinking rapidly. If he went all out, he could have left the battlefield by now, but similarly, that might have caught the attention of a more powerful different species, leading to interception. Just a little bit longer. Lin Yuan maintained a speed close to the 6th rank peak. As soon as he escapes the battlefield of different species and reaches the stable cosmic starry sky, he would immediately bring out a cosmic spaceship, perform a wormhole shuttle. Then this tiny primordial spirit would be saved. The southeastern area of the battlefield. The stocky man, Shueyo, continued to observe his surroundings. That human evolver, his speed is close to that of a 6th rank peak, we can't let him escape alive. The stocky man, Shueyo, noticed Lin Yuan and spoke. Jianghu, you go kill him. The stocky man Shueo instructed. His 8th layer strength was meant to deal with human 7th rank evolvers. As for 6th rank evolvers, there was no need for that. They could be left to other 7th rank members of the Heiyuan clan. 8th layer dealing with 7th rank, no surprises there. 7th rank dealing with 6th rank, just as unsurprising. Under the suppression of a great realm, even the top geniuses of the human civilization could hardly contend. Yes, Freewub novel. Come, Lord Shueo, I will take care of this human. The 7th rank strongman of the Heiyuan clan, Jianghu, licked his lips. Killing these human evolvers could garner rewards from the insect race, and even more so, one could obtain the numerous treasures and weapons from the opponent. In the usual battlefields of different races, they, as 7th rank members, would be entangled by the 7th rank evolvers of human civilization. Where was the chance to bully the weak? 7th rank strongman Jianghu vanished, reappearing directly in front of the direction where Lin Yuan was fleeing. He just die quietly at my hands. The 7th rank strongman Jianghu patiently waited there, waiting for Lin Yuan to enter a certain range before he took action to crush him to death. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, sensing a change in the atmosphere ahead. What to do? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed. With the sensing range of a 6th rank evolver, he couldn't detect that 7th rank alien. Just pretend I don't know. Lin Yuan decided to maintain his escape direction. After all, once he changed direction he would be discovered by that 7th rank alien, who could also change direction to block him. Boom boom boom. His terrifying speed tore through the air. Soon he would enter the attack range of that 7th rank alien. Ha ha ha, human, go die. The 7th rank alien strongman, Jianghu, revealed himself, lifting his right hand and slamming it down towards Lin Yuan. He should be dead now. In the distance, the stocky man Shueo glanced in this direction, having already pronounced Lin Yuan's death sentence. Although Jianghu's strength was no match for a 7th rank monarch evolver of the humans, wasn't it a cinch for him to deal with a 6th rank peak evolver? Not good, Brother Yuan is in danger. In another direction, the armored man noticed this and his heart suddenly tightened. He had originally planned to escape with Lin Yuan, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so fast, so seeing Lin Yuan set off, he followed suit and fled. However, the armored man was only trailing behind Lin Yuan. Due to his slower speed, the distance between them grew further and further apart. Now, they were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers apart. It's a 7th rank alien. A chill ran down the armored man's spine. With a 7th rank alien ambushing ahead, he couldn't see any way for Lin Yuan to possibly survive. Boom boom boom. Facing the suddenly appearing 7th rank alien, Lin Yuan's speed did not slow down in the slightest. He continued to rush forward. Ha ha, scared stiff, huh? The Heiyuan clan's Jianghu's face revealed a sneer, thinking Lin Yuan was too afraid to react. Die. The 7th rank alien, Jianghu, did not hold back and struck Lin Yuan with all his might. But the next moment, the air around them suddenly carried wisps of Taiyin power. The blow delivered by the 7th rank alien, Jianghu, evaporated swiftly under the erosion of the power of Taiyin. Ah! The 7th rank alien, Jianghu, blinked, somewhat puzzled. Boom. At this moment, Lin Yuan, fleeing at the speed of a 6th rank peak, suddenly surged in speed by 10-fold, 100-fold. In the blink of an eye he overpowered the 7th rank alien Jianghu. No! The 7th rank alien Jianghu's face showed terror as his shape shattered instantly. Lin Yuan flew past and casually collected his storage treasure. What? In the distance the stocky man Shueo looked this way with some disbelief. That speed. Zuya's face changed. In another section of the battlefield, the one-horned man also noticed the scene unfolding here and turned his gaze over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324 7th Rank Peak. No, this speed has already reached the 8th layer threshold. The unicorn man judged in his heart. It must be some 7th rank peak evolver who specializes in speed. The unicorn man gazed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled. Impressive, he actually deceived me. If Lin Yuan had shown this kind of power or speed from the beginning, the unicorn man would have immediately ordered the Heiyuan clan's strong ones to block him ahead of time. But Lin Yuan did not. Instead, he disguised himself as an ordinary 6th rank evolver. This might sound simple, but it's difficult to execute. The most crucial point was to deceive the unicorn man's perception. When Suspended Mountain ascended and countless evolvers fled, the unicorn man quickly identified many 7th rank evolvers' locations. However, Lin Yuan's god was a primordial spirit body. Lacking a physical form, his aura and the power of Taiyin nearly merged together. Even someone as powerful as the Unicorn Man could commonly overlook him with a cursory sensing. It's too late. The Unicorn Man saw Lin Yuan had already left the range of the battlefields of different races, and knew that even if he personally gave chase he might not succeed. After leaving the range of the battlefields of different races, human race evolvers can control cosmic spaceships and perform wormhole shuttle. Damn it. You actually killed Feiyu. The stocky man, Shueyo, furiously stared in the direction of Lin Yuan's escape, intending to pursue. No need to chase. At that moment, the voice of the Unicorn Man rang in Zuya's ears. Continue to surround and kill the other human 7th rank evolvers. The Unicorn Man instructed. Letting Lin Yuan, a 7th rank peak evolver, escape was indeed regrettable. But there are still many human 7th rank evolvers who haven't escaped yet. They are the next primary targets of the Heiyuan clan. Yes. Shueyo took a deep breath and returned to his position. Did I actually escape too? The armored man followed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled and unexpectedly escaped the battlefields of different races without obstructions. It's the Yuanin brothers. The armored man immediately realized why his escape was so smooth. Considering the circumstances just now, as a 6th rank evolver like him, he should have received significant attention from the Heiyuan different species. At least one 7th rank evolver should have been dispatched to stop him. But Lin Yuan, with a shockingly powerful technique, had severely killed a 7th rank member of the Heiyuan clan, resulting in a gap in that area's blockade. That surprisingly allowed him such an easy escape. The strength of the Yuanin brothers must be really strong, perhaps nearing a commander level. The armored man, grateful for his fortune, then thought back to the scene of Lin Yuan killing that 7th rank different species. So swift and decisive, the opponent didn't even have time to react. It was unbelievable. That 7th rank different species probably possessed marquee level strength, with such strength, aside from a 7th rank king who could kill so effortlessly. Just a moment ago, I thought of having the Yuanin brother follow me for protection? The armored man felt somewhat embarrassed with Lin Yuan's previously displayed strength. It's likely that instead of him protecting Lin Yuan, he would have been dragging Lin Yuan down. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the battlefields of different races, it was he who came forward to welcome him. The armored man had then invited Lin Yuan to go to the central battlefield to kill different species together, but he was refused. He had thought Lin Yuan was weak or not good at fighting. Now it seems he was completely wrong. Quickly proceed with wormhole shuttle. The armored man immediately took out a cosmic spaceship from his storage ring, then activated wormhole shuttle, and like flowing water, soon disappeared out of sight. 60 light-years from the battlefields of different races. The force of space subtly started to fluctuate. A dark spaceship appeared. Lin Yuan was piloting the spaceship, continuously heading towards the territory of the human civilization. Wormhole shuttle has a cooldown period under normal circumstances and cannot be continually used. With my current combat power, under a sneak attack, I have the possibility of killing a 7th rank marquis. Lin Yuan began to reassess everything that had just happened. That 7th rank different species was probably equivalent to a human 7th rank marquis. Normally, facing Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit, even if defeated, should have been able to struggle for a while. But the opponent underestimated Lin Yuan too much, leading to an instant kill. One must know this was only Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit. After stepping into the 7th rank, due to the creation of an inner world, the strength of Lin Yuan's main body had increased the most. As for the 2 primordial spirits, they were much weaker. Even so, they could still sweep through ordinary 7th rank marquee levels. If it were the main Bodhi's turn, even a 7th rank king would have to be suppressed. After all, among the 7th rank evolvers, the power of the world essentially amounts to cheating. Continue the shuttle. Soon, the wormhole shuttle's cooldown period ended. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to start another round of shuttle. Explore more stories at a day or two later. Lin Yuan officially entered the territory of human civilization. Only at this moment did Lin Yuan finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. The Black Abyss clan, no matter how crazy, wouldn't dare to pursue into the territory of human civilization. Even the insect race wouldn't dare enter the territory of human civilization unless absolutely necessary, because that would mean escalating the war. Whether it's human civilization or other peak clans of the cosmic starry sky, the reason for establishing the battlefields of different races is to try to keep the war confined to those battlefields. If there were no constraints, everyone invading each other's territories would lead to much greater losses. Hurry up and go back. Lin Yuan waited for the cooldown to end and then initiated another wormhole shuttle. Battlefields of different races. The fighting gradually calmed down. The unicorn man's gaze was icy with the stocky man Shueyo reporting next to him. Lord, during this blockade and killing operation we killed 36 human 7th rank evolvers, 572 6th rank evolvers, and 2,837 5th and 4th rank evolvers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325. Although the Heiyuan clan's focus is mainly on 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, they generally don't actively pursue the killing of 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers. However, if 4th rank or 5th rank evolvers intrude into the attack range of a powerful member of the Heiyuan clan, it comes as no surprise if they are taken down. Among the 36 7th rank evolvers, 15 possess the doppelganger skill. Among the 572 6th rank evolvers, 127 possess the skill. Shueyo continued to speak. A small portion of 7th rank evolvers, and the majority of 8th layer evolvers, in addition to contemplating space rules, are also involved with the rules of causality. The rules of causality, while not as foundational as the space rules, are enigmatic and unpredictable. Those who have a deeper understanding of the rules of causality can develop many bizarre techniques such as the curse-killing skill. The curse-killing skill is just one of the many applications of the causality rules. The uses of this rule are plentiful. For example, when Shueyo kills an evolver, the moment the killing intent surges, a connection of cause and effect is established between the two. If Shueyo successfully kills the target, the causality will cease to exist with the death of the person, which means he would no longer feel any causal connection to that evolver, thus confirming the target's demise. If after the killing, a faint sense of causality is still perceived, it could mean that the target has not died and likely has techniques like the doppelganger skill at their disposal. Indeed. The unicorn man nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the result is quite different from the expectation of completely purging all human evolvers, achieving such results is still quite remarkable. At least 21 7th rank human evolvers have died. The remaining 7th rank evolvers, even if their true bodies are alive, have suffered a severe cost with the death of a doppelganger. On Chiquan main star, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Not only did battlefield C24763 experience a purge by different species at the same time, but there were also 5,463 other alien battlefields undergoing the same purge? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly as he received the news. All these battlefields of different races under the Insect Race Alliance. Is the Insect Race really intending to start a full-scale war with the human race? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Generally speaking, it was rare for peak clans to engage in serious conflict. Whether it be the human race, the insect race, or other major peak clans, they all had proven their might in the long wars of the past. It was implausible for one side to completely annihilate the other. Thus, the intensity of the wars was tacitly maintained within a certain range. There must be a reason for this. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Personal space. Shi Feng stepped out from the void, his red nose unmistakable. Shi-san, little brother. If you want to know why the insect race is going crazy, I happen to know some inside information. Shi Feng said with a grin. As a 6th-rank citizen and a founder of an evolution path, Shi Feng had a vast network of connections. What's the reason? Lin Yuan asked. Even if Shi Feng didn't know, Lin Yuan had planned to ask several senior fellow disciples, or even inquire directly from Chiquan Starlord, his teacher. It was only natural for Lin Yuan to be curious and ask a few more questions about such significant developments on the alien battlefields. It's because of the large alien battlefield. Shi Feng didn't keep him in suspense, speaking in a hushed tone. Large alien battlefield? Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Explore new worlds that there are over 2 million battlefields opened up between humans and different species, with just over 100 of them being large battlefields. Large alien battlefields are where the human civilization clashes with other peak clans. Even supreme beings occasionally turn their gaze toward the large alien battlefields and may sometimes intervene. The reason the insect race is targeting small and medium-sized battlefields is because of an event that is about to take place above battlefield S-111, Shi Feng explained mysteriously. The top oracle of the insect race has predicted that, soon, a foreign visitor will come to battlefield S-111, through the eternal spatial rift. To be precise, it's the corpse of a visitor from beyond. This corpse must be very important, so important that the insect race wants to have it all to themselves, ordering many clans within the alliance to put forth their full strength to cause trouble for our human civilization. This is in order to gain an advantageous position in the upcoming struggle for this corpse. Shifeng told him. I see. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Eternal spatial rifts on the large alien battlefields are enormous, spanning tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of miles, and occasionally foreign visitors cross through such vast spatial rifts to enter the main world. What was the outcome? Lin Yuan asked. Whose hands did the corpse of the extraterrestrial visitor that floated in from the spatial rift fall into? What else could have happened? The insect race was able to deduce this matter. How could our human civilization be completely unaware? Red-nosed Shifeng shook his head and said, besides, the supreme beings from the several other peak clans also approached, wanting a share of the spoils. In the end, the outsider's corpse was torn to pieces, and our human civilization should have gotten a part of it. After finishing his statement, red-nosed Shifeng added with some surprise, I wonder what is so miraculous about that corpse that even the supreme beings vied for it? That's a question for the supreme beings. Lin Yuan shook his head. After chatting with red-nosed Shifeng for a few more lines, Lin Yuan then disconnected the virtual world connection and his consciousness returned to reality. The teacher is looking for me? Is it about the matters on the alien battlefield? Lin Yuan suddenly received a message from the Chikuan Star Lord, asking him and his fellow disciples to come to him. The sudden foul play of the various species from the insect race alliance on the battlefield would definitely not be left as is. Next, it would be the human civilization's turn to retaliate. Outside the Crimson Hall, Zhugu, the fourth disciple, and the other peak masters stood chatting idly. They too had heard about the events that transpired on the alien battlefield, and their conversation mainly revolved around it. As the disciples chatted, they eventually talked about Lin Yuan. We consider ourselves evolutionary geniuses belonging to the first class of outstanding talents, but when compared with our little junior brother, the sixth disciple sighed. Even now, he was still shocked by Lin Yuan's step to the 7th rank. The 7th rank. This was the 7th rank. It's not cabbage on the side of the road. Something you step into just because you wish to? Indeed, how exactly does our junior brother cultivate? Could it be that he always practices so diligently that he doesn't even dream? The other disciples exchanged glances, all filled with deep emotion. The entire outer world was abuzz when the 13th peak master stepped into the 7th rank, and inside the Red Kuan lineage the shock was not much less, all filled with astonishment. It should be known that the peak masters were taken as disciples by the Chikuan Star Lord because of their undeniable talents, worthy of the title of evolutionary prodigies. Even though the first, second, and third disciples had stepped into the 7th rank, Zhugu and the other peak masters had no doubt or questioning about themselves, believing that they would eventually break through to the same level one day. Until they met the little junior brother Lin Yuan. Junior brother is coming. Zhugu and the other peak masters seemed to sense something. Smiles appeared on their faces as they looked towards the figure walking over from a distance. It was Lin Yuan. 4th disciple, 5th disciple, 6th disciple. Lin Yuan greeted each one in turn. Junior brother, the teacher is waiting for us inside, let's hurry in. Zhugu, the 4th disciple, spoke up. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the Crimson Hall. Zhugu, the 4th disciple, and the other disciples also followed him in. For some reason, Zhugu and the others intentionally fell half a step behind Lin Yuan, not walking shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yuan seemed to notice something and stopped to look back at his fellow disciples. Disciples, there really is no need for this. Lin Yuan couldn't help saying he didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him thoroughly superior. Some things and some people still needed to be analyzed specifically. When Lin Yuan had just joined the Red Kuan lineage and became the 13th peak master, the fellow disciples had taken great care of him. You're thinking too much, junior brother, we just feel a bit of pressure walking alongside you. Zhugu, the 4th disciple, spoke the truth. Well, okay then. Lin Yuan thought about it and didn't say much, continuing towards the depths of the palace. Zhugu, the 4th disciple, and the other peak master disciples exchanged glances. With the talents Lin Yuan was currently displaying, in several decades or a few hundred years, he likely has the potential to challenge the 8th layer. To become a great figure at the same level as the Star Lord. Such potential, such talent, such ability. With countless prodigies in the world, who dares walk shoulder to shoulder with you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326 Crimson Palace. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior brothers stood below. Chikuan Star-Lord, the teacher, sat in the high seat as Lin Yuan glanced at the other senior brothers. He noticed that the senior brothers all behaved very casually. Chikuan Star-Lord wasn't the type of teacher who was very imposing, preferring a friendly approach with his disciples. Everyone has arrived. Chikuan Star-Lord nodded slightly. Actually, there were many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers in the Chikuan lineage, but at its core, naturally, the Star-Lord and various peak masters were the main focus. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the relationship between a teacher and his disciples even surpassed that of the closest kinship. Once the master-disciple relationship was confirmed, it truly required commitment. In the past several tens of thousands of years, Chikuan Star-Lord hadn't taken any disciples, not only because he hadn't met any satisfactory evolvers but also because accepting a disciple wasn't just a matter of saying so. If in the future a disciple caused some trouble outside, Chikuan Star-Lord would have to step in and offer protection. Those evolvers who passed the test of 7-star cave and joined the Red Kuan lineage, strictly speaking, weren't Chikuan Star-Lord's disciples, and they weren't even disciples of the 12 peak masters. They could only be considered members of the Red Kuan lineage. The Red Kuan lineage nurtured them and in turn they served the Red Kuan lineage. Both sides gave to each other. I'll keep it short. You've also heard about the commotion caused by the insect race on the battlefield. Although our human civilization's top prophets discovered it in advance and the loss wasn't substantial, we can't let this matter slide so easily. Chikuan Star-Lord spoke in a calm tone. Taking as an example the battlefield C24763 where Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit was, the Heiyuan clan wanted to cleanse the battlefield. Even though many human evolvers fled in all directions, there were still numerous 6th and 7th rank evolvers who died. This type of loss, compared to the overall war situation, wasn't significant. At least the insect race's planning failed, and the gaze of human civilization's supreme beings hadn't been drawn away by those medium-sized and small-sized otherworldly battlefields. But how could human civilization tolerate such a loss without reason? In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization, in the eyes of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, differed little from demons. If you dare to disregard the baseline of warfare and strike with full force, wait for the crazed retaliation of human civilization. Eldest brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C34123. Experienced tales at second brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C459543. Third brother? Chikuan Star-Lord issued his orders following this pattern. It wasn't just the Chikuan Star domain, the entire Anan Star Alliance and many other star alliances, one star domain after another, began transferring troops and increasing their investment in the battlefields. Ever since human civilization left its homeworld, there has always been a constant launch of battlefields, but at different times the intensity and fierceness of the battlefields varied. For example, before the insect race's action, human civilization actually did not invest much power into the battlefields. The same was true for the other few peak civilizations. After all these years of fighting, they had formed some kind of tacit understanding. But now, since the insect race actively broke the tacit agreement, human civilization naturally wouldn't indulge them. On the battlefield, all action should be centered around the goddess of freedom. Chikuan Star-Lord said. Human external expansion and invasion were all coordinated by the goddess of freedom. With the goddess of freedom, every bit of human force could be fully utilized. This was the key to human civilization's successive victories on the battlefield. Teacher, what about me? Lin Yuan looked at how all 12 senior brothers had assignments and he had been overlooked, so he couldn't help but ask. Come here and take a look, just get familiar with it. Chikuan Star-Lord shook his head and said, his main reason for inviting Lin Yuan over this time was to get him accustomed to the atmosphere of the battlefield. As for sending Lin Yuan to the battlefield, Chikuan Star-Lord really couldn't bear to do it. Although it's said that even talented evolvers need to be tempered on the battlefield, that prerequisite is for when they hit a bottleneck and various attempts to break through have failed, and they have no choice but to make such a reluctant decision. Given the talent that Lin Yuan had shown, there was no sign he was trapped by any bottlenecks. Sending him to a battlefield fraught with danger at this time would be foolish. Junior brother, once you cultivate an avatar you can go to the battlefield, the eldest senior brother said with a smile. The 12 senior brothers, including Chikuan Star-Lord, didn't know about Lin Yuan's Yin spirit and Yang spirit, which were equivalent to having two avatars. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit avatars, although not unique, could make one suspect that they were related to the martial path evolutionary path. Teacher, what exactly happened on the large battlefield? The mysterious corpse that drifted in from the eternal spatial rift, what's the situation with that? After tasks were assigned, third senior brother asked out of curiosity. The reason the insect race broke the tacit agreement was because of that mysterious corpse. This corpse also attracted other Peak Clan's supreme beings who didn't hesitate to personally intervene, eventually tearing that corpse into pieces. On battlefield S-111, the presence of the supreme beings was overwhelming, and this matter couldn't be concealed at all. As a result, many people were very curious about that corpse. A treasure that could provoke a battle amongst several supreme beings was extremely rare. At the level of supreme beings, every action was an embodiment of the universal truths, with no need for external objects. That corpse? Chikuan Star-Lord pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also appeared attentive. The chaotic flows in the void outside the worlds, depending on their intensity, can be divided into different regions. The chaotic void outside the immortal Tao world where Lin Yuan had traversed for the 5th time wasn't too harsh, allowing those with 7th rank strength to barely survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327. Even so, Lin Yuan was reluctant to stray too far from the immortal Tao world, needing to return from time to time for rest. As for the chaotic void outside of the main world, battlefield C24763, Lin Yuan observed the eternal spatial rift and inferred that its intensity was far greater than that of the immortal Tao world. The grayish aura of utter destruction made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Indeed, it was as he thought. Lin Yuan perused the Red Kuan lineage's information. Even the Chikuan Star Lord, an invincible evolver of the 8th layer, dared not enter the spatial rift casually. And that otherworldly visitor's corpse, able to withstand the chaotic void and enter the main world, maintaining its form in death and not being torn apart, is quite unfathomable. Keep in mind, on large alien battlefields, although otherworldly visitors often come through spatial rifts, they are alive, employing various methods and even treasures and weapons to resist the erosion of the chaotic void. But to rely on nothing else, using only bodily strength to withstand the chaotic void outside the main world, how strong must that body be? I don't have much insight into this, Phoebnol. Si Sigma said the Chikuan Star Lord, shaking his head. The secrets of that corpse, he estimated, were known only to the supreme beings and a few top-tier diviners. I see. The third senior brother felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought his teacher would know some insider information. All right. You all may leave. Prepare yourselves, for it's time for a counterattack from our human civilization. The Chikuan Star Lord waved his hand. Yes. The senior brothers nodded, turning to leave the Crimson Hall. Yes. Lin Yuan was also planning to leave. At that moment, the voice of the Chikuan Star Lord rang out next to his ear. My good disciple, stay behind. In the Crimson Hall, only Lin Yuan and the Chikuan Star Lord remained. The Chikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan, his thoughts filled with sentiment. Before meeting Lin Yuan, the Chikuan Star Lord believed that teaching a disciple was an extremely difficult task. Different disciples have different traits, either strengths or weaknesses, and one must tailor their teaching methods accordingly. Only by doing so could one possibly maximize the potential of a disciple. But tailoring one's teaching, while easy to say, is extremely hard in practice. The Chikuan Star Lord's great reputation for educating disciples was built on this principle. Then he met Lin Yuan. For the first time, the Chikuan Star Lord felt that teaching a disciple was not so difficult. In fact, it was quite easy. Since he had taken Lin Yuan as his disciple, he hadn't done much, yet the latter was already at the 7th rank. Logically speaking, after you stepped into the 6th rank, I would have given you some treasures, the Chikuan Star Lord said. For evolvers, the 6th rank is a critical period. The 12 Peak Masters also received the gifts prepared by the Chikuan Star Lord when they were at the 6th rank. This was the teacher's way of looking after his disciples. But your cultivation speed was too fast. Before I had even decided on a gift, you reached the 7th rank. The Chikuan Star Lord spoke with a tone of helplessness. Gifts too need to be custom-made. What is treasured at the 6th rank might not hold as much value once one reaches the 7th rank. Teacher? Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. In truth, he had already been restraining his speed of reaching the 7th rank. Had it not been for his desire to forge a perfect 7th-stage chapter, Lin Yuan could have breached the 7th rank half a year ago, right after his 5th shuttle. Now that you are at the 7th rank, under normal circumstances, I should prepare a 7th-layer treasure for you, but I feel that you won't stay long at the 7th rank, at most a few hundred years. Given that, a 7th-rank treasure might not be of much help to you. How much can it really assist you in a few hundred years? The Chiquan Star Lord said, shaking his head. So this time I intend to take care of everything in one go. Be it the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even your eventual 8th rank, I'll account for them all. The Chiquan Star Lord flipped his hand, and a fist-sized, irregular metal floated in the air. This block of irregular metal, merely upon its appearance, began to subtly influence its surroundings, even causing the forces of space itself to slowly undulate. What is this? Lin Yuan observed carefully. That piece of irregular metal had a very special feeling, stirring an uncontrollable desire within him. To possess it. Obtain it. I must obtain it. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The numerous distracting thoughts quickly dissipated. This object. Lin Yuan looked at it in astonishment, and just by watching it for a while he was influenced. This irregular piece of metal was somewhat inconceivable. This object is called Origin Fine Gold. Back in the day, to obtain it, I, among several other alien strong ones, fought for hundreds of years. If I hadn't made a timely retreat back to the human civilization territory, it probably would have provoked a 9th rank alien race to take action. Your journey continues on, the Chiquan Star Lord said with a smile. This, Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. The Chiquan Star Lord was an invincible existence of the 8th layer. What is meant by invincible of the 8th layer? It does not mean that the Chiquan Star Lord has no opponents at the 8th layer, but rather that at this level in one-on-one combat, no one could utterly defeat him. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate. If an evolver of the 8th layer wielded supreme weapons, the Chiquan Star Lord would likely have to flee. But how many supreme weapons are there? And the Chiquan Star Lord would just be fleeing, not falling. When the Chiquan Star Lord speaks of fighting several other 8th layer alien strong ones for hundreds of years, this undoubtedly means these alien strong ones too were invincible beings of the 8th layer. To compel such invincible beings of the 8th layer to fight desperately, and even ultimately attract the attention of a 9th rank alien race. Keep in mind, the 9th rank alien race is basically equivalent to the highest combat power of powerful clans, below only the peak clans. Teacher, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what Origin Fine Gold was, just by listening to the Chiquan Star Lord's description, he knew that the value of this object definitely reached the 9th rank level. Though the Origin Fine Gold is precious, it is of little use to me now. The Chiquan Star Lord shook his head as he spoke. What he longed for now was to step into the 9th rank. As for the Origin Fine Gold, indeed, if he invested the required heart force, he could indeed boost his combat power by a fraction or two. But being invincible at the 8th layer already, advancing his combat power by a fraction or two carried no practical significance. Against other invincible strong ones of the 8th layer, he would still not be able to win. Then I thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan said with slight gratitude. The rule crystal the Chiquan Star Lord had previously given him could let an evolver comprehend the fire system rules embedded within. A rule crystal was part of the Chiquan Star Lord's collection. Gifting it to Lin Yuan was a trivial matter. But the Origin Fine Gold, just from Lin Yuan's first impression, it far surpassed the rule crystal. The Origin Fine Gold is a growth-oriented treasure, best nurtured at the 7th rank. Its most precious quality, aside from its growth potential, is its malleability. Disciple, when you nurture the Origin Fine Gold, you can shape it according to your will, turning it into offensive weapons, defensive weapons, and so on. The Chiquan Star Lord continued. Theoretically speaking, the upper limit of the Origin Fine Gold depends on the evolver's own limits. If you step into the 8th layer in the future, you could elevate the quality of the Origin Fine Gold to the 8th layer. If you manage to break through to the 9th rank, it can be further improved. The Chiquan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan. He felt somewhat relieved. This time there was no need to worry about Lin Yuan's cultivation speed being too fast. The specific methods of nurturing the Origin Fine Gold will be sent to you by mail by me, detailing the instructions, said the Chiquan Star Lord. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Next. The Chiquan Star Lord's thoughts stirred slightly. The irregular metal floating in front of him flew towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his hand to catch it. This sensation? Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. On the surface, the Origin Fine Gold appeared to be metal, and thus should be extremely hard. However, once in his hands, Lin Yuan's first impression of the Origin Fine Gold was that it was soft and squishy. It felt like a ball that would dent inward with a bit of pressure. It's truly marvelous. Lin Yuan kept observing it, constantly touching. All right then. Go back and study it, said the Chiquan Star Lord, waving his hand. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Yes. Lin Yuan put away the Origin Fine Gold and turned to leave the Red Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328 Carrying the Origin Fine Gold capable of causing 8th layer invincible powerhouses to fight for their lives, Lin Yuan soon returned to the 13 Peaks Great Hall. As soon as he got back, Lin Yuan took out the Origin Fine Gold and continued to study it. How to use it? The teacher's email arrived. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and started reading the email. To nurture the Origin Fine Gold, you must first perform a blood ritual to claim ownership. The blood mentioned here is not ordinary blood, but blood containing fragments of the soul. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In the main world, the soul is the most fundamental thing, and as for the physical body, there are methods like seizure that allow one to switch bodies, but the soul remains unchangeable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan extended his hand and forced out a drop of blood. This drop of blood, spherical and viscous, would have reabsorbed into the skin had Lin Yuan not controlled it. Yes. As that drop of Lin Yuan's blood fell, it was quickly absorbed by the Origin Fine Gold. Suddenly, Lin Yuan faintly felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the Origin Fine Gold. Next is nurturing it. Lin Yuan grabbed the Origin Fine Gold, only to see this irregularly shaped metal melt like flowing water, merging into Lin Yuan's body through his skin. Ha! Frubnoel. After entering Lin Yuan's body, the Origin Fine Gold instinctually started gathering rapidly around the Dantian Qi Si, just outside that internal small world. Strands of world force, centered around the inner world, slowly spread toward Lin Yuan's limbs and bones, enhancing his physical body. A portion of this world force, after passing through the Origin Fine Gold, was not diminished at all. Instead, it gained an extremely pure aura. The Origin Fine Gold itself was also refined a bit. Now, can I control the Origin Fine Gold and shape it in the direction I desire? Lin Yuan closely observed the changes in the Origin Fine Gold, silently pondering. The Origin Fine Gold has two major features. One is its growth nature. Even if Lin Yuan was to advance to the 9th rank in the future, it would still be useful. The other is its malleability. As long as Lin Yuan wishes, he can shape the Origin Fine Gold into any weapon. An offensive weapon? A defensive weapon? A soul defense weapon? All possible. However, to elevate the level of the Origin Fine Gold, I must spend a lot of time in slow nurturing. Lin Yuan slightly frowned. Lots of time? According to the Qikuan Star Lord, though Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was fast, it was bound to slow down after stepping into the 8th layer. Every being, upon entering the 8th layer, would experience a long period of dormancy. Then Lin Yuan would have plenty of time to nurture the Origin Fine Gold. Perhaps I can take the Origin Fine Gold into world travel for nurturing? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. Spending 50 strands of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could perform physical travels. But if it's just about carrying a weapon, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would be much lower. One strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's mind delved deep into his consciousness, held a brief conversation with the door to the myriad realms, and concluded, ever since stepping into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan found it possible to have some basic interactions with the door to the myriad realms. A strand of world-breaking origin force, it's not too much. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, contemplating. Carrying Origin Fine Gold for travel would require an extra strand of world-breaking origin force. For Lin Yuan, a strand of world-breaking origin force merely meant 333 days. No, with the boost of an eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's speed of accumulating a strand of world-breaking origin force had dropped to 290 days. 290 days for the likes of a 7th rank evolver like Lin Yuan was too brief. 7th rank evolvers typically lived up to hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the Human Civilization Alliance had many methods to extend life. Upon thinking of the world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan planned to choose another alien battlefield with an eternal spatial rift, to send the Yang God and Yin God to accelerate the accumulation of the world-breaking origin force. If the Yang God and Yin God are placed under different battlefields' eternal spatial rifts, would the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force double? Lin Yuan's heart raced. In the short term, Lin Yuan had no idea of heading to a medium-sized battlefield or large battlefield to find larger eternal spatial rifts, because the goddess of wisdom and 2 other goddesses advised Lin Yuan against going. A medium-sized otherworldly battlefield was already under the watch of supreme beings and even had traces of 9th rank alien race appearances. The doppelganger skill, though a strong survival tactic, was not foolproof, facing certain attack techniques such as the curse-killing skill or memory contamination. It would still fail to defend. The former is easy to understand as it involves the application of causal rules, using an avatar as a medium to curse the original body. As for the latter, since the avatar shares memories with the original, should the avatar encounter memory contamination, the original is likely also affected. The thought of one's memories being influenced is a terrifying matter. Of course, stay updated with whether it's the curse-killing skill or memory contamination. None would affect Lin Yuan as an 8th rank evolver. Supreme beings wouldn't bother retaliating against such a minor figure as Lin Yuan, but 9th rank alien race might not follow the same restraint. No need to rush to a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, a small-sized one will suffice. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A small-sized otherworldly battlefield could comfortably allow entry to 8th layer powerhouses, but a 9th rank? It's impossible for a 9th rank to enter a small-sized battlefield. This is a rule set by the human civilization and the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky. On battlefield C24763, the Heiyuan clan, breaking the tacit agreement with human evolvers, deployed their strongest force, merely an invincible horned man of the 8th layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329. Be aware, the Heiyuan clan has 9th rank beings sitting at the top and not just one. Which 2 battlefields of different species should we choose this time? To verify his suspicion, Lin Yuan intended to send both the Yin spirit and Yang spirit to try it out simultaneously. Let's go with these 2 battlefields of different species. After considering for a moment, the criteria Lin Yuan used to select the battlefields of different species primarily revolved around the existence of an eternal spatial rift. Without an eternal spatial rift, it's impossible to speed up the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, which would significantly reduce Lin Yuan's gains. Secondly, the intensity of the war between human civilization and different species on this battlefield cannot be too high. Out of the more than 2 million battlefields of different species opened by human civilization, each has a different situation. On some battlefields, human evolvers and different species are fiercely antagonistic, and on such battlefields, it's simply not possible to stay beside an eternal spatial rift for long. You can barely stay for a moment before the different species come attacking. Go! Lin Yuan's thought flickered. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit stepped out from within him. Whoosh! 2 dark cosmic ships appeared. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit piloted the ships, heading towards the star platform outside the Qikuan main star. The 13 Peaks area where Lin Yuan was located is one of the most flourishing areas of Qikuan main star, with numerous ships taking off at every moment. As the peak master of 13 Peaks, even if Lin Yuan didn't announce it, a large number of evolvers would naturally come to him for allegiance. And all of this Lin Yuan left to Fang Qing to manage. The number of practitioners on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced over and noticed that the number of martial arts evolutionaries practicing the first tier chapter had skyrocketed to several times what it was half a year ago. It seems the videos I released are quite useful. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had expended quite a bit of energy producing those videos. But as long as there is a yield, it's all worthwhile. Who knows where the 7th stage martial Tao chapter will rank on the Qikuan evolution rankings once it's rolled out? Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. Currently, Lin Yuan had only started the 7th rank chapter, and there was still some distance before it could be fully developed. However, Freeb novel. CM it was foreseeable that the 7th rank chapter would have a transformative effect on the martial path evolutionary path, impacting it even more significantly than the time Lin Yuan completely revised the path, freeing it from the confines of Taiyin and Taiyang. Because this 7th rank chapter, theoretically, could give rise to an inner world. Of course, Lin Yuan was also aware. It would be difficult for other martial arts evolutionaries to create an inner world in the 7th rank chapter. It requires understanding 965 basic spatial models during the 6th rank and selecting a path that is sufficiently perfect. For instance, if a martial arts evolutionary had chosen the power of gold as their path at the 2nd layer, they would delve into understanding the golden rules in the 3rd and 4th rank. But by the 6th rank, even if this martial arts evolutionary had understood the 965 spatial models, they could not open up an inner world. Because the golden rules are too simplistic, nowhere near as perfect and complete as the Taiji Dao formed by Taiyin and Taiyang. This martial arts evolutionary to create a small inner world would have to grasp the rules beyond the golden rules, utilizing the 5 elements rules of gold, wood, water, fire, earth alongside the space rules, to hope to create a small inner world. Nonetheless, no matter how you put it, the 7th ranked chapter which Lin Yuan currently opened has a tremendously lifted ceiling, and the evaluation from the goddess of wisdom definitely won't be low. A month later. This is the core spatial model? Lin Yuan raised his right hand, strands of spatial force continuously intertwining, instantly forming a spatial model. This spatial model, far more complicated than the basic spatial models by thousands to tens of thousands of times, just looking at it gives a sense of spatial transformations. The core spatial model, elucidating the essence of space rules. Each type of core spatial model has a significant use. Systematic combinations of different core spatial models can also form abilities similar to innate divine abilities, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For example, the combination of the 1st, 13th, 16th, and 23rd core spatial models. This combination will grant the ability of teleportation. Teleportation, a high-end application of space rules, is effective both in saving oneself and in pursuit. With a total of 7,782 core spatial models theoretically, so many core spatial models can form countless space-based methods similar to teleportation. Space rules, vast and limitless, even if one understands all 7,782 core spatial models, it does not mean they have fully mastered the entire space rules, Lin Yuan sighed. The deeper his understanding of rules, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. Has the Yang spirit already reached beneath the eternal spatial rift? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked toward a battlefield of different species. As for the Yin spirit, it had arrived 3 days earlier. Let's check the accumulation speed of the world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, carefully feeling it. The speed hasn't increased? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. The 2 primordial spirits were positioned under the eternal spatial rifts in different battlefields. The speed at which Lin Yuan accumulated world-breaking origin force was still 1 filament every 290 days. What's the principle here? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Whether it was the door to the myriad realms seen by his true form or by the 2 primordial spirits, it was merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Forget it. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then stopped dwelling on it. This result had not caused him much impact. Let the Yin spirit return. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the Yin spirit began to leave the battlefield, returning to the Qikuan main star. Since there was no difference between having 2 primordial spirits and 1, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't keep both on the battlefield of different species. Keeping 1 primordial spirit by his side, he'd have more means to deal with things should the need arise. Time passed in the world. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. I've accumulated 2 filaments of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan looked toward the door to the myriad realms, and with a slight sense, he knew the quantity of world-breaking origin force. With the eternal spatial rift accelerating the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan did not immediately traverse after a filament was fully amassed. Rather, he waited for some time. After all, this incurred no loss for Lin Yuan, and it wouldn't result in wasteful behavior with the world-breaking origin force. No matter how much time passed, the world-breaking origin force accumulated at the door to the myriad realms was stored there, waiting for Lin Yuan to use at any time. Let's see which world this traversal leads to. Explore more stories with Lin Yuan sent a thread of his consciousness into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, this thread of Lin Yuan's primordial spirit traversed time and space, arriving before a vast world. Lin Yuan tried to observe that world, his expression subtly changing. This world. The next moment, this thread of consciousness extinguished. The world of this traversal. In the outside world, Lin Yuan stroked his chin. From the brief observation contact just now, Lin Yuan had obtained some information related to this traversal. First was the duration of stay. This traversal, Lin Yuan's duration of stay would be 600 years. While the time that would pass in the main world was 1 year. That is to say, the ratio of time passage between the traversal world and the main world was 600 to 1. Through the time ratio, Lin Yuan deduced that the world of this traversal was of a very high level, much higher even than the immortal Tao world of his 5th traversal, though still far below the main world. Perhaps it was close to the spirit realm above the immortal Tao world? Traverse. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, making up his mind. At the same time, on the battlefield of different species, Lin Yuanyang's yang spirit began to leave the eternal spatial rift. came to the human race base on the battlefield, looking for a training room to enter into seclusion. Once the traversal started, Lin Yuan's consciousness would enter the door to the myriad realms, losing awareness. Whether it was his true form or his primordial spirit, both would enter a state of slumber, naturally choosing a safe place. Begin. On the Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and his consciousness and spirit all poured into the door to the myriad realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 330. In a daze, Lin Yuan's consciousness began to revive. Where is this? Lin Yuan felt slightly startled in his heart as all that met his eyes was darkness, without a trace of light. Could it be that the body my consciousness has descended into is blind? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if he were born into a still-developing infant whose eyes and other organs were not yet well formed, he would still be able to roughly distinguish between light and dark. But now, Lin Yuan couldn't detect the slightest bit of light. This was clearly abnormal. So what if it's blind? Once I recover to the second layer, I can use my perception to replace vision. Wait. Lin Yuan's thoughts became grave. As he kept adjusting, he suddenly realized that the body his consciousness had descended into wasn't from the human race. Is this a tree? Lin Yuan's thoughts dispersed, his consciousness as a 7th-rank evolver awakening, greatly enhancing his ability to perceive the outside world. Even without relying on vision, he could sense many things. For instance, the external form of Lin Yuan right now. It was a small tree over a meter tall with withering branches and twigs. Black Mist Mountain Range. It was deep, quiet, and ancient trees that had witnessed tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands, could be seen everywhere, and many fearsome demonic beasts resided within. In a certain area on the periphery of the Black Mist Mountain Range, a small tree over a meter tall swayed with the wind. Its trunk was yellowed and withered, a stark contrast to the ancient trees nearby. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan suddenly felt it was going to be difficult. After passing through the door to the myriad realms 5 times before, Lin Yuan subconsciously assumed that the bodies he descended into through the door to the myriad realms all belonged to humans. However, Lin Yuan never confirmed this within the door to the myriad realms itself. And now, Lin Yuan's situation made it clear to him that the targets of his descents were not necessarily human. Theoretically, as long as it belonged to the range of life, it was possible for Lin Yuan to descend into it. This world. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and after fully adapting, he quickly found something unusual about the small tree he had descended into. All of Lin Yuan's consciousness converged on the roots of the small tree, where a black flame seemed to be burning. Go. Merge me into that world. Whispers reached him, and Lin Yuan seemed to see a colossal ancestral demon tree towering in the void. Branches of the ancestral demon tree swayed, dispersing seeds in every direction, which fell into a vast world. And the small tree Lin Yuan had descended into was one of those seeds that had grown. The ancestral demon tree, a foreign evil god, covets this world. Thus, it sent its seeds in, trying to merge completely and grow within, and eventually work in collusion with it to completely take over this world. Lin Yuan felt somewhat complicated. His identity this time in crossing over was not simple. He was the seed of a foreign evil god, the ancestral demon tree, and a last resort used to invade this world. But unfortunately, the seed of the foreign evil god's ancestral demon tree seems somewhat inadaptable in this world. At least the small tree Lin Yuan descended into was like this, its trunk yellowed and withering, presenting an undernourished appearance. If Lin Yuan's consciousness had not descended, it probably wouldn't be long before it died of its own accord. The foreign evil god, Lin Yuan faintly perceived in a certain direction. Being the seed of the ancestral demon tree, despite the vast distance, Lin Yuan could sense the other's vast and deep, dread-inspiring aura. It doesn't matter. Right now, whether it's an evil god or not is not important to me. What's important is being able to stay alive. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Logically, as the seed of a foreign evil god, which is almost like its offspring, it wouldn't normally be in such a pitiable state. But as a foreign entity, and as a contingency of an evil god, it was innately suppressed by the world itself. Many of the talents and methods inherited from the ancestral demon tree could not be utilized. In such a situation, no matter how high the talent potential was, it could simply not grow up. Not to mention anything else. Invading a world is not an easy task. First and foremost, you need to face the resistance of the world itself. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Every world has its own consciousness, simply referred to as world consciousness. World consciousnesses vary in strength and nature, some are stingy, some are generous, but without exception, all world consciousnesses are extremely hostile to foreign life forms, especially powerful ones. Find more chapters on the foreign evil god's ancestral demon tree. Coveting this world certainly wasn't planning to coexist peacefully but wanted to drain the world's origin source for its own growth. So, the world itself certainly wouldn't agree. Apart from the world's resistance, the many powerhouses within the world would also vehemently resist. Name: Ancestral Demon Tree Seed, Lin Yuan. Identity: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, Bound Talent, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Divine Power, Blood Rebirth, Current Status, Consciousness Descent, Remaining Duration of Stay, 600 years. The most important thing now is how to acquire a large amount of energy. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Even though he seemed to be a small tree, he was essentially an offspring of an evil god and could promote his own growth by devouring the life essence, blood, and souls of numerous beings. But in the current state of the small tree, let alone devour the life essence and souls of other beings, it would be fortunate enough not to be trampled by some passing ferocious beast. Slowly accumulating energy through exposure to sunlight is too slow, and basically no sunlight can be absorbed. Lin Yuan slightly extended his perception to his surroundings and found that there were ancient trees everywhere, monopolizing all the sunlight, moisture, and nutrients. Nature's spiritual energy? Lin Yuan also detected a gentle energy, akin to spiritual energy, filling the air around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331. But similarly, relying on instinct to absorb this energy, it was abnormally slow. Maybe it took hundreds of years just to grow a few meters? For the ancestral demon tree to want an inside out at the minimum cost to invade this world is simply unrealistic, he said. Lin Yuan sighed. From the current situation, he could also speculate on the circumstance of other demon tree seeds. They were either half dead like him now or had long since died due to various accidents. According to the initial memories of this sapling, that ancestor demon tree had scattered countless seeds into this world. Now alive, probably not many were left. Normal demon tree seeds, under the suppression of the worlds, will simply cannot grow, but I am not a normal demon tree seed. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. Under the suppression of heaven and earth, demon tree seeds couldn't exhibit any innate talents. That's why it is now in such a sluggish state. But for Lin Yuan, if he couldn't exhibit innate talents, then he wouldn't. He just needed to create methods and abilities adapted to this heaven and earth, right? Although Lin Yuan had never seen any secret manuals of this world, the so-called secret manuals were just to save him some detours. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could directly perceive heaven and earth and comprehend the essential secrets of its operation to deduce the secret manuals he wanted. Such secret manuals, comprehended from heaven and earth, are completely adapted to the local world and will not be suppressed in the slightest. Let's begin the enlightenment. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit without the slightest hesitation. At this moment he didn't feel very safe. A sapling a little over 1 meter tall, unable to move, would have no power to resist if targeted by any herbivorous demonic beast. Even a fierce beast passing by occasionally could deal a devastating blow to Lin Yuan. Your understanding is against heaven, you observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. Your understanding is against heaven, you observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. Your understanding is against heaven, you observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. After pondering continuously for half a month, Lin Yuan finally comprehended a cultivation method suitable for his current self. Huff! Lin Yuan slowly mobilized it, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, flowing continuously from the bark into the branches, and was eventually completely absorbed. Comfortable, Lin Yuan only felt his entire tree body warm and cozy as if soaking in a hot spring. It's just that this method of cultivation is suitable for this early stage to transition, but in the later stages, it should be used less, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. He was presently a little over 1 meter tall, capable of drawing in spiritual energy only within a few dozen meters at most. If he grew to several meters or even tens of meters, a single absorption could cause a fluctuation of spiritual energy in several miles radius. By then, it would attract the attention of powerful demonic beasts and perhaps even the true powerhouses of this world. With the characteristics of a demon tree seed, innately rejected by life in this world, exposure would lead to unimaginable consequences. Therefore, if Lin Yuan wanted to survive, he could only keep a low profile. He absolutely could not expose himself without the power to sweep through everything. Based on my current speed of cultivation, in a few months, I should be able to control my trunk to hunt those demonic beasts, Lin Yuan estimated in his heart. As an offspring of a demon tree, he looked like a tree, but fundamentally differed from those immobile vegetation. In the beginning of his growth, he was completely suppressed by heaven and earth and didn't have any room to exert himself. Now Lin Yuan had a chance to breathe, and he could pass through the most difficult period by absorbing spiritual energy. Obviously things would get much easier afterward. Controlling branches to hunt prey was the most basic ability. And hunting prey by absorbing the blood and soul of the prey would increase Lin Yuan's growth rate even faster, without causing fluctuations in spiritual energy that could draw the attention of other beings. Several months later, a rabbit half a meter in size carefully approached from this direction. This rabbit, with soft fur and eyes that were actually purple, seemed extremely cute and harmless. However, demonic beasts that can live in the Black Mist Mountain range have basically nothing to do with being harmless. Such was the case with this rabbit. When it burst forth, its speed was extremely swift, surpassing even some of the avian demonic beasts. The purple-eyed rabbit slowly approached, its gaze fixed intently on a spot. There, amidst green leaves, spiritual energy visible to the naked eye circulated on the surface of the leaves. For the purple-eyed rabbit, this was an irresistible temptation. The purple-eyed rabbit did not possess high spiritual wisdom, but instinct told it that by consuming that leaf, it could undergo some sort of transformation. However, having lived in the Black Mist Mountain range all year round, the purple-eyed rabbit was innately highly vigilant, and even though the leaf was not far away, it did not approach immediately. Instead, it observed its surroundings carefully. Whoosh! After repeatedly confirming that there were no threatening demonic beasts nearby, the only thing beside it was a 3 to 4 meter tall tree with black bark and an unknown name. Finally, the purple-eyed rabbit relaxed its guard and, with a whoosh, pounced towards the leaf. However, explore new worlds at the next moment. The lush green leaf disappeared. In its place were more than a dozen black branches that coiled around the leaping purple-eyed rabbit like serpents. It was as if the purple-eyed rabbit had thrown itself into them if there were other demonic beasts present. Squeak, squeak, the purple-eyed rabbit struggled violently. Under the threat of death, all its potential burst forth, but regrettably as the black branches wound tighter and tighter, the force of the purple-eyed rabbit's struggle grew weaker until its consciousness completely sank into darkness. Ooh! Lin Yuan, having absorbed the purple-eyed rabbit's flesh, soul, and spiritual energy, began to sway his branches contentedly. Compared to absorbing spiritual energy from the environment, directly hunting and devouring flesh and soul sped up his growth significantly. A single purple-eyed rabbit was equivalent to Lin Yuan's arduous cultivation for half a month. You should know that this half a month of arduous cultivation was Lin Yuan's self-devised cultivation method. Without a cultivation method, a single purple-eyed rabbit might equate to several years or even decades of Lin Yuan's hard cultivation. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself. After absorbing the purple-eyed rabbit's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan slightly relaxed. The lush green leaf he used to lure the purple-eyed rabbit was condensed from several months of continual absorption of spiritual energy through cultivation. It represented all of Lin Yuan's achievements during this period. To the leaf-reliant purple-eyed rabbits, it was akin to a wondrous treasure. In just a few days, Lin Yuan caught more than 10 purple-eyed rabbits using this method. I am now, Lin Yuan examined himself. Not visually, of course, but with his own perception. At this moment, Lin Yuan was nearly 3 meters tall, a significant growth from the less than 2 meters when his consciousness had first descended. As for strength, he could completely kill some strong demonic beasts, but for safety's sake, Lin Yuan still primarily targeted the purple-eyed rabbits. If I continue to grow, the innate abilities of the demon tree will gradually be unsealed and available for use, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The demon tree seed, when it first entered this world, was too weak, and so it was easily oppressed to death. But now, having survived the hardest period, Lin Yuan felt that his situation would become increasingly easier. In the time that followed, Lin Yuan continued using the lush green leaves as bait while seeking enlightenment, hunting the less intelligent purple-eyed rabbits, and even attracting and mercilessly dispatching other demonic beasts that gave him the opportunity and came to him willingly. Time passed, and after half a year and countless killings later, Lin Yuan's size had reached 7 to 8 meters, with hundreds of branches he could control. The purple-eyed rabbits within a couple of miles had almost been hunted to extinction by Lin Yuan. In a little while I can consider changing locations. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Other trees would be immobile unless they became spirits, but Lin Yuan was different. He could easily change locations if he wished. Oh. Just as Lin Yuan contemplated moving in that direction, suddenly he felt a stir. He looked towards a certain direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332 Over there, Lin Yuan's mind tensed up. Since his consciousness had descended into this world, Freewub novel. Lin Yuan had only encountered various kinds of demonic beasts and feral creatures. As for others, he had seldom come into contact with them. The main reason was that Lin Yuan was located in the Jianghu mountain range, which was a paradise for demonic and feral beasts. Is someone coming? Lin Yuan extended his senses and discovered that a young man and woman were approaching from several miles away. Senior brother, choosing Jianghu mountain range as the place for our training expedition, isn't it too risky? The young woman said in a low, cautious voice. How do you capture tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Junior sister, nowadays our sect has brought out many foundational heritages to resist the invasion of the foreign evil god. As long as we can get through this training we will gain great benefits and opportunities, the young man continued. Jianghu mountain range, although dangerous, those demonic beasts are much easier to deal with than the puppets of the foreign evil god. If we are afraid of these beasts, how will we deal with the foreign evil god in the future? What you say makes sense, senior brother. Hearing this, the young woman looked at the young man with admiration in her gaze. Several miles away, Lin Yuan cautiously observed the young couple. Due to the language barrier, Lin Yuan didn't know what they were actually saying, but through their expressions and behavior, he deduced that the young man and woman likely came from an external force. Equivalent to the second layer, probably disciples. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the time flow speed in this world compared to the main world was 600 to 1, which absolutely shouldn't be underestimated. The strongest might reach 7th rank peak. Read latest stories on. Since discovering the young man and woman, Lin Yuan spent most of his time observing them. Regarding making a move to capture them? Without thoroughly understanding the young couple's strengths, Lin Yuan absolutely would not make a move. Who knows if this young couple might have some powerful elder? Would killing them draw the attention of this elder? Lin Yuan's observation of the young couple was primarily to learn their language. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could generally learn anything after seeing and hearing it once. Learning a completely new language was no difficulty at all. He only needed to remember their pronunciation, and by recalling the tone and expressions used during those pronunciations, he could roughly figure it out. Tianqing World? Tianqing Great Alliance? Half a month later, Lin Yuan had eavesdropped a lot of useful information from the young couple. Firstly, this place was called Tianqing World, and currently, the strongest faction here was the Tianqing Great Alliance. The Tianqing Great Alliance was a colossal entity formed from countless forces within Tianqing World to counter the invasion of the foreign evil god. Indeed, the foreign evil god has already started their move, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps many years ago, the foreign evil god had started invading this world but had never succeeded. That's why the ancestral demon tree had scattered its countless seeds into Tianqing World, attempting to invade through other means. That alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Great Alliance, his strength must have reached the 7th rank, and he's not just any 7th rank. Lin Yuan often heard the young man speak admiringly of the alliance hierarch. Over the years of the foreign evil god's invasion, if it weren't for the alliance hierarch repeatedly stopping the chaos, the situation would likely be much worse than it is now, allowing them to leisurely enter the Black Mist Mountain range for training? They're returning. Lin Yuan gazed towards the young couple. After hunting several second-layer demonic beasts, the couple had completed their training task and planned to return to their sect to claim their rewards. Lin Yuan didn't stop them because there was no need. They hadn't noticed him, and making a move would only reveal his presence. Continue the hunt. Once the young couple had completely left, Lin Yuan resumed his hunting of the demonic beasts. Now reaching 7 to 8 meters in size, ordinary first or second layer beasts couldn't escape once they came within 100 meters, all becoming Lin Yuan's nourishment. Several days later, it's time to leave. Now that the surrounding demonic beasts had almost been hunted to extinction, to maintain his current rate of cultivation, he must move to another region to repeat the hunt. Lin Yuan looked towards the depths of Jianghu mountain range, planning to move in that direction. The closer to the depths of Jianghu mountain range, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became, and similarly the stronger the demonic beasts, which naturally helped Lin Yuan even more. However, before leaving it might be worth dealing with that group underground. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the ground. Yunwu Mountain Range, one of the top 10 mountain ranges in Tianqing world, was vast and extensive, inhabited by countless demonic and feral beasts. A large portion of these beasts lived on the surface, yet still, there were traces of demonic beasts underground. The group Lin Yuan referred to was a group of Uthrak mice. These rodent demonic beasts liked to live underground, leveraging their abilities to burrow countless tunnels, even building a rodent underground palace 100 meters below the surface. Essentially a rodent dynasty. Lin Yuan had discovered the traces of these Uthrak mice when he inadvertently entered a tunnel while exploring the underground with his roots, eventually finding their trails. Probably over 300 Uthrak mice. The Mouse King has second layer strength, Lin Yuan thought. The size of the Uthrak mice was not smaller than that of a purple-eyed rabbit, close to half a meter, and the Uthrak Mouse King was even 2 meters in size. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333. Like a reckless bull. Lin Yuan had waited until now to make a move because he hadn't been confident before. He was afraid that taking action would startle the Uthrak mouse group and cause most of them to escape. Over 300 Uthrak mice, so much flesh and soul, even without counting the Uthrak Mouse King, could greatly enhance Lin Yuan's strength. Not to mention, the Uthrak Mouse King built its nest here because of a strain of earth element elixir? Lin Yuan carefully sensed and discovered an extremely pure earth element spiritual power diffusing and spreading deep within 100 meters underground in the Rat Dynasty. Lin Yuan guessed that the reason the Uthrak Mouse King could grow to a 2-meter size was closely related to that strain of earth element elixir. Mine. All mine. Lin Yuan's eyes burned with fervor, and with a slight shift in his thoughts, hundreds of branches as well as roots began to approach the Rat Dynasty's location. Dozens of meters underground. Several tunnels ran in all directions, and gray Uthrak mice half a meter in size constantly moved back and forth along the tunnels, bringing all the food they could find back to the Rat King. Suddenly, at that moment, an Uthrak mouse suddenly stopped. It gently sniffed the air with its nose, sensing something. The next moment, before this Uthrak mouse could react, a black branch as tough as refined iron pierced through it. Squeak! The Uthrak mouse let out a miserable squeak and soon, its flesh and soul were completely devoured by the branch. Next, it was the doom of the Uthrak mice. One after another, black branches continuously pierced through Uthrak mice, devouring their essence and souls, transforming it into their intrinsic strength in a virtuous cycle. Awesome! On the surface, Lin Yuan felt extremely fulfilled, a massive amount of Uthrak mice's essence and souls transforming into surging power, replenishing his own. If it were just a normal demon tree seed, it couldn't possibly devour so many Uthrak mice at once. It would have exploded. But Lin Yuan was different. As a 7th rank evolver, he could rapidly absorb all the power under his control of the realm. For an evil god, there is some trick to it. As Lin Yuan devoured the Uthrak mice, he thought to himself. The devouring ability he displayed at this moment stemmed from the innate instinct of the demon tree seed, which was the power of the ancestral demon tree. Find your next adventure on this ability had almost no side effects. You see, even in the main world's devour-type evolution path, consuming flesh and soul would impact the purity of one's own soul. But the devouring power of the demon tree was extremely dominant, be it flesh or soul, both were nutrients for itself. Unfortunately, once it reaches the 7th and 8th layer, what matters is the comprehension of rules, and the accumulation of energy is actually not that important. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The Scarlet Spirit liquid from the Red Kuan lineage is the best example. The power of the demon tree seed has an almost cheat-like effect below the 7th rank but becomes much weaker once reaching the 7th rank. Oh? We're getting close to that Rat King's underground palace? Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. 100 meters underground. A small palace spanned across. This palace, constructed entirely of dirt, though lacking in details, was considered a very fine structure for rats. However, a black branch swept lightly like a black dragon, crushing 1/10 of the palace. Squeak squeak, a 2-meter large Uthrak Mouse King sprang out, looking at the collapsing palace with a glimmer of anger in its eyes. As a 2nd-layer demonic beast, the Uthrak Mouse King had developed some intelligence, otherwise, it wouldn't have specifically built a palace to reside in. Seeing the palace destroyed, it naturally felt emotional turmoil. However, just as the Ethrock Mouse King was observing the black branch resembling a black dragon and considering how to attack it, boom boom boom, several more black branches swept over once again. Startled, the Ethrock Mouse King quickly retreated. Squeak squeak. The Ethrock Mouse King hurriedly squealed a few times. It signaled other Ethrock mice to come and protect it. However, no matter how the Ethrock Mouse King called, only a few Ethrock mice came. And they had just arrived when they were pierced by the black branches and rapidly turned to dust. Run. Although the Ethrock Mouse King had second layer strength, seeing this scene, where would it dare stay any longer? He instinctively wanted to run. In the depths of the palace, there was a tunnel personally dug by the Ethrock Mouse King. Connected to another place, as long as he emerged from that tunnel, the Ethrock Mouse King had the possibility to escape to freedom. Before the Ethrock Mouse King could run far, he was surrounded by black branches that rushed over. The Ethrock Mouse King instinctively activated his life-saving measures. A dull yellow light rose from his body. But facing the continuous attack of hundreds of black branches, the dull yellow light on the Ethrock Mouse King's body eventually shattered, and the 2-meter-sized Ethrock Mouse King became nourishment for Lin Yuan's growth. This is comfortable, Lin Yuan exhaled softly, the branches swaying slightly. The second layer Ethrock Mouse King was definitely the most delicious life that Lin Yuan had devoured since his arrival. The ample blood energy and fearful soul brought pleasure to both Lin Yuan's body and mind. That's about it. Let's see what that earth element elixir is. Lin Yuan's controlled black branches cleared the underground battlefield and eventually reached the deepest part of the underground palace where the Ethrock Mouse King resided. There, a palm-sized spiritual plant was growing. Under the leaves of the spiritual plant hang several spirit fruits the size of a little finger, with faint vibrations of earth element spiritual power emanating from them. Is this the earth element elixir that could catalyze a second layer Rat King? Lin Yuan inspected it carefully. He did not recognize what this spiritual medicine was. But it didn't matter, as he was going to directly swallow it anyway. There was no difference. Lin Yuan was just curious about what the mystery was behind such a small spiritual medicine. Let's eat it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan's black branches swept in, directly devouring all the spiritual power and essence of that spiritual medicine. Done. Everything is finished. We can leave now. After devouring the Ethrock Mouse horde and that spiritual medicine, Lin Yuan was fully satisfied and began to control the roots, slowly moving towards the depths of the Yunwu mountain range. Although the demon tree could move on its own and was not confined to a specific location, its speed was not very fast. To avoid being noticed by other demonic beasts, Lin Yuan moved whenever there were no other demonic beasts passing nearby. Half a month later, Lin Yuan successfully entered deep into the Yunwu mountain range. This area was already the outer layer deep within the mountain range with abundant spiritual power, and the number of demonic beasts also increased. Flutter. As Lin Yuan's branches swayed, he devoured hundreds of Ethrock mice, including the Ethrock Mouse King and the earth element elixir. Lin Yuan's body size soared to over 10 meters. The pitch-black main trunk and leaves emitted a chilling essence. As the offspring of the demon tree, Lin Yuan was naturally aligned with the evil faction. This won't do. I need to disguise my aura. Lin Yuan thought if he continued to exude an evil aura, he could forget about hunting. Which demonic beast would dare to approach? It shouldn't be difficult to develop a secret technique to conceal and disguise one's aura. Lin Yuan began to comprehend again, creating a breath-hiding secret technique based on the characteristics of the demon tree itself. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Several days later, Lin Yuan successfully developed a breath-hiding secret technique. Upon activation, his evil aura began to converge. Instead, it emitted a harmless aura. Under these circumstances, some passing birds unwittingly stopped to rest on Lin Yuan's branches. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan had no interest in those frail birds. These birds hardly had any life force, and he was too lazy to even bother devouring them. That wolf demon over there? Lin Yuan's perception spread out and discovered several miles away, there was a den of wolves. The leader of the wolves was 7 to 8 meters in size, resembling a small hill. Just like that, time rapidly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed since Lin Yuan arrived in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334 Outside the Black Mist Mountain Range. As one of the top 10 mountain ranges in the Tianqing world, no one knows how many demonic beasts and ancient medicines exist within the Black Mist Mountain Range. And these, to many cultivators, are undoubtedly endless treasures. However, 283 years ago, the foreign evil god invaded, and countless evil god puppets entered the Tianqing world. The various forces of the Tianqing world, under the threat of life and death, immediately formed the Tianqing Alliance, setting aside all grievances, gathering all their strength, to fend off the evil god puppets outside the world. As a result, most cultivators went to the battlefield to fight against the evil god puppets. The number of cultivators entering the Black Mist Mountain Range became much fewer, mostly consisting of the weaker younger generation. But even so, at the entrance of the Black Mist Mountain Range, many cultivators would still come and go every day. It was foreseeable how prosperous the Black Mist Mountain Range was before the invasion of the foreign evil god. Have you noticed, in the past few decades, the number of demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain Range has decreased a lot? Indeed, when I used to enter the Black Mist Mountain Range, I had to be extremely careful. At any moment I could encounter a demonic beast, but now, it's rare to meet any formidable demonic beasts. What could be the reason? Could it be a problem with the kings deep within the Black Mist Mountain Range? At the entrance of the Black Mist Mountain Range, some cultivators were conversing in low voices. They often entered the range and could notice the changes happening within. The kings deep in the Black Mist Mountain Range? It's unlikely, right? Those kings with noble bloodlines and long lifespans, would they encounter any problems? In the past, every few decades, those kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range would command countless demonic beasts to initiate beast tides, but since the invasion of the foreign evil god, the powerful demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range have become much more docile. It's not that those kings have problems, but the number of powerful demonic beasts has decreased. Could it be the doing of those kings? After all, the ones that can command many demonic beasts are only those kings. That makes sense. Many cultivators were discussing animatedly, the reduction in the number of powerful demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain Range had a certain impact on them, making it difficult to hunt valuable demonic beasts. But if it really was the doing of those kings, there was nothing they could do about it. Those kings are powerful and have profound foundations. Even during normal times, the cultivators on the human side couldn't contend with them, only able to set up contracts. Besides, most of the human forces are now focused on resisting the invasion of the foreign evil god. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain Range, a tree about 30 or 40 meters tall stood quietly there, with pitch-black branches and vines hanging down, and the canopy emitted specks of green light. This tree, though a bit strange and slightly different from normal ancient trees, was growing in the Black Mist Mountain Range, where it was common to have trees of peculiar varieties. However, upon close observation, one would realize that within 10 to 100 miles around this ancient tree, not a single demonic beast could be found. Although its aura was peaceful and warm, it faintly had an unnerving scent. 50 years how? Lin Yuan sighed. Of course, in his current state, he couldn't truly sigh, only the branches gently swayed a few times. These past 50 years had been a period of rapid growth for Lin Yuan, with countless demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range as nourishment. Lin Yuan lived comfortably, and after a tough initial period, he grew stronger every day. My current size now, Lin Yuan examined himself, his height now reaching 30 or 40 meters. Yet, this height was the result of Lin Yuan's utmost suppression. If he didn't hold back, he could easily exceed 100 meters and stand out alarmingly within the Black Mist Mountain Range. It might even attract the attention of the Tianqing Alliance leader and several Vice Alliance hierarchs. If that happened, Lin Yuan's true identity would most likely be exposed. If the Tianqing Alliance leader learned that an offspring of the ancestral demon tree had infiltrated into the deep rear of their world, believe it or not, they would likely temporarily abandon their gains and losses on the battlefield, focusing all their strength first on dealing with Lin Yuan. One must secure one's own country before attacking others. The rationale was not hard to understand. Though the height of the demon tree was only 30 or 40 meters now, its roots, however, had already spread tens of thousands of miles underground. If Lin Yuan wished, with a single thought, he could attack from any position within tens of thousands of miles. The roots of plants and trees are always much larger than their trunks. Although the demon tree wasn't entirely a tree, it had the abilities that trees possess. Within a few thousand miles, Lin Yuan carefully sensed around. With the help of his roots, he could control everything within tens of thousands of miles. Even with the extended sensation of the roots, he could detect information tens or hundreds of thousands of miles away. Read latest stories on the deepest kings? Lin Yuan's perception spread out, exploring towards the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. That place was a forbidden zone for all demonic beasts, where the kings of the Black Mist Mountain range resided. Within Lin Yuan's perception, at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, stood a reddish ancient phoenix tree. At the top of the phoenix tree, there was a giant nest and a golden-red feathered bird was sleeping. Vermilion bird? Or a phoenix? Lin Yuan did not make any rash moves. He observed secretly for a while, then slowly retreated. Free Webble. After 50 years of cultivation in terms of combat power, I should be a match for a 6th rank evolver in the main world. The cultivation system of a demon tree is completely different from that of the martial Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335 Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Of course, although he had not cultivated the martial path evolutionary path, this did not affect Lin Yuan's ability to use his Against Heaven's understanding to infer and perfect the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. Moreover, some essences of the demon tree were highly referential to the martial path evolutionary path and could be perfectly integrated into it. Outer domain battlefield of evil gods. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted towards the outer domain. Under the instinctive perception from the demon tree, there was an abyss-like aura there, precisely the location of the ancestral demon tree. The ancestral demon tree wants to invade this world, but it's not going smoothly, Lin Yuan thought to himself. 50 years had passed, and he had not sensed the ancestral demon tree advancing even a bit. It was clearly blocked. For the invader, this was a disadvantage. The Tianqing world had the backing of an entire world that could continuously send cultivators to resist. And the ancestral demon tree? Even as a foreign evil god with a strong essence, it was, after all, just an individual. In terms of foundation, it simply couldn't compete with a complete world. For now, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this traversal, he had 600 years to stay in this world. So far, only 50 had passed, not even 1/10, and he still had plenty of time to cultivate. The deadlock between the Tianqing world and the ancestral demon tree was a good thing for Lin Yuan. If the latter were to come to this world before Lin Yuan had grown to surpass the ancestral demon tree, it would be bad. That's why over these 50 years, Lin Yuan had devoured countless demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain range but had deliberately avoided human cultivators. One reason was the fear of being discovered to be abnormal. The other was his reluctance to weaken the strength of human cultivators. As of now, Lin Yuan still needed countless cultivators from the Tianqing alliance to sacrifice their lives in resisting the invasion of the ancestral demon tree, buying him time to grow. However, recently I have awakened a power of the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and the branches of the demon tree swayed as a gray and plain seed floated before him. Demon tree seed. Lying beyond the domain, the ancestral demon tree constantly scattered seeds that turned into evil god puppets, battling against the powerhouses of the Tianqing world. As the legitimate offspring of the ancestral demon tree, once Lin Yuan grew to a certain extent and escaped the world's suppression, he could naturally produce seeds. Lin Yuan gazed at the grayish seed before him, the seed of the demon. Up to now, Lin Yuan had perceived 3 functions of the demon seed. The first was to directly transform into a demon puppet. That was the method currently used by the ancestral demon tree, using its vast primordial chi to nurture the demon seeds, making them quickly grow into evil god puppets. The second was parasitism, where the demon seed could parasitize within a living being, thereby controlling it. The third was natural growth, by scattering seeds onto fertile soil, where the seeds would take root and sprout. Lin Yuan's predecessor, the demon tree, was bred using the third method by the ancestral demon tree. Each method had its advantages and disadvantages, but only the third method could truly be regarded as offspring of the ancestral demon tree, capable of inheriting some of the ancestral demon tree's innate abilities. Your journey continues on. The first function of the demon seed is of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Using his own primordial chi to nurture the growth of the demon tree seed was not suitable for the current Lin Yuan. What kind of being was the ancestral demon tree? Dominating beyond the domain and amassing a robust accumulation, it dared to use its vast primordial chi to nurture demon seeds. But how many years had Lin Yuan accumulated? Besides, if he had sufficient primordial qi, Lin Yuan would directly enhance himself instead of cultivating something like puppets. And the third effect of the demon seed was even more unnecessary. Even the seeds of the ancestral demon tree scattered to the Tianqing world mostly died, not to mention the seeds of Lin Yuan, offspring of the ancestral demon tree. Parasitism. Lin Yuan pondered over the second function of the demon seed. It could parasitize within a certain living creature, controlling it. This ability required many prerequisite conditions, the most important being that the host had no ability to resist. Otherwise the parasitism would fail. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. Thousands of miles away. A purple-eyed rabbit cautiously poked its head out, gazing at a spiritual herb not far away with a hint of longing in its eyes. Whoosh! The purple-eyed rabbit looked around, didn't spot any danger, and with a whoosh, it lunged towards the spiritual herb. However, just at that moment, a black tree trunk protruded from the ground, directly capturing the purple-eyed rabbit and pulling it back underground. It was all over in just a moment. Purple-eyed rabbit then appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Squeak, squeak. The purple-eyed rabbit emitted a trembling sound as it looked at the massive figure in front of it, continuously turning in circles where it stood. "I'll use you to test the parasitic effect," Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan watched the purple-eyed rabbit as a dusty gray seed fell down and precisely landed on the rabbit. Buzz! The purple-eyed rabbit collapsed to the ground with a thud, and that dusty gray demon tree seed quickly permeated the purple-eyed rabbit's head. A moment later, the purple-eyed rabbit was thoroughly controlled. It stood up stiffly and emitted a deeply respectful spiritual wave of submission toward Lin Yuan. This feeling. Lin Yuan observed the purple-eyed rabbit, and under his control, it continuously performed various actions, whether rolling or running. "It's not bad," Lin Yuan nodded slightly. At this time, the purple-eyed rabbit was not dead. It was still alive, but it had been replaced by the demon tree seed. "It's just... this is too obvious." Lin Yuan looked at the purple-eyed rabbit. The rabbit, parasitized by the demon seed, had stiff limbs, a dull gaze, and even its movements gave off a sluggish illusion. It would be easy for others to notice something was amiss. No wonder the ancestral demon tree did not utilize the seed's parasitic ability. It is indeed somewhat limited, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The parasitic ability of the demon tree seed, although it does not require the expenditure of primordial qi to activate, has many limitations. The first of these is that the host must not resist. If they are unable to resist, why not kill them and consume them directly? Why waste energy on parasitism? Moreover, after parasitism, while certainly under control, the manifestation is extremely obvious. In the Tianqing world, it would be difficult for powerful beings not to notice. However, this parasitic ability, can I possibly improve and perfect it with against heaven's understanding? Lin Yuan mused and fell into brief thought. Right after his arrival in this world, Lin Yuan, with against heaven's understanding, devised a method suited for cultivating with the demon tree seed. Now with this demon tree seed, Lin Yuan could certainly perform improvements. Of course, the demon tree seed is a natural ability of the demon tree for novel. Improving and perfecting it would be difficult, but with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could still give it a try. In the following period, Lin Yuan focused on 4 areas. One was to continue enhancing his own strength, consuming more demonic and fierce beasts, propelling his own growth. 2 was to perfect the martial path evolutionary path 7th rank chapter. 3 was to comprehend the remaining core space models. Though he lost the environment of frequent spatial fluctuations like those in the battlefields of different species, Lin Yuan's speed in comprehending core space models decreased. But Lin Yuan now had more time. With 600 years of residency and against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could raise his comprehension of space rules to an unimaginable level. As for 4, it was to attempt improving the demon tree seed. Even though for the ancestral demon tree, the demon tree seed was an extremely important method, Lin Yuan still planned to spend some energy and time on this aspect. He would be delighted with any gains. Even if there were none in the end, there would be no loss. Time again passed by. Suddenly it was another period later. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's form rose another 10 meters. The demon tree was now nearly reaching a height of 50 meters, with dangling branches and swaying canopy, extremely extraordinary. This was even with Lin Yuan greatly suppressing its growth. If he had allowed it to grow freely, the demon tree would be at least hundreds or thousands of meters tall by now. It's important to note that the ancestral demon tree in the outer domain didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was. and millions upon millions of demon tree seeds grew on just one of its branches. Otherwise, it would not have been able to contend with the Tianqing world until now. For now, I've reached a temporary limit in strength. From now on, consuming ordinary demonic beasts would not yield much effect. Lin Yuan's spiritual waves slowly expanded as he gazed into the depths of the Black Mist Mountain Range. That was the location of the Supreme King of the Black Mist Mountain Range. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336 The King of the Black Mist Mountain Range was the most powerful demonic beast in the entire range. They belonged to a noble lineage and had long lifespans, yet most of their time was spent in slumber. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan had secretly observed a king, which resembled a phoenix and a vermilion bird, sleeping atop a crimson phoenix tree. However, at the time, Lin Yuan was not confident in dealing with that king. Of course, Lin Yuan's dealing meant to do so unnoticed. The 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range all had to be confronted without causing any major disturbances, otherwise alarming other kings could lead to unpredictable consequences. It's about time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. All 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range possess strength ranging from the 6th rank to the 6th rank peak. Now Lin Yuan, also within the 6th rank, should be on par with them in terms of sheer power. Even if one side could win, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost, and it was totally impossible not to alert the other kings. But this only applied to a normal demon tree. Lin Yuan was no ordinary demon tree. Besides the multiple abilities of a demon tree, he also had insights into the space rules, the Tai-Yin Tai-Yang rule and the rule of power. With Lin Yuan's current application of the space rules, it was completely normal for him to create a spatial prison with a wave of his hand, cutting off heaven and earth. This was also the reason Lin Yuan now dared to make a move against the kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Don't hold back, end the battle quickly. Lin Yuan was determined to ensure this attack went smoothly. The main body of the demon tree was slowly moving towards the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain Range. At the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain Range, a valley connected to the subterranean fire veins, making the air intensely hot. In the center of the valley, a crimson phoenix tree stood towering, and at its top, a nest housed a bird resembling a phoenix and a vermilion bird asleep inside. Hiss hiss hiss. Just then, dozens of black branches quickly approached from all directions, leaving no blind spots, surrounding the nest at the top of the phoenix tree. The next moment, the cold black branches were all incinerated into nothingness by flames. Screech. At the top of the phoenix tree within the nest, the phoenix silently opened its eyes. Who is it? Have you forgotten the pact? The phoenix emitted a terrifying psychic fluctuation, and infinite flames began to permeate the air. Human cultivators and the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range had once made a covenant to not interfere with each other. The demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range were not to create disturbances behind the backs of the human cultivators while they resisted the foreign evil god. The 8 kings had no objections to this point. Although the demonic beasts and humans were 2 different races, they shared the same world. If the foreign evil god broke through, countless demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range would suffer as well. Therefore, for the past 200 or 300 years, the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range suppressed many demonic beasts, not even starting a single beast tide, all to coordinate with the human cultivators. Of course, the covenant not only restricted the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range but also the human cultivators from disturbing the king's slumber. But now, the Phoenix King did not know what these black branches were, but they definitely did not come from the demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range. As a king, the Phoenix King's noble lineage exerted a supreme oppressive force on other demonic beasts. Those beasts trembled at its sight, so how could they dare to make a move? Thus, the Phoenix King concluded that this must be the work of a human cultivator. This made the Phoenix King even more furious. It had faithfully followed the pact, yet the humans had attacked it. Die die. The Phoenix King, enraged, churned its phoenix flames, turning approaching black branches into nothingness. Time slowly passed. Almost half a day had slipped by in an instant. At first, the Phoenix King was exceptionally excited. It didn't remember the last time it had exerted full power like this. Beings like the kings of the demonic beasts could not act rashly, or else they would attract the attention of the human cultivators, especially during this critical period against the foreign evil god. But I didn't initiate this, you humans provoked me, so it's fine for me to act, right? I can even go and hold your alliance hierarch accountable. The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the more excited it became. The alliance hierarch of the Tianqing alliance was extremely powerful, and had many treasures in his collection, one of which the Phoenix King greatly desired. Previously, the Phoenix King was too embarrassed to ask for it since there was no reason, but now that the humans had broken the pact, it had every reason to demand it. Oh. Your next read awaits at Something Isn't Right. While the Phoenix King was generating phoenix flames, waves of black branches were incinerated, one batch after another with no sign of stopping. What exactly is going on? The Phoenix King began to panic. It wasn't panicking over the unceasing black branches. Although each of these black branches were extraordinarily sturdy, they still couldn't withstand its phoenix flames. It could handle even more as long as it had the strength and stamina. The Phoenix King was panicking because it had been counterattacking for so long, yet why hadn't the other 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range come to help? The power of the phoenix flames was immense, causing great disturbances. Reaching such a length of time with the phoenix flames should have alerted the entire Black Mist Mountain range to what was happening here. Those 7 old fellows definitely should have felt it. Given this, they should have come over by now. The Phoenix King didn't understand. The 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range always had a rule to look out for one another, supporting each other when one was in trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337. This is also a key reason why the Black Mist Mountain range still exists to this day, and why it hasn't been flattened by human cultivators. Even the demon beast kings from the other 9 mountain ranges have similar rules. In Tianqing world, all demonic beasts are subtly united, managing to withstand the oppression of the human race. But now, the Phoenix King surveyed his surroundings. Even if those 7 old fellows are just watching the show and are too lazy to come over, the human cultivators outside the mountain range should have noticed what's happening here, and under normal circumstances, they would have already sent someone to check it out. This is not good. The Phoenix King no longer paid attention to the black branches shooting toward him from all directions. Instead, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, trying to leave the Black Mist Mountain range. However, as the Phoenix King shot tens of miles high into the air, he seemed to hit some barrier, and his form came to an abrupt halt. What is this? The Phoenix King scrutinized the barrier in front of him. Then, following the barrier, he looked in all directions. Upon close inspection, the Phoenix King was shocked to find that he had fallen into a huge spatial prison. Above, below, left, and right were all the same. Just like a caged bird. Shrink the space near the Phoenix King by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold, and you'll find a place as big as the palm of your hand, with the Phoenix King's giant form now the size of an ant, frantically probing the surroundings like a headless fly. This is the spatial prison, made up of the 1st core spatial model, the 13th core spatial model, the 21st core spatial model, the 30th core spatial model, the 33rd core spatial model. And combined into a space-killing move, Lin Yuan looked down at the Phoenix King, who was desperately trying to escape within the spatial prison. Similar to the instantaneous movement ability, the spatial prison is another application of different core spatial models, compressing space to confine the enemy and a section of the nearby space to the size of a palm. Using the power of space to create a spatial barrier, unless the enemy's understanding of space exceeds his own, or the force they invoke is more than 10 times stronger than Lin Yuan's, it is very difficult for them to escape. According to Lin Yuan's observation of this Phoenix King, although it resembles the divine bird, the vermilion bird, it fundamentally differs from the true phoenix and has a low understanding of space. Space rules. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. No wonder the main world human civilization alliance requires a deep understanding of space rules to advance to an 8th layer evolver. Without the understanding of space rules, facing a master of such, one wouldn't even know how they died. Now, drain its energy first, wait until its physical strength, essence and primordial chi are exhausted before making a move. Lin Yuan looked at the Phoenix King, now the size of an ant within the palm-sized space, and patiently waited. After all, with the Phoenix King now in his grasp, there was no need for a head-on collision. The heat of the Phoenix flames is indeed terrifying and showed a tendency to subdue Lin Yuan. Days later, the Phoenix King's expression was grave, and his aura had significantly weakened. This space, the Phoenix King was beginning to realize something. The space it saw was no longer normal but a prison. Who could it be? Such technique, could it be the Tianqing Alliance leader? But why attack me with the foreign evil god still unresolved? The Phoenix King felt uneasy. Suddenly, at that moment, the space in all directions began to shatter. Seeing this, the Phoenix King's face lit up with joy and instinctively, it stretched its wings trying to fly away. Bang! A pitch-black tree trunk pressed down, and numerous black branches swiftly entwined. What is this? The Phoenix King's eyes widened as the tree trunks binding it were now immensely more powerful than the branches it had initially burned to nothingness with its phoenix flames. Who exactly are you? The Phoenix King could only feel that the branches entwining it were voraciously consuming its blood, essence, and soul. In its last moments of consciousness, looking along the branches, it caught sight of a 50-meter-tall ancient tree. The ancient tree exuded a vast, ancient aura while subtly emanating madness and evil. You're not a creature of this world, you are the foreign evil god, you are the ancestral demon tree. The Phoenix King's mind was engulfed by tumultuous waves. Although it had never seen the foreign evil god or the ancestral demon tree, the aura emitted by Lin Yuan at this moment was distinctly different from the creatures of Tianqing world. Has the foreign evil god already infiltrated the Tianqing world? This thought surfaced in the Phoenix King's mind as its consciousness quickly succumbed to darkness. Inhale. Exhale. All the vast blood, essence and soul of the Phoenix King were devoured by Lin Yuan. Although the Phoenix King's comprehension of space rules wasn't profound, its blood and essence were extremely abundant and of high quality, greatly nourishing and enhancing the demon tree. In addition, the Phoenix King's soul was exquisite, surpassing the combined souls of countless demonic beasts and fierce beasts that Lin Yuan had previously devoured. While savoring the taste, Lin Yuan could suddenly sense 7 mighty presences rising from the depths of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Enjoy exclusive adventures from these were the remaining 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range. 4 days as the Phoenix King's presence vanished. Initially these 7 kings thought the Phoenix King was cultivating some secret technique, hence they did not probe further. After all, in the eyes of these 7 kings, there were only a few individuals in the entire Tianqing world capable of silently dealing with the Phoenix King. And those few individuals were currently fending off the foreign evil god and would definitely not make a move. Therefore these 7 kings had been somewhat negligent. But now days had gone by, and the Phoenix King's aura had still not reappeared. Only then did the 7 kings sense something amiss. By the time they joined forces and headed to the Phoenix King's wind nest, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338 Surprisingly, he discovered that the phoenix tree where the wind nest was located as well as the valley, had completely vanished. Thus came the scene where 7 kings jointly erupted with their aura, searching for the Phoenix King. It still triggered the vigilance of the other 7 kings. Lin Yuan concealed his aura and silently observed the positions of those 7 kings, eventually realizing that they had converged together and were no longer separated, he sighed to himself. With this spatial prison he was currently using, confining 1 king would be no problem. 2 or 3 would be somewhat manageable, but 7? That would be somewhat beyond his abilities. There were 2 ways to break Lin Yuan's spatial prison. One was to have a spatial comprehension that surpassed Lin Yuan's. The other was to exert a force more than 10 times that of Lin Yuan. Under the combined full force of the 7 kings, leveraging their innate bloodline talents, the power they burst forth with was indeed more than 10 times that of Lin Yuan at the moment. Let's take it slow. If need be, he'll just spend more time understanding more core spatial models than go deal with them. Lin Yuan comforted himself internally. In the following time he planned to continue lying low, until he completely surpassed those 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range. Outside the Tianqing world, at an unknown height, spans countless branches of the ancestral demon tree, its terrifying and malevolent power permeating tens of thousands of miles around. These ants. The ancestral demon tree looked down at a battlefield next to the Tianqing world, where countless evil god puppets charged towards the inside of the world. But they were all blocked by the powerhouses within the Tianqing world. On the battlefield, a man in a blue robe was seated cross-legged, with a stone sword floating in front of him. If it weren't for the protection of the world, the ancestral demon tree stared at the stone sword for a while, thinking unwillingly. It's better to say that it was stopped by the countless powerhouses of the Tianqing world, rather than by the world itself. Both the resilient world barrier and that stone sword came from the Tianqing world itself. Just as the ancestral demon tree was considering whether to abandon this world, it suddenly sensed something under a casual induction. Decades ago, I expended Origin Source to scatter hundreds of thousands of seeds within the Tianqing world, and 1 seed managed to survive? The ancestral demon tree was somewhat astonished. Your next chapter awaits on initially, to open a rift in the Tianqing world, it had paid a price and subsequently scattered hundreds of thousands of seeds inside, aiming to create chaos in the backlands of the Tianqing world. Unfortunately, the ancestral demon tree still underestimated the suppression by the world itself. The hundreds of thousands of seeds it scattered did not grow, and with the passage of time, they successively died. The ancestral demon tree had already resigned itself to this fate. But now it sensed that one seed had survived. This sensation was very weak due to the interference of the world barrier, but as its offspring, the ancestral demon tree was very certain. Interesting. The ancestral demon tree pondered for a moment, then once again expended origin source. Following the indistinct connection, its consciousness began to cross over. Deep in the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan was assimilating the blood and spirit of the Phoenix King. At that moment, in the root area of the demon tree, the mass of pitch-black flames suddenly began to boil. The next moment, a spiritual fluctuation transmitted out from within the pitch-black flame. You survived. This spiritual fluctuation, though faint, was extremely profound. Almost instantly, Lin Yuan reacted that this spiritual fluctuation came from the ancestral demon tree outside the world. What to do now? Lin Yuan thought rapidly. Relying on the spiritual fluctuation from the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan judged that the other party was not aware of his specific situation. Lin Yuan's situation was far from being merely about surviving. He was nearly dominating the Black Mist Mountain range. Ancestor. Lin Yuan's tone was slightly respectful, as befits the posture of a legitimate descendant of the ancestral demon tree. I have indeed survived, but my current situation is rather difficult. I urgently need ancestors' help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339. Lin Yuan had never overlooked the ancestral demon tree because it was the progenitor of his own demon tree. The ancestral demon tree possessed an unimaginable control over any demon tree that grew from a demon seed. Read exclusive adventures that even if they were separated by an entire world, it could still perceive him vaguely, and with a price, exert even more methods. This was precisely why, after sensing that the ancestral demon tree was trying to contact him, Lin Yuan didn't make a move. Instead, he honestly portrayed the image of a demon tree that had snuck into the backlands of Tianqing world, surviving through hardships. Of course, Lin Yuan had also prepared for the worst-case scenario. If the ancestral demon tree noticed his abnormalities, growing to the 6th rank peak in just a few decades, the ancestral demon tree, unless it was a fool, would realize something was amiss. But obviously that hadn't happened, or the ancestral demon tree's first words wouldn't have been "you survived." Actually, this was also normal. If the ancestral demon tree truly had the capability, despite being separated by a world, to completely understand everything about its offspring, it would willingly lower its consciousness instead of helplessly watching hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds perish in the Tianqing world. Since he had decided to play the role of a loyal demon tree, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refrain from making demands. Lin Yuan clearly understood the purpose of the ancestral demon tree scattering hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds into Tianqing world at a cost. It was to throw the Tianqing world's rear into chaos, and even become a guiding mark for the ancestral demon tree whose true body was outside the world. Yet under the suppression of the world, almost all of the hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds had perished. If not for the consciousness descent of Lin Yuan, this demon tree would have died long ago. Thus, in the current Tianqing world, Lin Yuan had become the ancestral demon tree's only lone survivor. As long as the ancestral demon tree was thinking straight and still had designs on Tianqing world, it would inevitably take some actions to support Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan died, then the ancestral demon tree would have to fall back on whittling away at the front lines to descend upon Tianqing world. According to the intelligence Lin Yuan had gathered over the years, the ancestral demon tree, facing the united forces of countless powerhouses from the Tianqing alliance outside the Tianqing world, was not gaining any advantage. In front of the Tianqing alliance, backed by a whole world, the ancestral demon tree, lacking any advantage, was effectively at a disadvantage and could not prolong the stalemate indefinitely. The situation is very bad. The ancestral demon tree did not doubt Lin Yuan's words. What a joke, almost all of the hundreds of thousands of demon seeds had died. Saying the situation was very bad was already putting it mildly. The actual situation was probably dire and desperate. Indeed, the ancestral demon tree had underestimated the suppression of the Tianqing world. How do you want me to help you? The ancestral demon tree asked Lin Yuan, following the connection between progenitor and offspring. As long as Lin Yuan was still alive, its initial plotting wouldn't be all for naught, and it would have another possibility of descending upon Tianqing world. At this thought, the ancestral demon tree couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. For 300 years, it had been in a deadlock with the Tianqing alliance, unable to make progress and even considered giving up on Tianqing world. After all, with the current situation, continuing the stalemate would not bring any change. Tianqing world was certainly a great supplement for it, but it had to be within reach. However, now Lin Yuan's survival had given it hope. Once Lin Yuan grew strong enough, it could simply create a direct space channel to the interior of Tianqing world, with the cooperation of Lin Yuan and the connection between progenitor and offspring. By then, with its essence as a foreign evil god, Tianqing world would have no power to resist, and everything would become its nourishment. "Ancestor, I want flesh, I want souls," Lin Yuan immediately said. This was also in line with the typical demands of a demon tree. The growth of a demon tree did not need the support of a realm. As long as there was sufficient flesh and souls, it could rapidly improve. Essentially, the demon tree originated from the ancestral demon tree. The former was an extension of the latter. Flesh and souls. The ancestral demon tree fell silent. Its true body was outside the world. Where was it supposed to find flesh and souls for Lin Yuan? Even if it really acquired flesh and souls, it wouldn't be able to send them in. Fine. Only this left to do. The ancestral demon tree pondered carefully for a moment. A decision had been made in its mind. Stimulated by the ancestral demon tree, a large mass of its demon essence split away. The demon essence was the most core power of the ancestral demon tree. Similarly, the demon essence was interconnected with the ancestral demon tree and its various methods with the offspring demon trees. With the connection between progenitor and offspring, the ancestral demon tree could transfer a portion of its demon essence to the offspring demon tree. Do bear in mind, the ancestral demon tree had never before bestowed origin power upon an offspring demon tree because it simply didn't pay off. If Lin Yuan weren't of great use to it, crucial to whether it could consume Tianqing world, the ancestral demon tree would definitely not pay such a price. This mass of demon essence could create an army of over 1 million evil god puppets. Deep in the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan patiently awaited the ancestral demon tree's response. Did I ask for too much? The silence of the ancestral demon tree made Lin Yuan feel somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, within the base region, amidst the cluster of burning pitch-black flames, a mass of dark power slowly emerged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340, What is this? Lin Yuan was startled in his heart. At the moment this deep-colored power appeared, he felt his body begin to tremble, generating a kind of yearning. It was the origin source of the ancestral demon tree. For a demon tree like himself, it was the power he most desired to absorb. It was countless times stronger than those flesh and souls. Devouring flesh and souls required the transformation through the demon tree itself. But the origin source of the ancestral demon tree, that was the purest power, which could nearly infinitely increase the strength of the demigod progeny. Theoretically, as long as this kind of power was sufficient, the demigod progeny could completely grow to the level of the ancestral demon tree. This massive origin source will be enough for your cultivation for a while. Do not disappoint me. The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the ancestral demon tree seemed somewhat exhausted. After speaking, it broke off contact with Lin Yuan. It needed to constantly draw upon the power of the void to replenish its own losses. Origin power of the ancestor? Lin Yuan looked at the deep-colored power, suppressing the yearning in his heart. To bestow such important origin power, are you not planning to let me live? A trace of cold laughter emerged in Lin Yuan's heart. On the surface, it appeared that the ancestral demon tree was making such a great sacrifice to ensure the survival of its offspring. In reality, it was just a transfer from the left hand to the right. As long as the ancestral demon tree could ultimately descend upon the Tianqing world, it could completely devour Lin Yuan, the demon tree, and recover the previously invested origin power. For an ancestral demon tree, a foreign evil god, being brutal and evil was its true nature. Its offspring were merely tools. But when the time comes, it's not certain who will devour whom. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The ancestral demon tree wanted to devour Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan also harbored thoughts of devouring the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan was quite curious about such a foreign evil god. The present demon tree was merely a demigod progeny, far from a true foreign evil god. With the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan once again entered a period of rapid growth. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that after dealing with the Phoenix King, facing the remaining 7 kings who were banding together, he would lie low for a while. But the ancestral demon tree was too supportive, sending over such a huge mass of origin, almost equivalent to the volume of dozens of Phoenix Kings. And in terms of the purity of power, the origin power of the ancestral demon tree was leagues beyond those demon beast kings. 1. This kind of origin power is the fundamental power of a foreign evil god. 2. The ancestors' origin power and Lin Yuan were from the same source, and there was almost no need for any transformation. This is truly comfortable. Lin Yuan continually absorbed the origin power, feeling that every branch and trunk of the demon tree was undergoing a metamorphosis. This transformation was fundamental. The demon tree Lin Yuan occupied began to change towards the true body of the ancestral demon tree outside this world. Subsequently, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to continue hunting the demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain range. Instead, when the origin power was absorbed after some time, he would proactively contact the ancestral demon tree to ask for more. Facing Lin Yuan's request for help, the ancestral demon tree was extremely generous, almost granting whatever was requested. And with the full support of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan's growth speed was getting faster and faster. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's spirit was entirely focused on the root area, above that clump of pitch-black flames. This clump of pitch-black flames is the core used by the ancestral demon tree to control its offspring, isn't it? Lin Yuan stared at the pitch-black flames, thinking to himself. The ancestral demon tree was able to contact him and send the origin power through this clump of pitch-black flames. And the demon tree that Lin Yuan currently occupied was controlled all over, except for this clump of pitch-black flames, which still remained in Lin Yuan's blind spot. Every time Lin Yuan attempted to refine this clump of pitch-black flames, he would vaguely perceive an immense risk from the unknown. Does the ancestral demon tree comply with my every demand, providing as much origin power as I want because of this? Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Rewebno. Si Sigmam, the ancestral demon tree met his demands not only because the growth of Lin Yuan was indeed useful, capable of helping the ancestral demon tree cross the battlefield outside the world and descend directly into the interior of the Tianqing world. The most crucial matter was that the ancestral demon tree could master Lin Yuan's death with just a thought. And the means to do so was through this cluster of dark flames. Add to that the absolute loyalty of the demon tree's progeny towards the ancestral demon tree. Under all these factors, it was what led to such a supportive strength from the ancestral demon tree. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, everything it had bestowed upon Lin Yuan could be taken back with virtually no loss. Unable to refine, Lin Yuan carefully observed the dark flames. He discovered that he had no capability to refine them at all. The moment he slightly touched the dark flames, he would be detected by the ancestral demon tree. Then it shall be sealed. Lin Yuan continued to observe the dark flames. The area where the dark flames were located was deep within Lin Yuan's roots. Their influence on Lin Yuan was nothing more than several types, namely a sudden explosion, completely destroying the main trunk of the roots. Therefore, sealing them was the best choice. As for the method of sealing, it required Lin Yuan to use his against heaven's understanding to create one based on his own detailed circumstances, and the state of the dark flames. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. Sealing complete. Lin Yuan's mind converged in front of the dark flames in the root area. Threads of power, like a spider's web, formed countless layers, slowly enveloping the cluster of dark flames. Suddenly all the forces were hidden deep in the space. After 10 years of contemplation, Lin Yuan finally managed to conceive a method that completely sealed the dark flames using his against heaven's understanding. This method consisted of 63 core space rules, and with just a thought from Lin Yuan, space could be isolated. No matter what changes occurred in the cluster of dark flames, it would be impossible to affect Lin Yuan's true body. Finally, it is done. Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Once the sealing was successful, Lin Yuan could say he was officially free from the control of the ancestral demon tree. Of course, the ancestral demon tree was unaware of this. In the eyes of such a foreign evil god, its offspring were absolutely loyal to it. There was no possibility of any betrayal. Probably in its wildest dreams, the ancestral demon tree would never have imagined there to be someone like Lin Yuan. 10 years of cultivation. After performing the sealing skill, Lin Yuan's perception spread in all directions. These 10 years creating the sealing skill had only taken up a small portion of Lin Yuan's time. Besides, Lin Yuan had gained even more. The first was his strength. Lin Yuan now had stepped into the 7th rank. Based on Lin Yuan's previous estimates, breaking through to the 7th rank would require at least 50 to 100 years. But the ancestral demon tree was too generous, constantly feeding him origin source, which allowed Lin Yuan to cross this phase of cultivation in just 10 years. A 7th-rank demon tree's roots would spread far and wide, nearly covering the entire Black Mist Mountain range, with millions of miles within Lin Yuan's control. Apart from the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range, the regions where the 7 kings resided, Lin Yuan's control over the Black Mist Mountain range was probably unprecedented. The entire Black Mist Mountain range, how many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts there were, even how many purple-eyed rabbits there were, all fell under Lin Yuan's observation. One could say that anything that happened within the Black Mist Mountain range could not be hidden from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan now possessed a semblance of the splendor of the ancestral demon tree from beyond this world, which contested the Tianqing world with its own power. Space. Lin Yuan sensed the surroundings. Over the decades, Lin Yuan's contemplation of the core space models also made great strides. Space is everywhere with vast applicability. The sealing skill that Lin Yuan had conceived was also based on numerous core space models. Lin Yuan now had a complete understanding of 267 core space models, his comprehension of space even surpassing that of ordinary 8th-layer evolvers. You should know, a newly advanced 8th-rank evolver typically only comprehends a few, at most a few dozen, core space models. Lin Yuan's mastery of over 200 core space models could be estimated as equivalent to hundreds to thousands of years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary 8th-rank evolver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341. If I return now to the main world, the size of my inner world would likely exceed 100 miles, or even several hundred miles, Lin Yuan secretly thought. Normally, for someone newly advanced to the 8th rank, their inner world would reach a span of 100 miles. Along with continuous practice at the 8th rank, the inner world will slowly grow. The expansion primarily depends on the understanding of the space rules. It is also about comprehending more of the core space models, leading to a more stable spatial foundation in the inner world, which would facilitate easier expansion. If one lacks sufficient understanding of space and forcibly expands the inner world, it might cause its collapse. But with Lin Yuan's current understanding of the space rules, expanding his inner world to several hundred miles would be easy. An inner world of several hundred miles, even though Lin Yuan has only just entered the 7th rank, would allow him to contend with someone at the newly advanced 8th rank with the vast power of his world. 7th stage martial Tao. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Over these years, he had devoted much of his time to refining and perfecting the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. After all, Lin Yuan was well aware that his foundation was still the martial arts evolution system, though the cultivation system of the demon tree was only temporary. Initial cultivation of entities like the ancestral demon tree, and foreign evil god, is swift, but it harbors many dangers. It is nowhere as steadily progressive and inherently righteous as the martial arts evolution system. Now I've basically completed the marquee stage of the 7th rank chapter, the next step is the king level, Lin Yuan secretly thought. The many evolution paths in the main world divide the 7th rank into 3 stages. Marquee. King. Lin Yuan applied the same 3 stages to his 7th stage martial Tao chapter. Completing the marquee stage equates to finishing 1/3 of the 7th rank chapter. The only stages left are king and king. It's about time to make a move. Lin Yuan glanced towards the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. Since the Phoenix King disappeared, the remaining 7 kings of the mountain range had gathered together. This act thwarted Lin Yuan's plan to defeat them one by one. For nearly a decade, Lin Yuan's roots permeated every corner of the Black Mist Mountain range, except for its deepest part. He was concerned it might startle the snake. But now, with Lin Yuan's strength, those 7 kings could be suppressed with a counterattack. At the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, 7 colossal beings stood there. Their terrifying presence pervaded. Ordinary demonic beasts, let alone approaching, would tremble in fear just by sensing a fraction of this atmosphere. These 7 colossal beings are the 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Together with the previous Phoenix King, they are known as the Black Mist 8 Kings, having been the absolute rulers of the mountain range for many long years. However, at this moment, The atmosphere among these 7 kings was heavy, their expressions and eyes filled with worry. Where could the Phoenix King have gone? It has been 10 years without a trace. The Divine Ape King spoke softly, his massive voice vibrating in all directions. Upon hearing this, the rest of the 6 kings exchanged glances. They too were curious about the whereabouts of the Phoenix King. 10 years ago, the Phoenix King suddenly disappeared, taking with it a phoenix tree and Earthflame Valley, resulting in ominous thoughts among them. That was why. For the past 10 years, the 7 kings have stayed together, never separating, all to guard against something. But this can't go on forever. It's been 10 years since the Phoenix King disappeared, and it likely met with misfortune. We can't just keep waiting. In a moment, I will go out and meet with the Tianqing Alliance leader to inquire if he is aware of this matter. The leading Colossus King finally spoke out. Among the 8 kings of the Black Mist, the Colossus King, with the blood of ancient divine elephants flowing within, is the leader. Right? Go and ask the Tianqing Alliance leader. Indeed, even if the leader doesn't know, he should investigate. I want to see who would dare to strike against the Black Mist Mountain range. The other demon beast kings discussed amongst themselves. The Tianqing Alliance leader, being the strongest in the Tianqing world, is a major force against the foreign evil gods. Given the character of the Tianqing Alliance leader, he would not allow internal strife in the Tianqing world when there should be unity against external forces. However, before anything was confirmed, they dared not casually contact the Tianqing Alliance leader. If they just reported to the Tianqing Alliance and the Phoenix King returned soon after, it would be awkward. They might even be held accountable by the leader. But 10 years have passed with no news of the Phoenix King, so it was time to report to the Tianqing Alliance leader. Let's go. Let's go together. The 7 demon beast kings got up, ready to fly outside. Suddenly, the giant elephant king's expression subtly shifted. There's something outside. The giant elephant king's form froze, his gaze intensely scanning the surroundings. Something wrong? Hearing this, the other 6 kings immediately became alert. The next moment, a black vine descended from the sky. The divine ape king's face changed dramatically, his instincts urging him to dodge. Although unclear what the black vine was, the instinct of a demon beast king made the divine ape king want to keep away. However, at that moment, the divine ape king's movements seemed to slow down numerous times. More precisely, the space around the divine ape king appeared to stretch many times over, turning what should have been a steppable distance into one where hundreds of steps still spun in place. Whoosh! The black vine quickly engulfed the divine ape king and dragged him upwards. The giant elephant king and the other 6 demon beast kings could clearly see the divine ape king still desperately struggling while entwined by the black vine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342. But it was all in vain, as he was rapidly dragged away without the capacity to resist. What is that? It was only at this moment that the giant elephant king and the other 5 demon beast kings noticed an imposing ancient tree standing not far away, the presence of which was previously unknown to them. The ancient tree, black in color, towered unimaginably high and was shrouded in an evil, chaotic aura. Just now, it was one of this tree's countless vines that had dragged away the divine ape king. This is bad. The giant elephant king and the other demon beast kings felt their scalps explode. They had no idea when such a monstrous tree had appeared next to their lairs. If the divine ape king, with his strength, couldn't withstand even one of its countless vines, how powerful was the entire tree? As for the evil, chaotic aura that the ancient god emitted, the minds of the giant elephant king and the other 5 demon beast kings were in complete disarray, with no time to consider it carefully. In the hearts of the 6 demon beast kings, there was only one thought. That was, run. Run as far as possible. Boom. The 6 terrifyingly powerful demon beast kings. Almost simultaneously, they dashed in 6 different directions. Even in such a state of utter panic, the demon beast kings instinctively chose different paths. This way they could at least distract the attention of the terrifying ancient tree. Rustle. 6 black vines descended from the towering ancient tree. 5 of the demon beast kings struggled briefly against the entwining vines but were quickly dragged away just like the divine ape king. Only the giant elephant king. Break. The massive body of the giant elephant king burst forth with earth-shaking power. As a descendant of the ancient gods, the giant elephant king inherited part of the formidable life force of the ancient gods. The ancient gods, it is said, did not originate from the Tianqing world but came from beyond its realms. It was precisely because of the talents of the ancient gods that the giant elephant king was able to overpower the other 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range and secure the throne of the strongest demon beast king. In fact, not just in the Black Mist Mountain range, in the other 9 mountain ranges of the Tianqing world and among the dozens of other demon beast kings, the power of the giant elephant king was also considered terrifying, ranking within the top 3 or even number 1. Rumble. Faced with the black vines that easily dragged away 6 demon beast kings, the full potential of the giant elephant king was forced out, his blood boiled, and a huge phantom of a sacred elephant appeared behind him. Under the furious outbreak of the giant elephant king, the black vines slowly shattered. Did he break free? The expression of the giant elephant king turned wildly ecstatic. From the moment the divine ape king was dragged away by the black vines to when the 6 demon beast kings fell into the same fate. To the giant elephant king, the black vines were like the grim reaper, exuding an immense oppressive force. However now, with the giant elephant king unleashing his full potential and employing dozens of secret techniques to enhance his power, he had finally shattered the black vine, ensuring he wouldn't be dragged away like the other demon beast kings. My power, my lineage. The giant elephant king had barely felt joy when he suddenly turned his head and desperately discovered hundreds, thousands of black vines sweeping towards him. The face of the giant elephant king turned ashen. He had hardly broken one black vine at a tremendous cost, only for hundreds or thousands of them to appear as soon as he turned around. How was he supposed to cope? Overwhelmed by despair, this time the giant elephant king didn't put up any resistance. Instead, he nearly leapt into the midst of the black vines voluntarily, and then was dragged away. Yes, from today on, the Black Mist Mountain range is completely mine. Lin Yuan's figure rapidly shrank, influenced by space rules. Even the 7 enormous demon beast kings also began to shrink quickly. Wrapped in black vines hanging below the branches. Lin Yuan glanced at the 7 demon beast kings who had fallen into a deep sleep, with no intention to devour them. If it had been before the ancestral demon tree had made contact, facing such delicacies as the demon beast kings, Lin Yuan would have chosen to devour them immediately, just like he had swallowed the Phoenix King, to quickly enhance his own strength and foundation. But with the feeding from the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan lost interest in these ordinary flesh and souls. Even if these demon beast kings were strong and their vitality vigorous, could they really compare to the origin power of the ancestral demon tree? There was no comparison at all. The origin power of the ancestral demon tree was the core strength of a foreign evil god. Theoretically, as long as Lin Yuan devoured enough origin power of the ancestor, he could replace the ancestral demon tree and become a standalone foreign evil god. Let them stay for now, they'll be useful later, he said. Lin Yuan did not kill those 7 demon beast kings. In future schemes he might find a use for them. For now he just left them there. At this moment, with the 7 demon beast kings plunged into deep sleep, they were as good as dead, not affecting Lin Yuan's subsequent actions. Let's begin, he said. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, having dealt with the 7 demon beast kings, Lin Yuan, with no one left to fear, began to spread his roots toward the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. There's a large spirit vein here, no wonder those demon beast kings considered this area as their stronghold. Lin Yuan's roots penetrated deep into the ground, ensnaring that abundant spirit vein, and began slowly devouring the pure spiritual power within it. If the origin power fed by the ancestral demon tree was the main course, then this large spirit vein was like a soup before the meal, just something casual to change the taste. Several days later, Lin Yuan's roots had completely covered the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. That is to say, the Black Mist Mountain range, spanning millions of miles, was entirely under the control of Lin Yuan's roots. At this moment, Lin Yuan had truly become the uncrowned king of the Black Mist Mountain range, far surpassing the uncrowned king title of the past demon beast kings. After all, the previous demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain range only nominally ruled the area, but Lin Yuan substantively controlled it, with his roots spread throughout every corner of the mountain range. Ancestor, the environment of the Black Mist Mountain range is terribly harsh. Just recently a few powerful demonic beasts nearly attacked me, Ewenvel. Calm Lin Yuan's mind sank into the root area as he typically complained to the ancestral demon tree. The Black Mist Mountain range. It's teeming with demonic beasts and is extremely dangerous. You really had it tough, comforted the ancestral demon tree. Having fought with countless cultivators from Tianqing world until now, it had come to understand much information about the world. Among them, the Black Mist Mountain range was one of the top 10 demonic beast mountain ranges of the Tianqing world, undoubtedly dangerous. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, the mere survival of Lin Yuan in the Black Mist Mountain range was already a miracle. "Here, he'll give you some more origin power for self-protection," said the ancestral demon tree after some thought. Lin Yuan was its last hope for descending into the Tianqing world. How could it let him die at the hands of those beasts of the Black Mist Mountain range? "Thank you, ancestor," Lin Yuan said gratefully. Indeed, in the view of Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree was somewhat in a dilemma. Over these 10 years, the ancestral demon tree had invested a vast amount of origin power into Lin Yuan. This origin power could only be recouped once the ancestral demon tree descended into the Tianqing world. But to descend into the Tianqing world, it needed to continue feeding Lin Yuan origin power, putting the ancestral demon tree in an awkward situation. If it had been before contacting Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree was not so set on acquiring the Tianqing world. Being able to descend was naturally good. If it was otherwise unable to descend and the situation became deadlocked, leaving would also not involve substantial loss. But now, if the ancestral demon tree chose to leave, the losses would be significant, as so much of its origin power was within Lin Yuan. If it gave up on the Tianqing world, it would likely not recover for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. Losses are only temporary, the vision must be long-term. As long as I can descend into the Tianqing world, any great losses can be recouped and devouring an entire world's origin would be greatly beneficial to me. With this mindset, the ancestral demon tree again allocated some of its origin, sending it to Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Thank You Ancestor. Having obtained another large mass of origin source, Lin Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude. Enjoy exclusive content from FreeWeb novel. Lin Yuan's gratitude was indeed heartfelt. In the past 5 travels he had relied mostly on himself, even during the 5th travel, where he became a background celestial of the 3rd generation. Most of the resources Lin Yuan needed for his cultivation were also largely dependent on his Yin spirit and Yang spirit adventuring outside. However, now, as long as Lin Yuan voiced his hardships, the ancestral demon tree, despite the consumption, would actively send over the origin source. Of course, Lin Yuan was aware. The ancestral demon tree did this completely using him. Should he successfully arrive in the Tianqing world, he guessed he would be the first to die. Over the years, the origin source the ancestral demon tree had invested in him naturally had to be recouped. Just as the ancestral demon tree was thinking of devouring Lin Yuan was similarly contemplating devouring the ancestral demon tree. At present, the existence of the ancestral demon tree brought far more benefits than drawbacks to Lin Yuan, equivalent to an inexhaustible treasury of cultivation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already resolved the control the ancestral demon tree had over its offspring demon trees using the sealing skill, leading to no fundamental risks at all. Cultivate well. Grow to the 5th stage as soon as possible. The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the ancestral demon tree contained an encouraging tone, as if a gentle elder was earnestly instructing. The growth of the demon tree, unlike normal cultivators, is in stages. Specifically, the 1st stage, 2nd stage, 3rd stage. The ancestral demon tree itself was in the 8th stage, being a powerful evil god from beyond territories. The offspring demon tree is an extension of the ancestral demon tree, with an inexplicable connection between them. Once the offspring demon tree grows to the 5th stage, its life essence would be sufficient to establish a spatial passage with the ancestral demon tree. At that point, the ancestral demon tree could enter the Tianqing world through another method. This was also the final scheme of the ancestral demon tree, as forcefully entering the Tianqing world under the current circumstances was unrealistic. Ancestor, rest assured. I will definitely strive to grow. Your glory will soon envelop this world, and then, all beings will submit at the feet of the ancestor. Lin Yuan was also painting a picture for the ancestral demon tree. He had no choice. If the ancestral demon tree abandoned the Tianqing world and fled now, Lin Yuan could only watch helplessly. So he could only keep the ancestral demon tree hopeful about the immediate prospect, along with the earlier investments creating a sunk cost. This could securely bind the ancestral demon tree outside the world. Naturally. As long as we can occupy this world, I might as well grant you freedom and let you become a new evil god, the ancestral demon tree said seriously. In fact, the ancestral demon tree never intended to let Lin Yuan live. Are you kidding? After consuming so much of my origin source, you still want to live? But some things can't be said so directly, even when facing its offspring, for which a single thought could decide life or death. It also needs to pay attention to some formalities. And so, the two demon trees with different intentions severed their connection. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan pondered the information recently revealed by the ancestral demon tree. The fifth stage, Lin Yuan thought to himself, the growth of a demon tree and cultivating are different matters. It relates to strength but is not entirely about strength. For example, right now Lin Yuan possessed the power of the 7th rank, but in the growth stages of a demon tree he was still at the 6th stage. With the world barrier in place and with my own aura concealed, the ancestral demon tree cannot detect which exact stage I've grown into, Lin Yuan secretly thought. The Tianqing world was very cautious about guarding against the ancestral demon tree, decades ago, to pry open a crack in the barrier of the Tianqing world to drop demon seeds. The ancestral demon tree paid a tremendous price. And since then, the defense measures of the Tianqing world against the ancestral demon tree had gone up a notch. So, the ancestral demon tree's perception of Lin Yuan was actually quite limited, plus the many concealment techniques Lin Yuan figured out himself were virtually foolproof. On the battlefield outside the world, the Tianqing alliance has been winning recently. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards a direction where countless Tianqing alliance experts were battling with evil god puppets. Free novel. It wasn't surprising to Lin Yuan that the Tianqing alliance was gaining an upper hand on the battlefield. In the past decade, to fund Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree had sent over so much of its own origin power. As a result, reducing its strength and the number of evil god puppets it could produce. Strictly speaking, although Lin Yuan was an offspring of the ancestral demon tree, he contributed to the Tianqing world, diminishing the power of the ancestral demon tree. With the Tianqing alliance gaining the upper hand on the battlefield outside the world, the credit largely belonged to Lin Yuan. Outside the Tianqing world, the colossal ancestral demon tree stood towering in the void, its numerous vines swaying, spreading a terrifying demon realm in all directions. And opposite the ancestral demon tree stood 13 figures side by side. It was the leader of the Tianqing alliance and the 12 vice alliance hierarchs. The leader of the Tianqing alliance, being the strongest in the Tianqing world, wielded the sword of the world, nearly able to unleash the combat power of the 8th rank. As for the 12 vice alliance hierarchs, they were all of the 7th rank, not to be underestimated. Evil God die. The leader of the Tianqing alliance grasped the stone sword and slashed at the ancestral demon tree. With a rip, a vast force of space was torn apart, forming spatial turbulence, carrying with it the might of the void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.